Apex is that shit. I'm trying to tell you. We're bringing it back for February. Black History Month. Oh yeah, it's packed in there. Bro, fly though.
Hello everyone and welcome. I'm Ryan Hart and it is Championship Sunday. We have whittled down to the last 20 teams that will battle it out for the ALGS Championship trophy. ALGS ga
20 teams. Why was it saying people are seeded 22? Oh, look at the. Did they frame it wrong? Because they got the people in the background. They're giving away.
Coming to Asia was always a part of
fire the cameraman.
Now it is forever etched into ALGS history, much like the dreams of one team here on finals day. But
he looked like my dad.
Their call of fate.
Look at that crowd control.
One more time.
Look at that crowd control, man. Oh, you so real.
A league was born, which built the pinnacle of competition and legend. Players have battled, champions were forged, and an arena was born. More tournaments have been won than mere mortals will ever enter. Walk with us through the competitive history of Apex Legends.
I ain't gonna lie, that copper suit is hard. All right, what they got us showing. I just wanted some sub. Oh, here we go. They read my mind. Okay, okay. Okay, hold on.
It's gonna be a big setback there, but MVP is not the one we're worried about. Is there just a setback here?
Let me see.
TSM, who is going to do it? TSM, you're your champion.
They got drums too.
そしてそれぞれの国で新たな勇者が生まれた。5名の勇者が勝利の旗を掲げたが、王たちは王冠を譲らなかった。
Now again, the base, you get to avoid that R2C. Wow, the winner, the two jump here. TSM, this is it. TSM are your champions.
Well, this hard. Oh, this is fire. What's up, Mina?
人々はアリーナへ
This is crazy.
東では新たな勢力が誕生した。その新たな勢力は王座を手にした。
Stockholm. Did TSM? Oh no, it's reignite.
They are your champions. Australia comes all the way to Europe and wins the ALGS.
しかし
Was the prize pool the same this whole time? Just 600,000? Not just 600,000, but every time you win, it's 600,000.
Looking to go back to back, they take out one. Sharky pushes. Dome Shield is placed, and now Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series.
So it's a different team every time.
4年が経ち頂点にたどり着いたのは2つの勢力。人々は新たに誰が殿堂入りするのか固唾を飲んで見ていた。しかし王者たちはさらに伝説を塗り替えただけだった。
Year 3 split one. Oh, that's disgusting. Those charge right them from the heavens. Year 3 split 2 with the Prowler. TSM again. I guess they have won a lot. So why would they split up?
From legacy.
Like if y'all winning like that, why would y'all split up? Someone yelled TSM. This is crazy. You gotta be hyped after watching this, right? List still not over.
隙がない彼らを下ろせるのか。人々はそう疑問に思った。あまたの挑戦者が立ち上がったが、人々は歴史が変わらないと思っていた。思いがけない英雄が現れるまでは。
It's a massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for Apex North. As Rejectwinity will be your champions.
So who keeps the trophy when y'all win?
二大勢力の終焉が始まった。
Like they just trade off or something?
新しい同盟が組まれ、突如王座が開いた。
Might be dropping here. Unlucky on his own. Won't win it. But SSG will become your champions here in Germany.
誰しもが勝利を手にできるという希望が世に知れ渡った。
gotta be hard to play the flute and be dancing like that. That's that shit. What's that movie? Kabuto and the Two Strings or something? She was playing one. Right there. I can do this for real. This easy for you? Okay. Yeah, okay, buddy. They better come out so hype. They better come out just shooting shit. Like, you know what I mean? It's more gonna be massive stuff. So that's what we're gonna be hearing. That's what I'm saying. I need to see people getting shot down in the first round as soon as they land. That place is full.
そしてここ日本でも今チャンスが訪れようとしている。
And this is the last one.
新たな挑戦者は現れるのか。
This sounds like the beginning of an anime.
さらなる伝説を紡ぎ王者に近づけるのか。
それとも
It's the last year for this. Somebody delete that. What's wrong with her?
全てのチームへ
I'd delete this.
運命が呼んでいる。
Cause what's wrong with her? I could delete this. Or exit this.
Apex ファミリーの皆様、ALGS チャンピオンシップトロフィーの担い手のご紹介でございま
You
す。
just said hashtag that
ウィ
game.
ッグ様、グリーク様、そしてユキオ様でございます。大きな拍手をお願いします。It's time to welcome to the stage the elegant, the beautiful, the wonderful ALGS Championship Trophy, accompanied by our fabulous trophy bearers, Wig, Greek, and Yukio.
That's a big ass trophy.
That's what we talking about. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Sapporo Daisuke!
Blake has a girlfriend? I didn't even know. You really tapped in.
We love you all so much. From the ALGS to the B stream to the watch parties. Thank you so much for coming out today. It's an historical day in ALGS history. And let's go, baby. Come on. Beautiful, man. Thank you all so much.
I actually kept forgetting. They got their own flags? That's kind of hard.
A dream is going to become a reality.
After Split 2, not a single North American team wanted to take a chance on me. I know that I can prove to be on the stage again.
첫날부터 꽉 차 있어 좀 많이 긴장됐고요. 파이널 있는데 더 찰 거 생각하니까 기대되고 설렙니다.
Me and the boys just want to prove that we're the best team in the world right now.
Then why they show Timmy switching to my phone while I finish my hair? You know who's gonna be a sleeper is Aurora. Are they in there? They gotta be in there, right? Oh, they got the overlay on. That game right there was insane. E36, 20 kills. That game was absolutely insane.
40チームが出場権と ICQ を獲得し、ここに結集されました。ただいま、
Are they gonna turn the overlay on?
チームの入場です。And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome the indomitable, the unconquerable 20 teams that will battle it out to determine the Apex Legends Global Series Year 4 champions.
I hate how it's echoing.
It's time to welcome EXO Clan.
All right, we got EXO Clan. Oh, they all coming to the stage. I ain't see this before. You dropping 20 kills? Hell yeah, Mina, you know how I get down. He can barely get one. That's crazy.
Next up, it's Gaming Gladiators.
Okay. They didn't come out with no flag. I don't got no faith in them.
そして VK Gaming の入場です。
They were kind of putting in work the other day. Mina, tell me why earlier I had like 5 kills. She had 0. Team Falcons. Knocked them. She was trying to talk. She was talking shit to our random, right, Mina? She was talking shit. Oh, last game he only did 95 damage, 97 damage. Guess what happened? Jarrell put the team on his back. Random was like, "Wow, you got a lot of kills." They had 0. Feels sick. I didn't get an invite because you wasn't online.
Time to welcome Shopify Rebellion. Team Furia no入場です.
What is wrong with you? Oh God. Bam, 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 bam.
次は Team Aurora を
Oh, there goes Aurora.
Next up, it's Team Aurora.
Are they gonna throw the Nessie? Bro's still wearing that same fit. I know he stink. Bro been wearing that same fit since it started, bro. I know for a fact. Bro stink.
Team LG の入場でございます.
LG? I low-key want them to do good. Because they barely made it in by 1 point.
次は Team Alliance の入場です. Hands together for Team Alliance.
When they yell Fnatic, that shit gonna be loud as fuck. Watch. They're the only people who turned around. They kind of loud for TSM too. I gotta stop telling him he not my man. He not listening. Oh my God.
続いて Team Complexity の入場です. Next up, it's time to welcome Team Complexity.
100 Thieves didn't make it yesterday, or this morning actually. They missed it by 1 point. They would have made it too.
The only Team Envy.
Yeah, they went all the way from 19th place to 11th place in one match. They were doing really good.
Let's welcome to the stage Team Burger.
They just needed one more kill, and they would have solidified themselves into a spot.
Next up, coming to the stage is Team Virtus Pro.
Bam, bam, banana.
そして次は Team Liquid Alienware の
I want to see them do good too, low key. I would be sick. Yeah.
Time to welcome Liquid Alienware to the stage.
Are they saving Fanatics for last or something?
次は準備よろしいでしょうか
This team right here, they was going crazy, bro. They was going nuts. Their merch is fire though. How does points work? Just total kills after so many rounds. It's kills and placement. It's like ranked, but different. It's 12 points for first place, 9 points for second place. You hear how loud they are? I think 7 points for third place. And I think for a few places, down to like, I want to say like 12 or 13 get like 1 point. But it's 1 point per kill. So they got second place. So they got 9 points for being in second place. They just needed one more kill to get up to the 10th place. If they would have won the game, they would have solidified themselves in.
It's moments like this that you spend years waiting for.
Jesus, I know they cold.
Lifetimes.
See, if I get a media pass, do I get to skip that? Oh my God. The line was down into the subway.
Would rush to Daiwa House to see it. Over 13,000 people in attendance. By far the biggest event in ALGS.
Bro, I ain't gonna tell y'all again, bro. I want that Nessie hat.
Championship Sunday is about
that shit is hard. That shit is so clean.
Welcome, ladies and
gentlemen. Bro, he trying to drift out today.
Does not go unnoticed for all of us here. This is something
Smackdown kind of dripped out too.
And I'm so glad that you're getting to witness and ride along with this journey for us. Year 4 is going to end in fantastic fashion. I am your host, Rain Day, and I am joined on this desk by some of the best people in the world, some of my dear friends, and of course, amazing
Glitter really rocking the glitter. Give me one too. You supposed to be getting me one, Mina.
This is what it's all for. An entire year has passed for this moment today.
I'm gonna go right here.
I think everybody in the crowd is just as ready as we are to get into this. I mean, this is the moment that our teams have waited extra long for. This is the biggest gap they've had between lands to prepare and perform on a global stage of this size with this size crowd. I mean, it's insane here right now. We've never seen anything like this.
We've never felt, I think, anything like this, and certainly Snipe players in those booths probably haven't felt anything like this as well. These lights are bright. It pretty much is as bright as possible when it comes to competitive esports.
Yes, absolutely, and I think it's safe to say who the crowd is pulling for with those final few walkouts. Honestly, at this moment, you could see with some of the players who's been here before, some people that might not have been, but this is the moment you sit down, you take it all in, and you focus on all the work that you put forward this weekend, the months and months of prep that went into it, and this is the moment to lay it out on the table. There is no excuses, nothing left but the championship.
Championships are not given, they are earned, Jamerson. This moment
You cannot let it slip by.
Yeah, and it's incredible because every single region here has,
You know, Jamerson gonna break it down to a science.
glory. And we talked about how much parity there has been in this tournament so far, and we really are putting the global in the ALGS for this last day. So I'm so glad to see APAC North, APAC South, EMEA, and NA well represented here in the final lobby.
It feels special. Guys have been doing a lot of these for a long time. This one, it's got some heat to it. Those teams that just walked out represented all of the regions who have made it to this moment to compete to hoist that trophy. Let's introduce them one more time now on broadcast. Match point finals from a grueling group stage into elimination round 1, elimination round 2, or winners finals. These teams have played and given their all to have a chance to realize their dreams. Shopify Rebellion, TSM, Guild, Gaming Gladiators, Aurora, Alliance, Liquid Alienware, Furia, Interforce 36, and go next. 10 teams from our winners round that are sitting in the better position in terms of some of their picks. From elimination round 2, however, you saw teams like Falcons fall down,
Yeah, it's still got seed down to 24.
as well as Complexity, Virtus Pro,
That's not right, is it?
Noctum, Team Burger, LG, VK Gaming, Fnatic, and Exo Clan. And
There's only 20 of
this
them.
is what they're playing for. $600,000, Lauren. That is
But even if you lose, you
money,
still win.
But it's a life-changing experience to even have a chance to play for that in this moment.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we talk about it all the time. Even just making
What y'all doing with y'all money if y'all win first place?
An insane achievement. You're top
600,000
in the world at Apex Legends.
Wow.
Now, if you're somehow able to get a $600,000 prize pool on top of it, that is not too shabby. But even top 3, all of it's life-changing money.
What's the opposite of insult to injury? I mean, it's like a good thing to even better thing. Snipe, you made it. You're top 20.
Buying
now.
property and building a house on it. I feel
Guys,
that.
let's start breaking
I'm
it
paying
down
off all
because
my
these teams
debt,
are ready
bro.
to play. The crowd is hype. I want to get right into it.
I'll definitely build a house,
EMEA,
though.
This is a region
With the
that has
rest in
lifted the trophy
savings.
this year for the first time, Jamerson. They've got some heavy hitters here looking to do it again.
Yeah, at the, of course, EWC Alliance, definitely able to get their first win, but I definitely want to talk about Aurora, the standout performing team throughout our group stages, throughout
And I'm not
bracket
building no
stages,
big
running the
house.
lobbies, left and right. One of the highest conversion
I ain't
rates
putting
in
I ain't
top
putting no
fives
big ass
in our
house. This is
lobby,
gonna be
and
just
they
a
have been able
decent
to just
home.
control the lobby extremely well. Now, this is a squad that missed out on Split 2 playoffs, and so they come in with a little bit of chip on their shoulders, right? They had to prove themselves, and people were wondering, how are they going to adjust to the meta? Well, they're dominating it, but that's not to be outdone because we have so many other squads well represented by EMEA, and like you had mentioned, Alliance come in, Hawkis, one of the best IGLs in Apex Legends history, always missing out on a LAN win until this year. EWC, he's finally able to hoist that trophy up high. He's done it with so many different rosters to get here, and he finally gets it, and they are getting better and better as they go on. But of course, one last team we have to mention from EMEA, the dark horse of this group, I would say overall. Noctum really knocked it out of the park throughout the group stages. I think they surprised everyone with their E-District performance so far. And this was a surprising
2,500 square foot. Hell yeah.
would throw a wrench in the works for a lot of teams, and it was going to be Noctum that picked that wrench up and started smashing the machine.
Might give me a couple horses and a couple cattle, you know.
You know, you could say they knocked them
Investments,
out of the park. You're almost there. You're almost there. But great shout out at EMEA, a region that has certainly seen success this year, bigger than any other moment. Can they continue that on and start conversations of a dynasty? A third place, a first place, and another first place? That's pretty close to what TSM did just about a year ago. Now, Snipe, speaking of TSM, speaking of North America, there are juggernauts here. One making it into a limb round 2, one who's made it through winners, and another one we just have to keep our eyes on at all times. I want you to break down who you've got your focus on from North America today.
Yeah, I mean, there really is the main team to focus on, and we showed it in the losers bracket, is Team Falcons. They finally got their shit together, going into it with a first, a second, and a first to close it out. I don't know about momentum, but I mean, if there is a thing, then they're going to hopefully carry that forward. We have two players in Hal and Zero who decided to combine their forces and try and win, and they just have fallen short so far. Walty fell into the losers bracket for the first time ever, so I know this team who has won before, has been here before, they can come out and perform, and we'll see what happens. Another team that we're going to focus on is Shopify. This is the kind of, we have the old and the new. You have Zainu and Koifel, who are the new young guns that have clearly shown how dominant they are. They've
I feel like those headphones that they wear over their headphones are like
And you know, these two players,
Earmuffs,
Koifel was a kill leader
so
at one
they
point.
don't
Everyone's
get
talked to him as
distracted
one
by
of
the
best controller
crowd.
Players. It's so cool to see these teams in kind of the history in North America, because North America used to be the best region. Now it's kind of up in the air on where it's at. Another team that you cannot leave out here is going to be TSM. I played for them. I know these players so well. Reps and Verhulst, I mean, the whole losing Hal to
See,
another
because they
team
got
has
regular
fired them up more
headphones
than they
on.
ever were before. They decided to take a risk on Zapto, who was a relatively new player, gave him
I
the
think those
IGL
let them
powers. I can't
communicate.
imagine the confidence that he felt having two legends in both Reps and Verhulst on that team. And one thing I want to point out with all three of these teams is that all of them only have 2 of 3 players that have won a LAN. So if any of them win, they will be a fully combined team with all LAN winners. It'll be curious to see what happens.
I love the story you set up there. The Falcons experiment. Was it worth it after all to spend a year and not lift one LAN trophy? That's what happens if they don't get the W today. And can Reps and Verhulst, I saw Reps' parents, Don and Tanya, earlier on, thanked for all the support that's been given to them over the years. Can they do it without Hal? That's the question that'll be answered there. And of course, can Shopify Rebellion go back to back in terms of LANs? Going to be so fun to watch. But a team and a region I've been kind of focusing on as well is Apex South. This is usually the region we've been talking about in Apex Legends history that goes to compete against North America.
Oh,
It was Dark
they got
Zero.
notes
Those
down
guys
here.
moved over to North America, combined to be a part of Falcons, and that obviously has changed things up. But in their place, in that
My money on them.
have been teams like Team Burger, who have
'Cause they
shown
got
up
notes.
and may be surprised, but they shouldn't have. When you look at Sharky, Pricey, and the ability for them to not only have experience in that team, but also to know that Sharky's been a LAN winner before with Zero on Reignite, you cannot doubt that he knows how to play under these bright lights. And so can he get this team, who just narrowly qualified from our elimination rounds, into finals to be able to do the unthinkable? What we haven't seen, a team go all the way in that bracket, come back, and then hoist the trophy and win a championship. Another team that I've kept my eye on a lot because it was befunneling. It was crazy if you came in. Guild Esports. These guys were comprised of an APAC South region, and they took on a lonely North American guy. The only problem was that guy wasn't so lonely. He had a trophy by his bedside. He had just won, of course, in Phony. Mjesco and Legacy have now put together a performance that is outpacing Shopify Rebellion, his former teammates of Zainu and Koifel, who swapped him out for MT from APAC South. So can Phony carry this team in a new situation from a new region back to the top? It would end any doubt and any questions of his ability, and it would also make us look at, you know, I think what happened after that Split 2 playoff with some more questions as to maybe they didn't make the right decision. Of course, there's still one more region, and it's the loudest region. It's the region we're in right now, Lauren.
Talk about
we
it.
want to end with you. APAC North, it could be their moment.
Absolutely, it could be. And I want to talk about the two teams that we literally heard the crowd cheering the loudest for. Kicking things off with Enterforce 36, which I'm actually really excited to talk about, because before we get into their performance here at LAN, I want to remind everybody at home what they did at Split 2 playoffs in Mannheim, okay? And that was the game where SSG won. They had a fantastic position. Enterforce 36 could have won that match. They decide to drop off of their God spot,
on the TS.
spoil TSM's
That's right.
chances at winning, essentially give the match to SSG, but they did it to solidify their chances of being here at Champs. They needed it to end then so that they could play on this stage. That has been worth its weight in gold, okay? Because not only have
Bro
they
got
had
a
an
matching
okay
mouse,
performance,
and
but
I need a
they've
new
got
mouse, so
better
I ain't
from
gonna lie.
groups in arguably the
My mouse
hardest
is
bracket
dying.
of the
Not
entire
dying, but
competition. So consistent in
I think
winners,
what's these things
and
on the
now
bottom
a
called?
terrifying
Skates?
trio, to be sure. But
think they
of
done
course,
for.
the other APAC North squad we have to touch on is the legendary Fnatic.
My grip on the
themselves.
side is done
Yuka,
for.
Leica, Meltsera, the crowd has been behind them since day one. This is the team that everyone wants to be winning, and they've obviously had a fantastic
Be getting
run
caught on
so
my
far.
mouse pad.
They are a team, the Fnatic brand has not missed a match point finals since Champs in 2022. They've been at every LAN match point final since. This is an experienced squad. They know how to handle the pressure of it, and we saw them do that in groups. They were dominant. Fell off a little bit in the bracket stage, and it took a pretty sloppy fight that we talked about with 100 Thieves to kind of get them back in that groove. After that, they started to pick it up. They get the win in that match, and they start looking like the Fnatic we know can go home with a dub here at Champs.
What an exciting thing that would be. This place, Daiwa House, would erupt. I'm not sure if the floor would be stable to walk on if Fnatic ended up lifting a trophy here, but we're about to find out. We had some talent predictions like you do as well back at home, fan favorites, maybe intuitions of who you think is going to win today. I went with TSM. One of the reasons why is Verholz was the first player I saw. He was working out in the gym really early in the morning. Then I saw Reps' family, and I just thought, wow, and I was given a TSM bracelet yesterday. So I literally felt, I mean, the gods are telling me maybe this could happen. Everyone else obviously feeling Fnatic, Aurora, Alliance, Guild. These are great picks. Reddit says Falcons. Wow. So many opportunities. Either way, one thing I know, we're going to make some history today in Sapporo. Thank you so much for watching and being a part of this ALGS family. It is time for the moment we've been waiting for, the end of the year, the beginning of our Championship Sunday, and I don't know two better people to toss it over to. My dear friends, Mark and Dan.
Oh, here we go. Oh, that's a fire. This right here, he kind of cooked with us. I would have went with like some.
This is a year's worth of work going into one day.
I would have did like tan right here and then the green pants. You feel me?
How many years down the line, every single person in this building will remember
and he should give him this coat.
It will be even better.
It'd be like a tan,
but we have to get there first. It is going
a darker
to be
tan.
A slog here. There are so many good teams in this lobby.
He was putting groceries away, or was he eating groceries?
I mean, we see the talent predictions. We, of course, sometimes we hedge our bets here and there. But it is a scenario where, realistically,
gotta eat the booty like groceries.
On this main stage could be lifting that trophy, and that is something that will produce something spectacular.
Well, E-District is going to be the first map that we see in our match point finals, and at some point today, one of the teams who hits match point will have to win that game to lift that trophy.
Oh, you haven't ate the groceries yet?
Brought out onto our main stage. You saw the introduction to today, the beautiful dance that we saw down on our main stage, but now it's time for us to almost get underway. Talk us through the POI draft down, because this had huge implications.
We saw a lot of early Storm Point picks, but the first team that went to E-District was Gaming Gladiators from pick 9 in that POI draft. So we'll definitely be looking at them and how they produce some results from heights right from that northeast side. If we see the zone shift that way, Heights is such a commanding POI to have, just the pure high ground you have.
Well, here we go then. This is the moment we've been waiting for. It's been 4 days of action that all lead up to one day. Fate is calling. That trophy is what it's all about. And match number 1 and 60 players in our lobby, they know it better than anyone. It's match point finals.
Here we go, man.
It's time to get the action underway.
And I have a feeling this crowd is going to be particularly excited for E-District. One reason why. Enter Force 36. They are our best performing team on this map so far this tournament.
Match 1, baby.
I cannot wait to see what they do.
Let me move my.
I've got chills. I have got chills. I had tears in my eyes earlier when we saw the history of the ALGS being played out in front of us. But that's history, and it's time to create some more. And no surprise, we are jumping on with the hometown heroes, the Raw.
They started off on E-District.
In the Sapporo Dome, when Fnatic walked out earlier, was deafening. The support is here for them, but the question will always remain, can they win here in Japan and call themselves champions?
E-District has not been their map, but
that being said,
they've still been able to find a consistent amount of points to find themselves here in the match point finals. I think a big thing was the difference we saw from group stage Fnatic to then bracket stage Fnatic. They were not the same squad. They weren't playing with that same
someone's
confidence.
on that bridge
but
right
if
there.
they can find that early stages here, they
Where was
could
that
run
at?
away with this whole darn thing. Now, speaking of run away, where are you going to be running to in the zone? We're going to be heading to the northwest, up to Resort.
There was someone like right here.
There in City Hall.
Are they going to push them?
Guild dropping over at Resort will be particularly excited about that one. They do have a ring console to work with as well, so they'll have all of that
kill him right
information
here.
provided, as well as
no, he's going to get his.
Yes.
I spoke
He's
about
going to get his thing and run away, run back.
being one of our best performing teams. That's exactly the same for Nocturne. They have the most wins
They be
on
so
E-District so
chill.
far this tournament, and will definitely be a team we keep an eye on.
They also have a ring console.
They be so chill in the
know where
beginning.
the zone is going, as they're about to meet Guild. Maybe looking for a god spot themselves.
Complexity taking a jump tower. Probably going to land on Go next.
Who has almost felt perfect every time we've seen them on E-District. Elsewhere, though, a little bit of potential interaction happening around the map, and one of those teams is going to be
Okay,
Guild.
they
So
holding
it's
down the bridge.
kind of the potential battle we were talking about, where you saw Noctum and Guild just kind of having a look at each other, maybe trying to play for a spot, maybe just going for that Evo Harvester. But I think one thing we can guarantee in these early moments of our early games today, Dan,
Why they set that up like that?
there is going to be some trepidation, even though the adrenaline will be flowing through the bodies of these players and teams. You've got to make sure that when that engagement
Lions
comes your
just
way,
floating
you're as
around
cold as
the.
you've ever been.
The real question is, do those
Why'd they
nerves
go
lead
there?
to a mistake? Do they lead to making a poor decision and taking a fight that perhaps you wouldn't? Does
Oh, they
taking
wanna
a
hold
fight
this
help
building
ease
down.
those nerves? Because there are teams who prefer to just get that one out of the way and start to feel confident in
My
their
boy
ability
running
to take
longbow
those fights
PK.
as well. So I'm interested to see who is that first team to find themselves in an engagement. Now, Alliance, another squad who have been able to move extremely quickly over to the northwest side of this map. Shopify
Ooh,
Rebellion also moving
not
in.
real
And speaking
shooter.
of first fights, Monsoon
Alright,
and the rest of the
Complexity's
Complexity
taking some
squad
shots.
just being tickled by Aurora right now, but it is not going to be a proper
Aurora's
engagement.
pretty good. They won 3 games
Friends
yesterday.
outside of the game, but in the game, unfortunately,
3 out of
unsure
8
for their
games.
friendship, bitter enemies for now. Care package
They
gonna be
not ones
dropping
to be fucked with
pretty
up
near
here.
to Aurora as well. They'll be hoping there's Evo cash in there so they can get at least up to a purple shield on one of their players, and hopefully for them, anyway, maybe not for the rest of the lobby, there's a cheeky little weapon they can use to do some damage.
So it's going to be Fnatic, Complexity, and Aurora all around Blossom Drive in Neon Square.
They
And
shooting at.
Complexity have run into Fnatic a lot this tournament. And
That's Complexity?
pretty much lost out the majority of times.
They ain't gonna lose,
I'm
and
sure
that's
they'll
on
want to avoid
period.
them if they knew who it was. TSM also being pressured by Enter Force 36 here.
Okay,
All on
E36
Graves, may
ain't
I
nothing
add.
to play with
And
either.
maybe E36 getting that information. Do they want to fight this? Because they are certainly closing in on them.
So TSM, like you said, not
E36
looking
had
great
the
when it comes
biggest
to
game
armors.
yesterday.
Haven't really had the opportunity to leave down the southern side of the map at Shipyard Arcade, because E36 are running them down.
Yeah,
now,
they want it.
E36, no surprise that they want it. They probably got some armor checks. We saw some damage onto TSM. They know they've got blues.
Let's see what they
know
do.
that TSM don't. If they play this well, there's no reason
What
they should
what
be
they
able to
finna
pick up
do?
some
What they
KP.
finna
I
do?
think back to that Storm Point game yesterday, Enter Force 36 absolutely obliterated the lobby. And TSM need to be careful.
To be careful, bubble's going to go down. Zap has to play the back of that bubble just to pop that cell. See that? He's going to go in.
Ooh.
He's going to wreck Verholz. TSM. Not the
Ooh,
start they
yeah,
would've wanted.
TSM
They were
is
the
losing
first
this.
one.
There's no way.
See, I'm looking for the second. And unfortunately, the armor disadvantage for TSM might be too much here. Reps left on his own.
Rep should just run, bro.
Escape somehow.
Just
here for
run,
TSM.
I
brother.
think that has to be the aim. We've seen Reps get away from fights
Just
before,
run,
but
brother.
You've got to run as fast as you can and hope and pray you don't get shot. But it can be so difficult, especially with the weapons that are in the meta right
They're
now.
on him.
The Nemesis, the Scout. You can absolutely destroy someone who's trying to escape. And Synap is on the hunt. And TSM
Oh!
so close
W tap
to being the
strafe.
first team eliminated.
Yeah, he's dead. He's dead.
That this is done. That is behind the
He tacked him all the way through that. It's the way I thought you were calling me an L. What are you talking about?
TSM, the first team out of the lobby.
What's up, Nelly?
Point finals.
I mean, if
How
there
you
was
doing?
one team you do not want to allow to heat up in
And
the
they
early
took
stages,
TSM
it
out
would
real
be
quick. I ain't gonna
Enter Force
lie.
36. If you have not seen that Storm Point game I'm referring to,
Usually you don't see no fights till,
really
like,
encourage you to go back,
circle
watch
3.
those VODs and see one of the most
They
historic
took them
games
out
we've
fast.
witnessed in ALGS and how they performed. It was just the amount of fights they were able to win, even when you thought they were down.
Man.
Now elsewhere,
I'm
Fnatic will
recovering
continue
from
on
these
their
ranked
rotation
games.
on the western side.
What
They're
games
probably
was you
gonna try
playing?
and skirt
Apex?
the edges and get up towards Boardwalk. I think there is one team
Or you
up
just
there,
playing
but they
Marvel
should be okay for
Rivals?
now.
One thing I love about this zone as well, this is more of a typical E-District zone. This is one where you see a lot of buildings that can be played up to zone 3,
Apex,
zone 4,
oh, shit.
where everybody has a place to play. And this is going to be a real test of, I think, the nervousness.
Did
that's
you
in
have
the
some
camp of
good
each
games
of
or
these
no?
teams, because when we've got everybody stacked up, if you've watched Apex Legends before, you'll know that it comes down to those micro rotates, the micro decisions that you have to make towards the end game to find a space, a third party opportunity, some way to progress in those leaderboards, get those placement points, and let the kills
And guess
come to you.
this, I
Falcons
even
also trying to get to
streamed
the west side of
Gas.
the map, arguably to hit the ring
You
console
were
just
streaming
below
today.
Blossom Drive, but let's see where this zone is going to be going. Continues to pull a little bit further north, as expected from everyone who had already found
Nelly.
themselves in this area. They are going to be
Like, you were
comfortable
streaming
in
to-
the buildings they previously found.
To Twitch?
A couple of teams just keeping an eye on.
Or you streaming in like
Force
a
36, of course, who
Discord?
dispatched TSM a little bit earlier over at Shipyard Arcade. Just
What?
working their way
Is
through zone. This
Divide
is
up?
something they've done quite a lot, actually, here on E-District.
You
They've
just
kinda
don't
taken
fuck
an
with
early
me?
fight,
I
and then
just
with the
woke up
Valkyrie in
like
the
an
top
hour
position,
ago.
Looked for a late hit on ring console.
She said you just don't fuck with me.
To the skies to play the side of zone that
That's
looks a little
crazy,
bit
though.
quieter. It's worked for them so far to get to match point finals. The question is, will it work here?
That's your last stream for the year or what? Or we getting more from you?
That I can remember anyway. Only a couple of catalysts alongside it, and then we're seeing the tried and tested Newcastle, Gibraltar, and Rampart, which has been the most popular.
We might get an E36 Aurora fight.
Exoclan, they've been running that throughout the tournament, and of course, I can't not mention it. We have
Nope, they're taking the
Aurora.
evac out.
See the first ever
You'll be on tomorrow.
Victory
Okay.
and first ever trophy picked up by a Mirage team.
So third beacon information has been gathered.
Oh, they are chilling.
That's why you see that green circle in the top left of your screen on the map overhead.
Still 19 squads left, so the only people with points right now is E36.
Slayers from ExoClan a little bit earlier outside the hotel before we arrived here at the venue, and he kind of questioned him on the low pick, and he was like, we just want to loot up as quickly as possible. We drop the low brawl, we get 2 guns, we'll worry about the loot later. The black market availability means that they'll be good for cells, ammo, whatever it is, and when teams die around them, everything as far as gunfire, attachments, weaponry could be brought to them.
And when you look at legends that can escape, that can get away and get your team back up to a full 3, Loba, one of the best, especially with the changes as well to her bracelet.
He'll be back after 30 minutes.
But
He'll a 30-minute nap.
Not have to run away from fights, but they find themselves in yet another finals lobby. Somehow, some way, they just keep getting here. An incredible team. When they get in those fights, when they get down and dirty, they just seem to find the points.
Only 3 teams outside of the zone at the moment. E36, Aurora, VK Gaming, Virtus Pro? Did I say 3? Maybe 4. Virtus Pro pretty close to the northern side of the zone at the moment, though, so they haven't got too far to go. Fnatic are sort of entering zone at the moment, down to the
Who's
southern
that
side.
they're looking
Furia,
at? EXO.
pretty close to them, but not close enough for an engagement to break out. All those teams, of course, will be looking to level up that Evo, hit a couple of harvesters on their way to zone to make
A
sure
Loba player?
got purples.
They had a couple
as they will
Lobas
have to
yesterday.
find their way in a little bit later.
And this was the Virtus Pro squad you were talking about. VK Gaming on the other side of this down south. So if Virtus Pro don't feel like going through the choke on the north, they might run into VK. But I imagine that they will just
You must have slept
try
through
and
that.
reposition, get the
My
ring
point
console,
exactly.
and wait for that information.
So
Oh, they went to go scan the ring.
Ring console is going to be high priority for VP. Elsewhere, Aurora have just found a solo member of VK Gaming.
Uh-oh.
And I think they might have just been scared away by the presence. I mean, it's smart from Aurora, right? It also shows maybe a little bit of nervousness because they see one player, they're like, oh, why is someone in zone? If we go down here or there's a full team above us, this is a difficult fight to take. They back down smartly. VK
Smart,
get
but
away with things here. And
also
you can see, like,
unsmart.
deep in zone on that right-hand side of your screen. This is what we're talking about.
Where
we
they
always
at?
have the extra ability to, you know, see the map overhead, but you can understand why these
Over
decisions are
here.
made. Similar to
Yeah, they
when
probably
LG
would have
didn't
got
go up
pushed.
the zip, for example, even
They
though
probably
we
could
knew
have
no
killed
one
that
was
one
there.
dude, though.
They made the right play.
E36 got a safe
Okay, we're going back up towards Resort.
entrance into the
Great
circle.
News for some of those who have committed on
They ain't
the
got to
western
worry about
side, but,
nothing. And
you
they
know,
got
ExoClan,
points,
who
so
we
they
checked in a little
chilling.
bit with earlier, they're going to have to move a little way to try and get into this zone. And
Where's
also,
Falcon
when you look
at?
at actually, you know, the difference in height on this zone, it could be a very interesting one.
Falcons over here, right next to Guild and Team Burger. They're like in between a bunch of teams.
Interestingly, as this zone is now pulled away from where we originally thought it might end up, buildings have become a lot
I love
more
watching how
sparse.
people
So
be
you're gonna see
rotating and
teams
stuff
all of a sudden
on
who have to leave
ALGS.
those stacked up areas where the buildings are, have to fight their way
Oh
through,
my
and it's gonna
God,
be a
there's
really
so
tough
many
rotate to
people
that
right
end game
here.
for them. But if
Voss complexity, I'll go right over here.
approach late to the north, for example, then they could have a free
Go
walk
next,
in.
fighting
They're
who?
in a battle right now, and it's going to be Shopify Rebellion who they're taking
Shopify
on.
Rebellion?
Next, they jumped on in. They took an evac tower and tried to just send themselves dead center of this zone, and they've somehow been able to stabilize here.
Well,
And knocked him right there.
Such a small corner to play. You can see that knocked him.
Oh my God, this is insane. There's so many teams right there.
Pokes and he can take advantage of damage. Go next, just surviving at the moment, not interested in trying to engage. I think Shopify Rebellion might have tried to swing out on some damage.
They don't have
to deal with them.
This is knocked him, almost knocked.
But they will survive for now. 19 squads still alive in our lobby.
Shopify Rebellion didn't want to overstep their boundary there, especially with Noctum above them, but Zainu does bubble out as he's just saying, look, guys, we can take them. We got 3 free kills here potentially, but they're very concerned about the team above them.
Yeah, that's smart.
And it's not
as soon as
worth
they finish
throwing
that
away
fight, knock
the
them
whole
jumping
game
down on
just
them.
for 3 kills, but at the same time, they have to assess the threat accordingly.
We just saw from the
I think they
POV
just
of
hold that
Zoni, the
building.
two-time land champion.
Let them fight it out there. Hold the building.
Alongside Koiful, who won
And then
our
third
last
party
event
them
in
when they
Germany,
done.
split 2 playoffs.
Oh, Go Next is pushing them in the
Went
building.
up, but didn't quite connect. Furia, though, full red armors. I think they had access to a mythic bin, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, this is scary. Go Next have now gone underneath Shopify Rebellion here, but you know, with VKG and Furia in the area, you're
That's a better move for them though, because they don't have to worry about someone shooting them
Able to
outside.
see teams cohabit so closely as well.
Go Next has a catalyst. Yeah, Go Next has a catalyst, so they're chilling.
They managed to force their way in. Plus,
Don't even peek that. Don't even peek that.
By Zidane. That makes it the push a lot more difficult if Shopify Rebellion want to try and swing, because those piercing spikes, they're going to slow you down on that staircase, or certainly they're going to have to be shot out, which is going to give you the indication that they're going to try and swing. So Catalyst being very vital in this situation.
Well, Fnatic, you spoke about that open space over on the northwest side. They're trying
Yeah,
to find
this was a spot I would have went to if I was complexity. What's up, Petty?
And
how you doing, bro?
Are all in this same vicinity now, but Fnatic have got this high ground and they have this ledge.
This looks like there's like 4 teams in that area: Furia, Fnatic, E36, and Complexity. Just winding down.
Valkyrie ultimate, the Skyward dive, showing its
I need you to start
value
writing these plays down so you can get better. All right, yeah, we streaming the next time we play. Watch.
That wall doesn't adhere to
Watch.
building standards. We're going to remove that one for now.
Mm-hmm.
Still a couple of squads that are so close in proximity that are not taking the fight because they're so worried, with 18 squads still remaining here, with the 4th zone closing. But
Petty, you been playing Rivals?
on that bridge, and a couple of them have been knocked. Real question is, will they be able to get back up onto their feet? It seems that every single time they get a res, Alliance are in the kill feed knocking them.
It's also Zero
Should have streamed the last 2 days. No, I had to get mentally prepared for this. Now this is gonna be over.
They're on the southern side of things at the
I
moment.
can tap back into the regular scheduled programming.
Once again, just showing
Had to meet from
how
the
you
world.
can
That's hilarious.
survive in the smallest of corners in this meta. Team Liquid Alienware versus ExoClan though. Jaguares popping a battery, trying to slide down and out of the bubble, but it's not looking like a good situation for them. ExoClan have an opportunity to clean this fight up.
Yeah, ExoClan have been able to
closing, though.
get the initial ones, but they also have to move at the same time, and both of these teams might end up on their backs shortly. So Exo probably just want to guarantee the point. Liquid
Call
Alienware
me
get eliminated
Adonis.
by Shopify
Riz, get your
Rebellion.
friend, bro.
They're from the window with the scout does the job, and now Exo, it's their turn to try and push it.
Have to use the bubble to cross when he's going to dive down. Swinny, 1 HP.
Oh, they are fucked right there. ExoClan eliminated.
Out of the lobby. They will be eliminated. Couldn't make that cross in time.
Yeah, I think that was inevitable. Once teams caught wind of where they were arriving
Okay,
from, they were able to get
Falcon and
eyes. Virtus
Aurora
Pro also
might
got
have to
taken
get
out of the lobby.
down.
It's now Aurora
Falcon
and
got
Falcons
all
are
red
so
shields,
close to
though.
one another. 2 teams that could very
How?
much go on to win this entire thing
Virtus
today.
Pro
Two teams who
eliminated.
fought a lot yesterday. In some of the group stages that we saw. Hal goes down.
Hal is down.
Even with the red armors, they can't do anything in this situation. Wolsey's trying to escape.
Bruh,
He can't do it.
Aurora
Falcons just get
is nasty. I'm trying to
absolutely
tell
run
y'all.
over. As unlucky
Did you
the
see them
Fnatic
just
find themselves
wipe
on
them
their
like
own.
that?
Alliance, the IGL on his back for now.
Aurora really
They are
commanding their
sick.
position, taking that space, taking that height. As
They
Alliance
just
are back
melted
up as well.
them.
The bubble gets them on their feet, but Aurora have now just lost 2 as the gaming gladiators take advantage of their position.
Did he just get stung?
Pieces of Aurora. There's a
Or
Horizon around
stuck?
here somewhere. Didn't manage to finish him off.
Ooh.
Sheila and Phony take on that high ground, and luckily that attack was there just in the
Shopify
nick of time
Rebellion
to
is
keep it
out of
alive,
there.
but not for long enough. Shopify
Who got them?
Rebellion
Gil got them out?
also don't make it into our top 10 here. Gaming Gladiators have also been eliminated.
No,
It's Fnatic.
VKG took out Shopify Rebellion.
To zone all of a sudden, by the way.
Let's see what Fnatic's got going on.
Can we find some KP?
These Valkyrie teams are pulling stuff off. We've got
Damn, we don't have the
4
overlay
teams
today.
alive who have Valkyrie in their composition. I think it is really
Maybe I gotta
demonstrating how
reload to get the
important she can
overlay.
be here on E-District.
We'll refresh at the
Especially with certain zones. I
after
know it's
this
always going to be
round.
different depending where that zone goes, but both Enterforce
All right, so
36
Gil,
and
there goes
Fnatic
Aurora
and
running.
Furia as well
Is
have
Aurora
found themselves
down to
on
one
that
player?
northwest side we were originally mentioning.
Well, I mentioned 2 of the previous LAN winners that we had. in that
Fnatic's
time
got 3.
Germany
Yep,
split 2
Aurora's
playoffs,
down to
but we
1
all know the
player.
drama
Oh,
that
damn.
unfolded after that, which left Phony here,
After I hyped
the
them up,
IGL
huh?
Guild having to find a new squad. Unfortunately for him at the moment, one of his teammates has fallen in Legacy. And it's Hackis with that PK who gets the knock onto him.
Ooh, unfortunate. Oh my God.
Walks on in and Hackis gets the final job done.
Alliance just went crazy with that PK.
E36 on this side.
Oh, they've lost everything. All the cover's gone.
Team Burger is eliminated. VKG Gaming going against Aurora. Now it's E36. Fnatic about to clean this up real quick.
If I've ever seen one, as Alliance get eliminated in the kill feed as well. VKG the next to go. 6 squads now remain, and the crowd's starting to believe in Fnatic here in match 1.
As Fnatic could kick this tournament off with a win, and maybe they're looking to kick
Noctem versus Go Next coming up.
With a win as well. Go Next
Ooh, with the slam.
Esports. Both EMEA teams now forced to fight in and around this castle wall and this
That bubble play, man, saved their life. I ain't gonna lie.
Making sure he gets it back up while Sheila defends and Go Next. They just can't.
Oh, that was really nice by him. Now they slammed on them. Oh shit! Was it 2v1, 1v2? Go Next loses. Noctem is eliminated by Complexity. W third party.
Out of nowhere. 4 squads now remain. We've got Fnatic, Complexity, Envy, and Fury.
Yeah, he over there calming his ass off.
Here in Japan. Envy have been very quiet, by the way, just going about their business, avoiding all the gunfire. But I think Fury have just spotted them out.
Is Fnatic gonna pull this off? The first victory of the game of the day. They got 11 points right now.
Just created so much space on this northern side.
You mentioned Envy. Well, across from them, staring them in the whites of the eyes, is going to
They're
be
just
Fury.
tucked in this corner, bro.
Counter slam.
I don't like being in these little corners.
To Envy here, which will force Fury away.
They get shot at by 2
Been
people.
able to just manipulate this map in a way where they found themselves on the southern side, and if they can kind of force everyone else to engage here on the north, there is a real chance.
Fury is like stuck in that building though. Oh, he's down. That's a knock. Yep. Good shit.
Complexity also from distance getting involved with it. So Fury even.
They got jumped. They got jumped by Complexity and Envy.
Into our top
3 teams. Who y'all got?
All 3 of these squads who remain in this final
Fnatic, Complexity, or Envy?
Are the closest,
Envy is eating that Gibby ult. Envy is gun. What the fuck? They just got destroyed. Complexity versus Fnatic. Uh oh. They cracked one. Oh! They traded. It's 2v2. 2v2. Oh, Fnatic's the other one. Oh, Complexity wins! Oh!
Put some respect on his name. Monsoon on the desk. Lets them know. Fnatic have been a thorn in their side all tournament long.
Hey, he was hype. Monsoon was hype.
They keep losing the bubble fights. But I've heard it time and time again. This is Complexity's meta. And they put big points on the board in match 1.
Did one of them take his shirt off?
So it is North America who strike first here
Bro
in
climbed up on the desk, bro.
You mentioned it.
Where the Messi's at? That's what I'm trying to say. I think you gotta actually go there though to get him. They had a 9-kill game, 21 points in the first game. That's a nice cushion to have. Fnatic with 17 points, 8 kills.
It's all about first of all hitting 50 points.
Who else got?
And then winning a game to become
third place is what, 8 points? Envy.
What a feeling that must be.
Noctem's got 4 kills
It's
though.
all well and good getting a win on the
BK
board when
Gaming's
you're not
got
on match
5
points.
kills
It's about
with
getting
8
the job done
points.
Once you reach that 50-point threshold you were mentioning. I mean, a team that has
Let's
found
see,
their
who
most
else we
points
looking
on
for?
E-District.
E36
I
got
think they will
6.
be pretty confident every single time
Team
this
Liquid,
map comes
LG,
around.
and TSM with
Of course,
0
we have 3
points. Same
maps
with
being
Virtus.
played in these finals, so it's consistency across the board.
Hold on.
The good
Let's
news
refresh this real quick. Oh my god, him climbing on that desk was hilarious though.
Consuming. Now business taxes is having a TurboTax expert who handles your taxes for you with year-round advice at no extra cost. Now this is taxes.
Oh, they're gonna send me through all the lists.
You're going down.
Over
Life's
here, though.
better when you're under our roof.
I'm open.
Go deep.
Because you'll feel totally protected. Also, your family can pursue their dreams. Bundle life and save up to 25% on home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Here we go. They don't got the they don't got the overlay today where we can see the points.
皆さんこんにちは。ALGS チャンピオンシップファイナルズに来ていらっしゃってるファンたちには一言お願いしてもよろしいでしょうか。
Should I tell him in the chat?
皆さんこんにちは。札幌市長の秋元です。ALGS ファンの皆さん、そして選手の皆さん、ようこそ札幌にお越しくださいました。皆さんを
No, let's
札幌市
get
民
the
を
hot
代表
drops
し
real
て
quick.
心から歓迎します。
So I asked him if he had any kind words for the fans here in the dome, and he just said that he's very happy to welcome everyone here, and of course he appreciates each and every person in attendance, and he's over the moon about this happening right here in Sapporo. On to my second question. I'm going to ask him, you know, what does it mean for him to have a massive event like this happen in Sapporo? 勝弘様。こちらのイベントが札幌で開催されることにどれほどの意味があるのでしょうか。
はい。アジアで初めて今回この ALGS の大会チャンピオンシップが開催されます。そういう意味では、こうして札幌に多くの皆さん、そして選手の皆さんが来ていただくことで、札幌、北海道を皆さんに知っていただく、そしてオンラインで見ていただいている方もたくさんいらっしゃいますので、そういった方たちに札幌の街の良さ、これをね知っていただく、また楽しんでいただくことができるっていうのは一番本当に嬉しいことです。
Said something about first.
I asked him how important it would be to have this event here in Sapporo, and he just mentioned that, of course, everyone here in the dome, all the people tuning in live online, knowing about Sapporo is a great thing. His interest is that everyone gets to know how amazing Sapporo is as a city, and this is one thing he's extremely grateful for here today. Third and final question. Apparently it's his birthday. I wonder who he's going to give his wish to in terms of which team he wants to see go all the way and get this beautiful trophy.
Fanatic.
勝弘様、本日は勝弘様の誕生日だそうですが、
ありがとうございます。
本日はですね、誕生日の願いでですね、どちらのチームの勝利にかけるのでしょうか。どちらのチームに渡しますの。
こんな運命の日にね、参加できるということは大変嬉しく思ってますし、20チームの皆さんがこれまで頑張ってきたので、願いといったらこの20チームみんなに勝ってほしいなと思うんですけど、そうもいかないですから本当に皆さんが最大に頑張っていただける、それを望んでいる、それが願いですね。
わかりました。ありがとうございました。So I asked him who he would give his birthday wish to, and he replied that all 20 teams have worked very hard to be here and all are equally deserving of the title. So he's just really happy that people are here enjoying the event and histories are being made at the ALGS Championship. 皆様、勝弘様、大きな拍手をお願いします。
はい、どうもありがとうございます。
All right, that's it from me here and the mayor of Sapporo. Take it away.
Thank you so much. I mean, what can you say? This has been such a big event when you've got the mayor of Sapporo here showing his support for what is, such a landmark event, not just for Sapporo, but also for the ALGS. Look at how many people are in here. I've got a couple of friends, and one of them said that he was queuing for so long to get in, and understandably so. I mean, look at the amount of seats that aren't filled. There's none. It is literally standing room only if you want to be in here, and I've got to say, you can feel it, you can really hear it as well, and I've got to say to the mayor of Sapporo, surprised he didn't go with Fnatic. It would have been a cheap pop, easy one to get, right?
And happy birthday as well. But honestly, they were queuing since 4 a.m, by the way, this morning. The first fans arriving, that's how important it is to them to get front row seats for what is the biggest ever Apex tournament in history. ALGS has grown so much throughout when we've been involved ever since the very beginning on set, and it is honestly so magical to be here.
I mean, everyone forgets as well, we worked through the pandemic as well. 2 years of online competition. Everyone was waiting for that opportunity to get back on land, in the first ALGS Championships in Raleigh, North Carolina was that moment, and it felt more than just a tournament, that one. It really did feel like finally a community that had built itself had the opportunity to get in one place and support these players and these teams that you see on this stage. And a couple of years later, I mean, look at this main stage, look at the amount of people that are here in attendance, and look where we are. We're halfway around the world from where I live, halfway
with
around
9
the world from where
kills,
you
man.
live as well. Here in Sapporo, Japan, it certainly has
4,200
been
damage.
an experience for everybody to say.
Oh, they got it
the
switching
least.
up a
But
lot
back
this
to the
time.
action then, back to our match point finals, and complexity with that win in game
And they
number
have to
1
win the
will be
game once they get
extremely
match
happy with
point,
how
right?
the
They
district
can't
went.
just
But now we change things up.
We move over to
win
Storm
with
Point,
points.
where
They
a lot
have
of
to
teams
win the
prioritize their
game
POI
once
draft.
they
You
reach
saw
match
briefly on
point.
your screen there. One big team to mention,
If I'm not
Aurora,
mistaken.
who came in as first seed from the bracket. They average about 11.2 points on Storm Point. If they can find that kind of form, boy, you better believe they'll be catching up Complexity and Fnatic.
And keep that number in the back of your minds. If you're here in the arena in Sapporo, if you're sat at home, wherever you're watching and being a part of the ALGS match point finals here, 50 points is what needs to be here for one of these teams to hit match point.
Oh, yeah.
Aurora, TSM, Team Falcons, 3 of our heavy hitters when it comes to consistency across
Storm
Storm
Point.
I can't quite explain it enough. Averaging over 10 points on a map is insane. It's all well and good getting a 1-off and getting a 15, a 16, and whatever, but to consistently do it, 10 points plus, time and time again when you are on this map, just shows that you are a real threat in this lobby, because so many of these games have been decided by Storm Point. So much priority has been sent into this map for the Tridents, the importance of having that vehicle to get into a position.
So we might get a Fnatic.
And if you can be one of those
Complexity,
teams that is game in, game out on Storm Point, getting points on the board, it will give you such a good chance of reaching that 50-point threshold.
Well, let's talk about zone here on Storm Point. Let's talk about where we're going. Let's talk about the difference between the last zone that we saw on E District and what we're about to see now. Historically,
I don't think we're gonna be able to
Storm
see the
end zone's usually a little bit more
points.
open than what we see on the likes of E Districts, even World's Edge as well. And this one could not be more open. It looks like potentially a bean zone, one that's finishing in and around the Godrock as well. And, you know, you're looking at Guild at the moment. They're heading out towards Godrock already. Aurora do have a ring console, if I'm not mistaken, there at Cenote Cave. So they're going to have a really good idea of where this is going. And Noctum Esports, who have been one of the quickest rotators
I should have
when
added
it
to my
comes to
stream,
finding
huh?
an endgame spot, well, they're already bang center zone.
Honestly,
Yes,
tough
yeah, I
to tell
could've
whether
did it.
Aurora have a ring console or a survey beacon there. But maybe it's only a beacon. It's tough for them if it is the case. Now, Exo Clan have already moved in. Noctum find themselves
Complexity
center zone.
already
Go
moved
next,
over here.
moving very quickly as well. And you
LG
mentioned
kind
there
of
is a
pushing
lot
up
of
on
open
them now
space, but not
to scan the
much
beacon.
playable area. And I
They
think that's
should-
what's going to be
low-key,
quite
they should
scary
chill.
for all of these
Let them
teams
scan
on
the
the edge
beacon
that
and
are going
shoot
to
'em.
arrive late here. It's about
That's what I
timing
would
it
do.
perfectly. If you are one of the teams that is playing Valkyrie, for
I
example,
wouldn't let them get that
do you
beacon
try and
scan for
land
free.
as the zone's about to shift, because maybe you can catch people moving out of some of these areas. Maybe you can catch people as they're fighting. There's going to be a lot
What
of
is
decisions
this
to be
dude
made.
doing by himself over
Just
here?
the note on Aurora and if they do have a ring console or not. If you're wondering why we're not sure, it's because there's a support bin and an assault bin on our mini-map right over the top of the icon that will tell us. So we'll get that information to you as soon as we can. But Envy, for them, it's all about collecting Evo, a very different path
Team
for them
Burger
towards the
has
zone.
somebody knocked, but
Wow, Fnatic already pushing
TSM
it.
is already shooting.
Under fire yet again. It's a different APAC North team chasing them though.
Well, the difference is here, TSM are the ones with blues, and it's Fnatic who have the white.
Let's
when
see
it
what they
comes
do
to
here.
armor. Reps goes for the slam, but here is the
TSM needs
counter
the
slam
TSM
from
needs
Yuka that
the
forces
points
Reps
right
and
now.
TSM off of this high ground.
Yeah, this is a big fight for TSM. They can't afford to go down early in 2 games in a row, but
Oh, Verhoes cracked a couple. Oh, 2 of them down, 2 of them down. Y'all win
Reps gets the
this.
second, and Yuka's going to be left on his own.
Good shit.
Not going to be able to do enough. TSM this time around
Good
will
shit.
be the team to eliminate
They needed
someone
that.
versus Falcons. They might have found someone who's just perusing in the spider caves.
That was a must-win for TSM. It's Shopify Rebellion on the
Ooh.
receiving end of this, by the way.
Pal's down.
Giants colliding right now.
It's a 2v2,
as one knocked on
2v2.
either side. No, make it 2 knocked for Shopify Rebellion, so Falcons have the advantage, and Shopify will try and escape.
Falcons, we mentioned how one team fight can change the confidence,
Coisa
the
arre.
swagger, like I mentioned yesterday, of this team. And if there's anyone, I think, with all due respect to the rest of the lobby, they would love to take down in a 3v3.
Major lag.
It's Shopify Rebellion, 2 members of which, of course, the champions of the previous tournament.
Got to remember as well,
That
Falcons
lucky sucks,
playing
I
out
ain't
of
gonna lie.
Command Center, or maybe you don't remember, you might not have seen that POI draft. They are playing for Command Center, and
Falcons
not the
got
usual
2
position you would see
quick
Falcons playing
points right
from,
there,
but it's
though.
as close to Lightning Rod as you can get, really, without being at Zeus Station, which was also taken by someone else. And Falcons decide to move up north, and then they catch Shopify Rebellion on their rotation.
Yeah, a little bit of a counter-rotate coming in from Falcons. I think they probably did that because of where this zone is going, and it's all about prioritizing Evo for them to make sure they've got the armors, and Shopify Rebellion quite
Make sure they got the
by the
armors.
looks of things, didn't really expect it. They were expecting a little serene walk through the spider tunnel.
Everybody's still doing hot drops. Says hot
But it
drops
certainly
is
wasn't for
closed.
them. Noctum Esports will deal with Team Burger. They will go out next. Very comfortable fight for them.
And just to go back to that TSM Fnatic fight, by the way.
Team Burger eliminated by
considering it is
who?
Fnatic, one of our best
Guild?
fighting teams in this lobby. I cannot state how important it was for TSM to find a victory. Had they gone down 2 maps in a row, right at the start with 0 points, it is so tough to try and come back from that.
They're after him.
Oh, he's dead. He's dead.
Goodbye. They will
Koiful
chase him
is
down.
dead.
There's a few extra bullets. There's a cheeky little smile on the face of Voltsy as well. You get the feeling they knew that was Shopify Rebelling, and they are trying to get in their heads.
It's all about mind games, something that goes a little bit underrated, I would say, throughout Apex Legends. If you can get in the head of some of your opponents nearby on the POIs, that could encourage or discourage.
TSM is running back into E36.
Pushing a certain way.
TSM.
Oh, they avoid it.
They hit the handbrake
Oh,
hard,
man.
very hard. On that
They did not
try,
want that
and
smoke
managed to
again, I
just
see.
avoid a terrifying. Oh, I was going
They
to say,
knocked
look
one.
and see that
They
on
knocked
an
one.
Arkstar, but it's going to be Illy who gets the knock onto Verhulst.
Are they able to get back up?
I think they picked him up.
Force 36 again being a pain in the backside for TSM.
It's Newcastle that was up, though. Newcastle wasn't knocked. It was Verhulst on the Sheila, so they should be able to drag him back to his feet.
Yeah, they've dragged and they are trying to escape here. E36 only on the blues, so if TSM do get the
They
chance
got
to
off
reset,
the,
they probably would fancy
why'd they
that
get
fight,
off
but
the
they can just
thing?
continue on their journey. They have been able to escape,
They
even though
tried it.
Aurora also overlooking all of this commotion.
Maybe they didn't have a boost or something.
Just the 4 points for Aurora in game number 1 on E-District. Playing the height here at Barometer, looking for essentially easy pickings on teams who might be rotating through that POI towards where this zone is going to be going.
There's 3
Speaking of
teams
which, here
eliminated.
is your map overhead, and that is where
Let's see.
the zone is going to be pulling.
51
Now, sometimes we
players.
see it finish in and around the kind of rock formations where Complexity, the winners of our game 1, have positioned themselves. So Complexity in a really, really strong spot here.
And just from the position of Aurora, I would like to confirm that
Complexity
Snowden
still
didn't
with
have a ring console
21.
because they did go down to Barometer to ensure that they could get that information. And I think it'll be a
They
bit
are
annoying
so far
it's
ahead of
always frustrating
everybody.
when it is a circle that's close to your POI. But by moving this way and getting late ring console information, they get even more of an advantage when it comes to where that zone is going to be. Just won't have priority to some of those positions.
Also, Aurora not adverse
It's
to
true.
playing that kind of style. We see them hit ring
Uh-huh,
console
uh-huh.
on their POI and then counter-rotate sometimes historically. So certainly something they won't be too uncomfortable with doing, as we see GG
TSM
and
can't catch a break.
TSM. Like you say, TSM just seem to be walking into fight after fight, and it's Lufka who gets some good damage. But no, it's completely turned around. TSM run them over.
TSM kills Gaming Gladiators.
TSM are
They kinda
starting to
popping
wake up here in
off.
Japan after a dismal game 1 where they were pushed on Grays. Now they've been able to
They
take
kinda
down
popping
2-0.
off. Who's
Can
this?
they do it again?
Furious?
TSM being tested.
He threw his ult in the bubble. He his ult did not leave the bubble. They got one. They got reps down.
2 versus 3. Do they just try and retreat
I
out
think-
of this
yeah,
one?
I
How
think they just
confident
get
are
out,
Sam
bruh.
Verhulst? It's not an easy place to try and escape. A lot of open ground. You can be shot from a distance. They're going to take the fight.
I think
Down.
what's happened here
Zap
is Zap
down.
has sacrificed himself. He's trying to buy time so that Verhulst can escape.
W sacrifice.
And that looks like
Virtus
job done.
Pro versus Alliance here.
Alliance then. Little bit of a different look at a different part of the map here on Storm Point. They're over at the mill. They have console information as well. A little bit of clay pigeon shooting. At the
Let's see.
trident coming in from.
So yeah,
in fact.
match point is 50
6 points
points.
for Alliance at the moment.
And then they also have to win.
Envy just got a knock. Envy just got a knock onto Illy here, so that's why they're trying to send this one.
E36 got a knock. E36 with 2 people down. E36 out of there.
Do go down. Envy pushed successfully, and they will hold the southeast of this map now. And the Force 36 go out in 16th position. 15 squads now remain. A placement point gained for everyone left.
Envy have had a very difficult road to this match point finals, but it's a road that they're still on at this point. Group stage is not great. Didn't look too brilliant in the elimination bracket either, but they got the job done. Oh, Falcon's got to be careful here. TSM will be eliminated, so TSM, unfortunately, Verhulst wasn't able to
Verhulst didn't get out. That sucks.
And keep them alive.
Barely avoided that.
The queue is back here. Wall
That
will
was
go
nice.
down as well. And now they're trying to rip someone down on the cross here. Oh, the bubble goes down just in time, and Falcons can't get that knock, but more importantly for them, they survive.
Yeah, Liquid Alien, they are the team that are just being shot over by Falcons. They're holding the egg building right now, but Falcons
The way I would have
really
reset,
love the position they've taken and the rotation they made all
Get
the
up
way
out of
on that
there.
western side to hold this spot. And if that zone does continue to shift further west,
Three
they're
is
gonna be
way
in an
out here.
absolutely brilliant spot that they've had to fight pretty hard for as well, forcing Liquid Alienware just slightly away from their position.
Well, Fury, you can see on the right-hand side of your screen after the fight that they had in and around Jurassic, are just using the trident that they left behind and kind of dismounted at quite some pace to fight TSM to collect a little bit more Evo and information. And it looks like they're going to hit the survey beacon here. They are playing Valkyrie, if I'm not mistaken, in their lineup, in their composition. Just checking across to make sure I'm right. Yes, indeed, they are. So that means that they can play for this late info. And then, like we say before,
Complexity
take
is
to the
still
sky,
alive,
slam a
though.
spotlight, claim it as your own.
So unless
Almost
Alliance and
halfway
Virtus
to
Pro take a fight
match
against one
point,
another, they're both
by
going
the
to be
way.
in a good position with where the zone is pulling. Because the mill is still going to be in it as it transitions a little bit further north. By the way, Mythic Bin has just dropped down close between Complexity and Aurora.
We might get a
See it there, just on
Complexity
the left-hand side
versus
of your
LG
screen.
fight right here
observed
with
by our
Aurora
team
on the
behind the
side.
scenes.
Raid a third party.
This zone pull is nuts, by the way. No, only Alliance and VP are in zone at the moment. It's pulled hard to the north. I think everybody was kind of expecting what I was expecting to see. Around
Bro,
those rocks
all
where
in the cam.
Complexity have set up early.
All
Falcons, they
in the
rotate into
cam,
back of
boy.
those rocks as well, and now on our map overhead with the beacon information that we have, we can see it's pulling all the way back to the hillside.
Let me
of
start
the mill.
practicing
So
my G7.
Alliance are in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, you need to
Again, most of the
practice
teams
all
won't
your
know
weapons
that yet.
because
They
the
won't
way you
even
be
be able to
missing
have it, because
shots,
if you're set
it be
up, you're not gonna be
sickening.
hitting that ring console.
Sickening,
You just
man.
have to wait for the next zone to close in, and by that time, some of those Valkyrie teams, some of those late rotating teams might have taken some of those primary spots within that next zone. BK Gaming
Just
could be one of them.
sickening.
They're still hovering on the outskirts right now.
I'm like, Daya help,
Close in,
Daya
and
help.
maybe
She
be
just
shot by the likes of Noctum and Alliance, who
just missing.
could be looking that way.
I know you ain't talking.
Trident, speaking of which, Aurora, R1, as to how they're going to try and rotate and find a place to play. Having a Trident in these open spaces is invaluable. Absolute gold dust, because you have that indestructible cover to create something where there is nothing. Fury are another one of those teams who are
Not
taking a little
Nina.
bit of a rocky approach in more than one way. A couple of bumps and scrapes, but they'll be good.
I'd leave your ass there.
Monsoon and
That's
Kimchi,
crazy.
Not good, though. Our previous winners
She said,
have
"You know
been
I will."
knocked, or at least a couple of them have. Enemy, the last remaining
Complexity
player.
about to be
Are they about to go from first place to
destroyed.
14th place? Can
Oh, he
Enemy
weaving, weave.
dip, dodge and dive?
LG Sweet was
It's alive for now.
tearing them up with the charge rifle,
How long
huh?
he's going to be alive is a different question altogether. Also, not really any opportunity to
No,
craft
just chill,
unless he was
brother.
able to
Just
grab
chill,
the
brother.
bats as a
Just
Moby
chill, brother.
in his backpack, but the only crafter that is available is in zone over at the mill or middle zone where everybody already is. So good luck crafting there.
Are there any girls on any of the teams? No, actually, I haven't seen. There's a
Now, I
girl
wonder if we'll see
coach
a
though.
desperate attempt to try and get those banners.
Dog been on 1,000.
It's going to be a call
I
from
did
the
see a girl
IGL as to
coach.
whether you think you can achieve any extra
Or
placement
advisor
points
is what they
getting
call
into
them.
that top 10 or further. Team Falcons now moving from that western side all the way up to mill here, so they're going to join the likes of VP and Alliance.
Mina, you don't even understand.
Esports versus Envy, and
Envy
is
versus
fighting
Noctum.
so well at the
Noctum
moment. It's
dead.
another clean fight from Envy.
We landed. She landed us in the hottest spot,
swats it to
right?
the side, but
So I go to try to help her. Why she run and leave me with the team?
Oh, don't be in a corner.
The counter.
With the Newcastle, but did he counter slam? Yes, he did. He broke the wall. Exactly
Envy up out of there. Complexity eliminated by LG.
11 squads now remain. It's Alliance, Virtus Pro, and Team Falcons.
Complexity might still be in first place,
Next
though.
zone's going to be pulling, but definitely some threats in the area.
Back in the day, they could have had J-Lo on one of them. I think she should have did it.
Alienware, I believe, who they were, of course, posturing up against earlier. Where do Aurora go from here? They have that Trident to work with just to create some extra cover.
Because she is really good at this game.
Will this even work here on the south side? I guess as long as they can watch the western side and make sure no one walks up on them.
They're just getting melted.
That Trident is made of something, let me tell you.
Wondering whether they try and reposition this slightly, because it didn't seem comfortable, especially as Guild right above them on the God Rock too. But surely when this zone closes, we've got 6 teams or so outside of the next zone, all gonna have to move.
Go next, making their Trident play. Flying in, and this is a cheeky little corner. They do have to be aware of the God Rock, and hey, look, surprise.
I think she's coming back for February. I think it would have. I think she would be bigger if she did. More competitive though.
Choosing POIs with the Trident available to them, I think you can see it on your screen how important they can be. Furia trying to avoid the damage from Team Falcons as well, but there's only 2 of them here. But Falcon's very aware that there is also Virtus Pro in the area.
What in the heck?
Maybe he'll land.
A little bit of a Superman anti-gravity moment there for Vaxlon on the Newcastle. But what it does do is stop the potential wrap coming in behind Team Falcons. Sheila's winding up here for Waltzy.
So we got Go Next down to 2 players. Alliance, Aurora, Falcon is still alive. LG is still up. These are all teams with like the most is 5-9 points I'm seeing.
But Go Next, you can see why they're under so much threat. They're in the middle of no man's land. A bubble protecting them right now, but not for long.
65, not going to break the shields.
He will be unwelcoming. It was her not really wanting it.
Next to leave the lobby, 10 squads now remaining. Team Liquid Alienware also under duress here from the Sheila of Waltzy on Team Falcons. From a distance is going to get involved. Zero with the PK.
I can see that though.
Keeps the pressure onto Team Liquid Alienware, and he'll say, "How? Back on your feet, son. We've got a job to do."
And that was the fight I was expecting them to force at some point, because by doing so, they control the majority of the western side. But the zone is pulling east as Furia also get eliminated in the kill feed. Alliance got the final.
Virtus Pro is still in here though.
VK Gaming, by the way, remember we saw them all the while ago on the eastern side.
Hold on, because Gil got a really good spot. Liquid is out.
Now hold the zone.
Who took them out? Alliance.
LG! And maybe Aurora are going to find that out the hard way. LG can't push this though because of the position of Guild up on the top of the God Rock, and Phony holding the angles alongside
Me had to bet though, big day tomorrow. Have a good stream Discord boyfriend.
Falcons now make their micro rotate.
She's saying all that but got a date tomorrow. Imagine that.
They've just left Hal behind.
Imagine that with Sushi Man.
Just trying to find somewhere to call home, somewhere to play, because there was so much focus on them. Guild now starting to build a base in this zone.
They leave the God Rock, they play for center zone. Alliance still up on the high ground now, and VP have no idea. Bubble goes down, Unlucky slides back to the bubble with his team.
That's about to be rough.
Will also go down from effect. That's going to
The third party right here is about to be stupid. Falcon, Virtus Pro, and Alliance, all next to each other.
Guild with their backs to the pills, but do have the castle wall down. But LG trying to break
It's called balance.
Aurora eliminated.
Man on Discord. Wow.
Is good
That's crazy.
for Alliance at this point. 0 down for Falcons. Hackers blindly firing through the castle wall to try and find some bodies.
It's Alliance and Virtus Pro on the north. Falcons are still dead center, but remember there are 2.
Team Falcons is dead. Took out by VK Gaming. I sung to you today. You did though.
And going very
I should feel special.
on the eastern side.
Bubble goes down. The Alliance bubble should fall
And
first.
somehow I still don't.
Looking to push them. Armor difference certainly favors Alliance here. They've got a hedge line to play as well.
We got something special for
Back to
it.
the carnage. That is the center of the zone. And there is your map overhead. And you mentioned VK. Catch them before they leave right at the bottom of your screen.
Not sure many teams know VK are there.
It's a tough walk up.
It is tough, but maybe eyes will be trained elsewhere. Maybe that ridgeline will be enough cover. It's now Virtus Pro. Maybe getting pushed by Alliance, but no, both bubbles go down and they're both back
They
off.
just been like poking at each other.
Just yet.
Fight, man.
It's about to. 3
VK
seconds.
Gaming got somebody down in Guild.
Begins to close.
So Guild down one.
Here come the Gibeons.
Jeez.
Oh!
Huge
Banger coming in
nades.
from Luke.
Huge
They do a
nades.
huge amount of damage, but they can't extend for it because their team center zone at the moment.
Oh, wait.
Slayer on the shield is not going to have that available for a few moments. Has to get that charge back up on the ultimate.
Why'd he put it
So tough
down?
for all of these teams to try and work out how they're going to reposition whilst
I'd be
also
trying.
avoiding the gunfire or putting down damage
Get
to
to
stop
hear our
teams from pushing
calls.
them as
I'm
well.
fucking weak.
Alliance have to make the move. They managed to cross the bubble. Will also go down. VP's bubble's going to go down pretty early here in this fight as they have to watch LG now make their move forward on the bubble, and they have to wrap.
This is actually a good move, I fear.
Here comes the slam. Zach Mazer goes in.
They got one LG down. They traded. They traded.
The first couple of kills.
Two Virtus Pro players down though.
It's a 1v1 between him and LG now. But Guild are overlooking this.
Oh!
Behind the knockdowns.
Keep playing them knots. Keep playing them knots.
Guild in a really good position. Virtus Pro will try. Slayer's
Oh,
gonna
you're
desperately
dead.
attempt to stay alive.
You should have
LG
kept
go
playing
down
them
as
knots.
the VP still alive on this south and still going on.
I don't even think they were looking at him until he shot.
Guild and VK Gaming are your final
LG eliminated.
Guild have the majority of the cover.
Oh, they've seen VK now.
Here comes the
But VK are close to them. And
Gibby
Alliance
ult.
might just be able to
I
watch
feel like
this
that was a
fight happen.
waste. You gotta save those until the Gibby bubbles are going down.
Who blinks first?
Let's say you have two roommates, but they don't clean for real. Like if the trash needs to be dumped, they don't do it, or the dishwasher needs to be loaded, they don't load it. How would you feel? I had a roommate like that before.
We could third this to maybe we're the team who has to make the play.
Oh, VK might just jump him.
They're swinging up. They're swinging up. VK Gaming get two.
Oh, Alliance is out by VK Gaming, and Guild is probably gonna clean this up. Yeah, Guild with the win.
It's Pony celebrating on a main stage yet again. Big points on the board for Guild.
I had
But VK Gaming also celebrating to the crowd because they know how
I had
important that could be in their
this
chase
roommate
for that
Mina.
match point threshold.
The sink was full of dishes,
Final circle to navigate.
and he was
so much open space.
like
Happy to
spitting in
utilize
the
bubble when
sink.
available, the Newcastle
Like, yeah,
shield
we gonna
as you
clean the dishes
slowly
anyway.
inch
He
your
was like
way up.
hawking loogies in the
But
sink.
eventually
I was like,
VK,
oh
they
nah.
just had to take the fight and they ruined the game for
Oh nah.
Alliance.
Alliance just creeping up on them. They, like you say, kind of forced to fight in that situation. It's just the extreme cover comparatively. that
There you go.
Guild
There's
had in
the
that
advisor
situation.
right
The way
there
they built that
for
base, by
Guild,
the
and
way,
they just won there.
It was almost artistic, architecturally sound, with the pills kind of filling in a lot of the gaps. The indestructible nature of those certainly had an influence on how difficult it was to push them.
I was sick. I didn't eat off another plate.
Walking up on that eastern side, like you said,
I
get
was
into
like,
that
yeah, I'm
top three
good.
and get a couple of KP as well.
Yeah, they put 16
All right,
points on
Guild
the
with
board. And again, when you
19.
look at
I think
what complexity we're able to do in game one,
I
putting
think,
the 20 plus points up, you're not far behind if you're VK Gaming. The chasing pack suddenly is caught up to those initial winners. Remember, we saw an
who is
early
it?
exit from Fnatic
Complexity?
as well.
I think they
So
have
this
22
series
points, so it's still
overlay is
in.
going to look very interesting
still in
indeed. But it's
first.
Guild who take the plaudits. 19
There's still so
points,
many
but I
teams
think
with
both
0.
Alliance and LG will
Wait,
also
that
be
was
happy
just
with
that
their
game.
board
That was
scope.
just that
Just
game.
looking down to the other side of the table as well. We saw a couple of fights that TSM had to take, and
Fuck
even though they
that
were
coach.
eliminated in 15, still
I'm
get
trying
7
to
points on the
sleep.
board.
Stop
thanks to
saying
those
my
fights
name,
that
boy.
They were able to win. Very similar story actually for Envy as well on that points total. But your
I'm
heavy
weak.
hitters, Apex Predator, the man who lifted the trophy back in Mannheim, Phony has turned up on the main stage in game 2. 7 kills to his name. The Wingman and the Warlord, well,
Bro got the hoop earrings like Jordan.
Really would be insane if only won this event. And there's a few players here that you just kind of spur them on a little bit. You just want to see them have that success because of the trials and tribulations they've been through.
Okay,
But this
so
is the
Guild
series
has
results
25
I was talking
points.
about. Guild will now take the
VK
lead on
Gaming with
25.
24.
VK up
Complexity
to
with
second
22.
place with their performance.
Everybody
Complexity
pretty
still
much
in
caught
third
up
after
now.
their initial win.
Liquid
As Fnatic
still
fall
pretty
down to
low.
fifth. Now
Team
Alliance
Burger's
overtake
pretty
them.
low.
One thing we can highlight here, nobody running away with it. Only 2 games gone, but I think it's something we are going to see a lot of different winners from different games, and with the maps
Aurora
changing,
with 7.
it's such a test for these
Where's
teams of
VP?
players
They just did
to
pretty good.
consistently put points on the board, but getting out to a good start is all you
They
can ask
still don't
for
have
now.
the
Looking at the top of those
Overlay on.
leaderboards, especially if you're Guild and Complexity, getting a win on the board, whew, it's got to feel pretty good.
I think what's also important to note is the teams who haven't been able to find points yet, not that far behind, like you were saying.
dropped
So
open.
you don't have to worry, you don't have to panic, you don't have to take too many risks, you don't need to do anything
You have to
stupid.
do it like multiple
Just play your game
times.
and you might still be able to catch up.
Yeah, a lot of Apex still to be played. I mean, the great thing is we don't know
Best
how
I'm
much
just here for the
Apex
channel
is left
points.
to be played, because that's the beauty of Match Point Finals. We're going to keep going until, of course, we have a winner.
You have to keep
now,
pushing that?
2 games are done.
I don't think so.
We've got our first 2 winners here on Match Point Finals.
All right,
We're
let's go
halfway
here.
to match point with the points, and we'll see you for game 3 in a second.
Ooh-wee. How did Meteor place in the 2024 BLGS APAC North Regional Finals? From the heavens! That was a crazy shot, though. Oh my god. That was nasty.
Has been waiting, all right?
Sony In Zone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Fnatic actually developed that. That's crazy. Why would you want to play in 24-inch mode if you have a 27-inch screen?
Battle Beaver, the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Use code ALGS on their site at battlebeaver.gg/ALGS for 20% off during the championship weekend. Go directly to battlebeaver.gg/ALGS to automatically apply the 20% off ALGS code. Love these controllers. I love the energy in the crowd. Welcome everyone to Match Point Finals. Vicky Kitty
Okay,
here.
she kinda
I'm
put
joined
that
with
shit
Dino,
on today.
and no matter how many times we get to take you guys
Bro
through
looking
another
like,
championship finals, it never gets
the man
old.
with the yellow hat.
Oh, it couldn't, not in a place like this, not with a crowd
He got
like
that Curious
this, not with
George
the
fit on.
performances that we are seeing from the teams behind us. Some, though, maybe we wouldn't have expected. Depends how closely you've been watching. Guild, the APAC South, well, at least primarily team, take out game number 2. And they are one of 2 teams that I had my eyes on going into this as teams that have shown up in year 4 of ALGS and have just kept getting better. That's because over the last couple of lands, Guild have gone 11th, 9th, 5th. They are on an upward trajectory, just like Gaming Gladiators, who have gone 10th, 4th, and then 2nd. 2 teams that, if that trajectory keeps going, Vicky, there's only one place for them, and that's lifting the trophy.
And with Guild having
Types.
Phony out here too, you have to imagine how that changeup has really kind of influenced Guild into now having that experience going into a championship final and having something to prove.
Exactly. Yeah, if you want to look at it, of course, that is the core of Jesco and Legacy there. Yeah. But yeah, with the addition of Phony in now, it'd actually be back-to-back for him. Getting some last-minute strats there from their coach, Winnie, who's been doing a fantastic job helping out the team with their macro this year. And soon enough, we'll be switching over to World's Edge. I do like this cadence of the maps that we're getting, Vicky, as we go 1-1-1, and then we will switch it back around and go in reverse order through the maps and so on for the rest of this series. However long that may be, because of course, match point, you never know.
I still haven't
That's the fun
seen
of it.
like
You know my rule,
Anybody
though,
I know in the
I
audience.
always want some more Apex. I love it when we go the distance for our match point finals. For those of you tuning in that may not know what match point finals is, you have to hit that 50-point threshold and then further win a game after already hitting match point to be considered the champions within the ALGS Championship. It's been insane here in Sapporo. We had the mayor up on stage just a moment ago, and we have more action here as we also were mentioning the map rotation. We are moving over to World's Edge, and we'll be sticking over to World's Edge for match number 4 before we make that transition onto Storm Point.
Yeah, no absolute, like, domination game so far where we see, like, 15 kills or something crazy like that. But picking up a few there, as you saw from Guild. Now, looking at the POI draft, it has been interesting coming into the finals. We're seeing who got to prioritize this one. Enter Force 36. They come into this after a stellar performance with the 5th seed, and they take out Climatizer as their first pick. Alliance, they went for Skyhook West here, and that is an interesting, one to focus on because they were hoping, remember, they're 2nd seed, and they were really hoping that they would get the Trident going into Storm Point. It was a risk they took, and, well, the other teams weren't going to let them
World's
have
Edge?
it. They went to North Pad, and that was after Liquid Alienware took the Trident away from them over there. And, yeah, you guys heard Mark and Dan talk about that before. Tridents will just be an ongoing sort of discussion point in this series, regardless of which map it is, because, of course, the flow-on effects from picking those most high-priority POIs out of all 3 maps flows onto World's Edge, flows onto E-District, because it pushes your drafts into that 2nd and 3rd round.
You can use that to your advantage, too, to carry some of that momentum as we make those transitions into these different maps. And by the way, everyone, thank you so much for your patience. While we do get ready for World's Edge, I did get word that there is a player on stage that is dealing with a nosebleed. You know, sometimes the excitement, the nerves can get to you.
No shot.
Also, just making sure that there's not a mess here. Everyone's ready to go.
Bro got
on even ground
so
here.
intense.
And when you're sitting on a stage like this, when you're looking at
Got a
this audience,
nosebleed, man.
everyone watching from home, there's over 11,500 people in this arena. It's gotten fuller and fuller as the days have progressed. Look at this. The fans, you could hear them from like a mile away from the arena. The line that I saw snaking to get in here has just been insane. I love the fans. I love the dedication that we've been able to witness in Sapporo.
We at least will get a little sneaky little preview of what legends have been picked from the teams as we wait for that issue to get resolved. And we do see that EXO have picked up the Loba. Now they're landing at Harvester, Vicky. And of course, if we've seen a Loba so far on World's Edge, it's because they are somewhere in the vicinity of a loot vault. So this means, of course, I mean, typically we've seen it more from Landslide, but with Guild over there, not running the Loba, that does mean EXO Clan can use the Loba and grab that black market loot ASAP.
You know, aside from the Loba, though, Genome, another legend we've been seeing a huge uptick on for today has been the Valkyrie. Something that I'm actually really surprised to see, but also at the same time, with that level 3 purple perk, being able to scan those survey beacons to see where a lot of these teams are trying to prioritize their positioning in that next zone, it really helps allow these teams figure out where they want to find an open space, since they have basically the hacks to look at where everybody's already sitting in those buildings.
Yeah, so we saw Fnatic pick that up on E-District. That was the first time they had played Valkyrie in this entire tournament. And the reason we're seeing more teams pick this up is actually quite different to how Valkyrie used to be used. If you've seen it in times past, it was more of a quick rotational tool.
Right.
And then, you know, yeah, once you get your Skyward Dive back, you are going to use it towards the end of the game, but it was more getting there quickly. We're seeing it used differently here at Year 4 Champs. We're seeing teams wait, get that 3rd beacon, grabs the ring console, also grabs some survey beacons, and then because of that perk you mentioned, where you can see everyone, you do need to be purple, you need to be level 3 first, but once you've got that, you get essentially all the information about where teams are below you, and it's a lot easier to slam those end game positions. The last bit, of course, is that you've got 2 support characters on your team, and they'll res you even if you get shot out of the sky.
While we're resolving the nosebleed up on stage, everyone, I want to throw it over to a beautiful content piece while we take a look at this audience, while we take a look at the community, a love letter to Apex.
Oh, that place is packed.
Apex is my community.
It is the best and most competitive battle royale that exists.
Apex といえばドーパミンブシャーみたいな。
I've spent years playing this game and meeting different people. It's just become such a big part of my life.
Community is crazy with Apex. It's the only game that I've ever played where I've felt like I can be involved in something.
Oh, I remember one of my friends hitting me up and being like, you need to download this game. It's amazing.
I'm like, okay, whatever. I couldn't get off. It was one of those situations where I'm contemplating, like, do I call into work tomorrow?
Apex almost feels like it's my life now because I've done so much with content. I've met some of my closest friends through Apex.
I'm autistic, and part of my life I was kind of lonely. I found my community there in Apex Legends, and I made a lot of friends along the way.
音楽を作るのが自分の仕事なんですけど、行き詰まったりこう気分転換をするときに必ず Apex とかやるようにしていて、だから結構音楽を作る上で欠かせないっちゃ欠かせないですね。
Apex has changed my life in so many different ways, from meeting people at LANs to meeting people in communities.
I know that there's a very loud voice on the internet, but there's a lot of people that care and play and love the game, and I know that because I talk to all of them.
もっといろんな人と一緒にパーティー組んだりとかするようになって、だから普段だったら知り合わないような人たちと一緒にこうゲームができるっていうのはめちゃくちゃ Apex のおかげでこう開けたっていうか、はい、それはあります。
I think the positivity comes in a different way. You're never going to see me tweet out, 1,000 times like, oh, this game is great. But what you will see me do is put out 2 episodes a week about Apex Legends for 5 years.
Everything's produced for a reason. Nothing is just randomly added to the game because they wanted to.
They make the game feel a safe space for us to play in.
And it doesn't matter what language you speak, it doesn't matter where you're from, everything is left at the door and everybody's a family as soon as you come through those doors.
I hope the developers see there's a whole stadium full of people.
I feel like we're in a very great time with this game being here. I think this competitive scene has the legs to stand for years and years and years.
Apex Legends has changed my life.
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 Apex Legends have changed my life.
Apex は俺の人生を変えてくれたゲームです。
Crowd shot.
And Apex Legends has changed my life, has changed all of our lives. It's about the community, it's about the friends that you've made along the way as we gather together to get into game number 3. We're ready to go. Let's get started on World's Edge.
All right, we back. World's Edge. Let's get it. Nosebleed stops. You feel me?
We drop in with Guild, winners of Game 2. Just had a chat about their rise throughout Year 4 of ALGS. Losing their IGL MT to Shopify Rebellion, but replacing him with the last LAN winner. It was a straight swap for the 2 teams, but not one you would have expected.
I don't understand why people be switching teams like that.
Downtime. Happy to see Phony find his home. Happy to see him find that success. Already starting off amazing. Taking that dub, game number 2 on Stormpoint, and as you mentioned, Genome, earlier on, it hasn't been significantly dominating. It hasn't been those double-digit KP. As we see where the zone is going to be pulling, as our squads are going to be able to scan that circle beacon at their POI, and Aurora being over by Skyhook East, Weeda Transcend over, going to be able to split loot those buildings. Same thing could be said about Alliance, who actually have that ring console. There's something that Aurora do not have on their side of Skyhook.
No, it's very hard. It's very risky for a Skyhook East team to try and grab that information. Of course, starting over at Skyhook East is, not your favorite place to be, but Aurora, they were first seed going into this, and at the very least, it was Yeah, that was a pick number 41 for them. Having a look at this zone, of course, seems quite
That she's
likely
switching
to go
because
into
of
Skyhook,
team
but
chemistry. Yeah, I don't get it.
A zone such as this go down towards the train station, and we also did see a zone.
I absolutely hate fighting in this area.
If we do have some of those teams, as per
Oh,
usual,
what happened?
Hitting that
Bro,
ring
no, still
console
bleeding.
and going for that third ring scan, Vicky. You know,
All right, while
if
they
we do get
pausing
a
real
crazy
quick,
pull, that's
I'm gonna
where
go
you
get a
get
drink.
the maximum value out of that strategy. As you can see, teams streaming through Landslide and using their ring console on the way to the northern ring.
You can expect that with there being a ring console there, another ring console being by Lava Fisher for the squads that didn't take their time on their rotate from the southern POIs of World's Edge. And if it does end up pulling towards Skyhook, something that we've seen plenty of times in the history of ALGS, we know that this is a POI where a lot of these teams could coexist in these buildings. You could expect an end zone to have a lot of these squads left in the lobby to find some of these buildings, to find some space here in a very chaotic composition where we have double support cycling through that utility. As you mentioned already here with Team Falcons already on their move trying to get over to Skyhook West.
All right, sounds like we've had one player DC from the lobby, so we will be getting them back in. In the meantime, let's just have a quick look at the highlights from Game 2. Of course, we went over to Storm Point for the first time in our Match Point Finals, and Fnatic giving the crowd something to cheer about in Game 1. It was a little tougher for them in Game 2.
I love the energy, though, from the crowd once you saw that first game kind of start things off for Fnatic. Missing out, by the way, on that Arc Star stick.
I mean, yeah, we keep talking about Tridents. They're so important, and that also makes teams taking Tridents away from people also so important. So you will see teams continually. They'll try and work out what those paths are. They'll rat them, and they will wait their Arc Star in hand and say, hey, if we can't draft a Trident, we'll just steal one away from you.
Literally Grand Theft Apex out here. Can't trust nobody. Falcons too. With the way that they were able to try to take some of those fights over by that side by Mill, finding themselves in that next zone, looking for cover that Guild were able to build up for themselves, but it was Guild in the end to take that second game.
Phony been wreaking havoc on the Rampart here, and it's really interesting to see, you know, how you distribute those roles across the team, but I kind of like it, right? Because Jesco and Legacy are honestly just such insanely not aggressive, but like, you know, fearsome, damaging players in their own right, that I don't mind giving the minigun over to Phony, and it kind of makes all three of them then quite significant threats on the battlefield.
They're also very good at taking up space, which is crucial when it comes to showing presence against the other teams that may want to force out your Gibby bubble. That's actually something that we see a lot in these end zones, where if you don't have a Gibby bubble and you're forced to use it very early on because the other squads ended up using their Gibby ult too early, it's kind of the survival between who's gonna slam that Newcastle wall last.
Well, they got head cutouts and everything.
That space rather early. You have the energized wall to help you out if any of these teams try to
Let me stretch while we wait.
You don't have your dome to protect you. Same thing with the mobile shield, and why we've been seeing so many thermites as it explodes and it creates that space behind and pressure behind these enemy squads.
Yeah, one of the other interesting things we saw when we were looking into those nade stats, as you said, you know, Thermite's more explosive than ever, was the switch from Arc Stars being more important to frags being more important over the last, say, 18 months in Apex. And I think part of that were some of the nerfs we saw to Arc Stars. I mean, over the years, I think they've reduced the damage, they've reduced the amount of time it takes once stuck to explode. They've made it more obvious to you and your team when you are stuck so that your team could try and get away from it. And yeah, so it's been interesting seeing how you know, the sort of grenade tier list has changed over the years.
Still feels so good though once you get that stick, feeling yourself just a little bit to find an opening position to fully send it on a squad to ape them. Just take a quick pause and looking at the crowd. BKG having a huge turnout. No surprise, obviously, too, from Fnatic. The Fnatic fans going absolutely wild. EXO always showing up no matter what land, no matter where we go, here in the crowd to show their support.
Yeah, pretty great start from VKG, huh? I mean, they pick out their 18th seed. They're starting at Overlook this time. They did get the ring console there. If it does end up being a Skyhook zone, priority matters less because there are so many buildings available to you. And that means that they hopefully can find their way in. Of course, VKG have been one of the teams pioneering this new form of Valkyrie. It hasn't always been, you know, that kind of pick, as we were mentioning before, but
I wonder what's going on, man. While we
we've
pausing,
seen them, yeah, really find some success. There was,
what they got happening,
another World's
man?
Edge game yesterday where they, you know, they hit the ditch in between Lava Siphon and the North Building, and were able to pick up quite a few placement points from it. I guess the other thing is that, you know, because you can hit that second ring console and get in there a bit later, you know, you are sometimes early on going up against teams with blues who've gone for the hard rotate versus you who have had some time to pick up extra Evo hards and then get in there on the purples or the reds.
It's why it's so important to look at where these ring consoles are spawning for within these POIs. Once we swap over to these maps, which teams will be able to have that advantage as we take a look at the journey from Guild and how they even got here to the finals. We highlighted them before. This is the team that took game number 2 on Stormpoint with 7 KP. You mentioned, Gino,
that's the highlight.
being able to have the integration of Phony after winning when he was part of Space Station on our previous LAN for Split 2 in Germany. Now looking at a different spot, a completely different look, and the way that they've been able to try to cycle through the way they want to approach comms as well.
Yeah, I mean, Guild have managed to pick up some wins on World's Edge so far. It's only the one, and they've got one on E-District as well. But honestly, at this point, it's actually less about the wins, and it's more about getting to that 50 points first, right? You can worry about grabbing that dub and lifting the trophy a little later. And look, honestly, 2 games in, it's been, I want to say, like one of the more even, one of the slowest starts to a series. And that, of course, does lend itself to being a longer match point series overall. We haven't seen anyone really take over both games and jump that far ahead of the pack.
I ain't complaining. Again, I'm always in it for the long run when it comes to our match point finals. And when we highlight Guild, this is a team that ended in that winner's top bracket in 3rd place. Really showing up, but right behind Enter Force 36. We saw what Aurora did too in that lobby. It was actually insane, like what, 96 or so points?
It was solid. I actually went through and had a look at winners brackets over previous LANs, and it wasn't the best, but it was
what are they chanting?
An above average performance in terms of points per game. I think it was something like
because I can't hear a damn
points
thing.
per game on average for Aurora. The best to ever do it in that situation was actually Fnatic, who hitting like a 14 plus in the winners bracket at one point. And obviously it was you know, a slightly different route for them into this one, but because of their great group stage performance, and the same kind of goes for Falcons, right? Where they picked up Falcons 11th and Fnatic the 13th seed coming in. And it almost meant for those teams, it didn't matter too much where they ended up in that top 10 in the elimination round 2. They just needed to get through because they already had that big piggy bank of points that they smashed the other teams with in the group stage. It's one of the good changes I think we've had in the rule sets this year with the introduction of the POI draft was, you know, group stage now matters because those points do go towards your POI drafting for the rest of the LAN.
So many changes we've seen within the history of ALGS. Between the POI drafts, seeing our teams choose where they want to go here too.
I like that there's smiles coming out of the Falcons there.
That's good news. That's a good sign.
It is.
That's a good sign.
We all know. We all know they. You know, it can be a bad game into the
somebody
crash
got disconnected.
Or it can be
is that what they said?
dominating game into domination of the lobby.
Said crash out. I was gonna say that's sometimes what we see from teams that end up getting a little too quiet on their comms.
It started and paused again.
All right. So while everybody's waiting, thank you again so much for your patience. There is going to be a lobby restart. There have been no kills. So once we get that done and settled, we're gonna be able to reload into our next game. While we wait, why don't we take a look at the upcoming season 24 to see what's in store for us.
Boom. Yeah.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a
Big step up, underground ripper. Get the most, not the lesser. Ripper. That shit's so hard.
to the money like it's urgent. Hands on God, so I'm in it like a surgeon. Only thing I'm breaking is a bag with a boom. Yeah, baby, go bring out the goodies. Studied it inside the hoodie. Now we turning up to boogie. It's cool, I used to fight the bullies. Now I'm fighting in the dark. Guess some things don't leave me fully. They try and push me, then they try and pull me. Better when I budge. If you got it, then just come and push it. What you think this is? We ain't worried about it. Watch this girl know what they ask me how you be like this. What you think this is? We ain't worried about it. Watch this girl know what they ask me how you be like this. How you live like this? How you live like this? How you live like this?
It's people dressed up as their favorite characters. People on live. That's just so fire.
Getting goosebumps. That video really showcases what Apex Legends is all about. Just as this crowd with their chants.
Is it about dancing? Because you were dancing a lot.
I was
during
dancing.
that.
Oh man, it's crazy. It's been a fantastic time thus far, hearing the chants as well. But I'm also getting word that we have our Apexies, our end of the year, year 4 championship award ceremony. Why don't we check that out?
Oh shit. I didn't even know they had that.
Welcome back to the Apexies.
The Apexies.
With your hosts, Wink and Reindeer.
Thank you, and welcome back to the Apex, the biggest night of the ALGS calendar.
It is so big, in fact, I'm surprised you haven't already leaked it, Wig.
But jokes aside, though, Rain, we are almost here for our last award of the night.
That's right.
The best roster of the year.
And we do want to apologize for the previous language on the most recent award that was accepted.
Thank you. But what are you clapping about? I win an award and you're clapping? Are you uncomfortable? Get comfortable being uncomfortable.
I'm weak.
Yeah, sponsor's not going to be happy about that one, unfortunately.
When's TSM playing?
It's literally an award show. They're sitting right there. They're not going to be playing.
Get the gameplay.
Really? All right, Mr. Nice Guy, seriously?
Just breathe.
At my award show,
Just
can you
breathe.
believe this guy?
Okay. In the ALGS, winning is everything. Here are the nominees for the best celebration of the year.
Your nominees for Best Celebration are Jen Burton, Fury,
I'm weak.
Imperial House,
and the winner is Jen Burton.
Hell yeah! Oh, that was a tough watch. We should just keep it moving.
Your nominees for Cleanest Comms
Because
are
why isn't it
Monsoon's
complexity with
Kissing.
Monsoon standing on that desk?
Neski,
It's a body! It's a body! Triple verdict! Triple verdict!
Zero,
Sucks!
And the winner for cleanest comms is Zero.
I'm dying.
It's a maybe you stay there. It's a new mic, so you can just, let's keep it
just-
away from this thing. To win the strongest player award, you gotta be dedicated. you gotta be motivated. And most importantly, Rain, you gotta be strong, baby.
That's why there's only one player in this room who could have won this award. The winner is F-John.
Yeah! Mic check. What a night it's been, Rain. But it's time to slow down.
That's my boy,
switch
Blue
gears,
Lock.
and pay respect to those who we've lost.
The knockdown ship.
This is it. The moment we've all been waiting for, the apexy that everyone is coveting.
Best roster of the year, Rain. The reason we're all here tonight, to celebrate the team that stuck through thick and thin, defied all odds. And the winner of this apexy will be Split 2 winners, SSG.
So they broke up.
Yeah, I think you're right. They did.
Yeah, they
so,
broke up. All right.
So,
Sorry.
Guild, Timmy, and Waltzy for Moist. They're the winners.
They broke up too.
They did.
It's okay.
Yeah, they did break.
It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, FaZe?
Yeah, they broke up too.
Oh, that's 3 now. No, I think I could work with this. I know 2 people. 2 handsome, talented, dedicated, motivated, single individuals that have put their life on the line for Apex Legends. And the winner, the best roster of the year, is Wigging Greek. Come on now. You know what it is. Come on. Hey, don't forget the name. 0 land wins, but we still here, baby. Unstoppable, baby. Unstoppable. Call him. You know what it is.
Wig, what are you doing?
What do you mean, what am I doing? What are you talking about? We get hired, we make a fake award show, so we can finally get what we deserve. Me and Greek, best roster of the year. We're finally winning what we deserve. Rain, come on, man.
Okay, I see what's going on here, and I don't think you need me. Okay, so good luck, have fun. Bye.
あいつのことは忘れなよ。あいつは俺たちのビジョン何も分かってない。We're gonna be stars.
Yeah.
These keep getting better and better. Shout out to FGem, by the way, my MVP.
Are they filming these like while they're out here?
Goodness, the Apexies.
I'm kind of hoping whoever wins, FGen just kind of like runs on stage, pushes him out of the way, grabs the MVP trophy.
And then has to flex real quick at the same time while holding the trophy. All right. Well, we have the fans literally pressing against the wall right in front of us, by the way. I'm getting word that finally we are getting into the game. We are loading up into World's Edge.
Let's get it.
The EXO fans always do this, Gino. They always ring loud in our ears.
I can hear him. I can hear him loud and clear. I don't know if you guys can on the crowd mics as well. Oh, man, everyone's bringing their A game for their signs today as well. Unlucky effects. Lots of love for Alliance, as there should be. 4th place at the moment. Some of the best Apex and fans in the audience. EXO, of course, also always showing up in the crowd. We love to see them, and they love to see their guys in the finals again and again. I mean, it's been, I think, 4 in a row now, actually, finals appearances for EXO.
Can I just say, Monsoon in the camera that we just saw right now, listening to the comms, that was such a throwback in the Apexies. I'd completely forgotten about that, but he hasn't changed. That's the thing. Like, Monsoon is still Monsoon. Amazing personality from every member of that team. They're ready to go. The audience is ready. I'm ready.
Oh, they are so loud.
Load in.
Ratty is ready.
Oh my God.
Ratty is ready. I like that. Back to back.
One of the fun things, of course, about having a lobby reset, Vicky, is we're going to get a different zone.
That is true, actually.
And I mean, we're going to talk about, I mean, how is that going to affect the players' mentals as well, right? Like, I mean, you get delivered you know, a skyhook zone, and then all of a sudden you're going to go to the other side of the map. Who knows? It's been it was a great couple of days to start with for Fnatic, and then they did it hard getting through the Elim brackets. But look, now they're here in the finals. They've had 17 points to their name already, and honestly, they've come up with a lot of very.
Did they turn the overlay on yet? No.
Every time we see them in a 3v3 and they pop off, the stadium almost pops its roof off.
It's literally like an eruption. You know it's Fnatic. Like if you take a quick break to go to the bathroom for whatever reason, and then the floor just starts shaking, just best believe it's because
Are they
Fnatic
getting
is
hacked
on the
again or
screen
something?
popping off.
I wonder if that's
What
what's
I heard
happening.
for game number 1, when they came in second place, getting what, like 8 KP to their name. Great start here for Fnatic. They were
Somebody
also the
messing with
first
they
team to take
servers.
a dub to start off our championship weekend. Seeing some of the highlights that really showcase their moments. Also, one of the only other squads aside from Aurora that have been trying to get this Mirage to work. It's been interesting to see how some of these teams have been able to shoe in that Mirage after the changes we saw going into the season.
It's interesting because we, you know, were theory crafting it as a very strong end game legend, but I think from the stats I saw, Fnatic were actually doing better in the end games with the Rampart. Either way, it is fun to see them bring it out. They've been doing an awesome job at finding their way through the backs of zones, playing pretty late on the rotate there, and sitting at Thermal Station here on World's Edge. We can expect something similar from Yuka and co.
They ain't gonna have no voice tomorrow.
Another home crowd favorite. Insane what they did in the winners bracket final. I think they were probably, you know, one of, if not the most surprising team we saw here. Coming off a disappointing end to the last LAN, where they copped a lot of flack. They've said, well, we need to give them something else to remember us by, and there was a performance to remember in that winners bracket. I mean, especially that one game where, what was it, like 20 kills? I don't know. It was something nuts. They just won 3v3 after 3v3. Clean wins.
21 kills.
Cemented themselves from almost out of nowhere as
I'll
one of the
never
best fighting
forget.
teams that we've got in our
Dropped a 21 piece.
Every squad in the lobby, when you're in the winner side of the bracket at champs, this is not something I had in my bingo card when I was looking at Enter Force 36. Like you said, you know, having to give people something else to talk about for this team.
Well, they've been consistent in the past, right? But not necessarily in the way you would like to be. They've made it into
I'm getting
finals
cold.
lobbies, but they went 18th, 20th, and 18th. So they've barely made a dent when it comes to Championship Sunday. But with the way they were playing in the winners bracket, now it's not the same, but it's similar to the lobby that we've got on our hands here. I'm expecting a much different result. It's not going to be that hard for them to beat their previous high of 18th, and I'm expecting them to do it here today.
Also opting to go to Climatizer on World's Edge. A lot of loot here, a lot of split looting. Also the way that they're going to be able to try to rotate from that northern side of World's Edge specifically for this game 3. Not going to be much longer now, everyone. Thank you again for your patience, but looking at our legends ready to go. Laughing a little bit, looking at the chat from the players. A little colds, by the way. That's what the players are talking about. You gotta get those
-2
hand
degrees
warmers.
right now, mate.
I mean, it's cold, but even in an arena
Aight.
full of people, you still feel the chill. And you have to keep your hands cold. Once you take a little bit of a break, you come back, you're ready to go.
It's a long break they had.
I mean, I'm certainly looking forward to the Snow Festival coming up in Sapporo. And as just a sort of a little taste of what's going on there and around the, I was about to say like the birthplace of snow, but that's probably not geographically accurate.
Made a lifeline.
I don't think I've got the data to make that assumption. But here is some of the cool ice sculptures that we've got just outside the arena. Nice little time lapse here. If you are in and around the stadium,
Who's that, Vouch?
you can go out and check those
That is so cool.
That's crazy.
Like, what the detail to this is actually insane, especially with the banner behind them. It's like when you are the champions with the ice sculptures right in front, taking their positioning. It's been an amazing time in Sapporo. Even better time to see it snow as somebody from the tropics. Not used to it, but it's been beautiful.
No, I walk outside and I'm just, I believe in magic, Vicky.
In an instant,
Never seen something so beautiful in my whole life.
The white blanket of snow covering the grounds.
That light crunch when you step across it.
It just makes me feel like it's Christmas all over again.
Ah, well, see here. Here we can give you some Southern Hemisphere info, Vicky. We have hot Christmases in Australia. Don't know if you realize that, but...
You know, that makes sense, but I kind of understand too, because also where I'm from also gets pretty warm up there for our Christmas, as we can take a look at the mascot, Dalakun. Mascot for the arena, by the way.
All right,
Oh my God,
I'm ready
I'm
for the
surprised
next
that
match,
guy didn't,
bro.
like, you know, get, like, pounded into the ground after he got the high five there.
How
From
big is
we on
Wiggins?
match
big
3 out of
hands.
6?
Trying to throw these hands with the way the competition's been shaping out.
That guy doesn't need a baseball mitt, that's for sure.
Now watch out with the beat too, may poke out your eye.
Just catches the ball.
Come on, man.
Crushes it in his hand.
Reminds me of what Waltzy would do if he was the one with the ball instead.
Someone
Seeing
throw me a
everybody-
baseball right now.
No, don't, because
Okay, all right.
with my luck, it's gonna end up hitting me, and I don't have the proper hand-eye coordination to retaliate, so let's not.
I got it. I'm ready.
You're ready. That's because you're so used to it. Even though it's a little deceiving right now, it could seem like maybe Tall Genome and Vicky are like right there aligned. Unfortunately not. I am on top of an Apple box. I've been able to get strapped down on the box so that way I don't fall off. Otherwise, then it'd look like this.
You know what we need?
Oh, she was dead ass. I thought she was.
Oh no, they know the truth.
I
They know
thought she
the
was
truth.
kidding.
You
know-
can't
you know what I was
deceive
thinking?
them.
You know, like on a spaceship where they have those like magnetic boots, so you can like walk on the outside of the spaceship and
Oh.
not fly away. We need those for you, and then you can sit on the Apple box and you won't
Actually
fall
be
off.
afraid, actually, because
Yeah.
there's been a few scares when it comes to us setting up for everything. But this is taking a little slightly longer than we were expecting, everyone. Don't go anywhere. We're going to hop over to a break, and hopefully we'll have everything sorted when we come back.
Another break. You're doing us dirty right now.
It's time.
This is where it ends. I love a dying world. Everyone deserves a chance to rise.
The truth will be known to all.
Bigger the sword, greater the ruin. Tragedy. It brings out the real character.
71 items off of the drops. That's kind of crazy. He is not playing.
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
This down a little bit for me.
Welcome back, everyone. The crowd is ready to go. And what I love to see that's been integrated into this lovely few days of champs has been the cool stats that we've been provided, thanks to Hugo. Shout out to Hugo, working extra hard in the back.
Big fan of Hugo.
Oh, shit.
It's been plugging away at Apex status for quite some time. Just started off as a way to say, are the Apex servers down? And then evolved into so much more, and now becoming an integral part of the back end that shows us all these wonderful stats and helps us keep on track of who's performing. And it looks like Phony is so far this tournament. Of course,
A
Gil
ratio of
threw scot-free
2.1.
into the winners bracket. Obviously, partly in give some of that credit to Phony there. Legacy, yeah, look, Guild, that was one of the stats that stood out to me was them as a team. But yeah, incredible to see that Legacy is trading with that much efficiency. 14k more damage he has dealt out than he has taken. That's what the damage differential is there.
Damn.
That's also insane that Phony is IGLing and also has currently the most kills.
I was going to say, it really highlights, too, how aggressive that he could play while also allowing his team by giving them guidance and direction on where they need to take up space, how to position, but also with the way that we've been seeing this weapon meta shape up, Gino, with the amount of G7s that I hear now in my sleep, the built-in perk that's attached to
He
that
says she hearing
G7, that
G7s in
per
her
damage,
sleep,
you
man.
get that ult charge back. Not too surprised to see a lot of that poking damage being put on.
Okay, moving now into complexity. Monsoon has the most damage. Mr. Charge Rifle himself.
Yep.
Almost 38k.
I don't know. Is he trying to say he really needs to go to the bathroom?
I was about to say, I'm
He's
not
about
sure
to pee on myself.
Light show.
Sorry, Mon.
He's ended the runs of 9 players with the Charge Rifle.
At least you'll have to look at lava on World's Edge, not so much water on Stormpoint. As Monsoon is also our Bocek kill leader. 2 fall into his arrows, okay.
His hair also styled quite wonderfully today. I thought I'd just point that out.
You have to let him know that, Gino.
Does it say glorious on his shoulder there? Is that what, yeah, I think yeah, I think that's referring to his hair. Not to that expression that he's making right
I'm not gonna lie, between
Interesting
Monsoon
gesture.
and
Yeah.
G, like the way that those two interact with one another is just on another level.
It's so awesome. And for anyone trying to say that Falcons is an NA team, by the way, do you see that koala? See that koala on the front of the stage there, Vicky? It says Australia on it. Just in case.
I was honestly, you know, I
they
understood what you meant,
Australian?
but I couldn't find the koala.
They play
How
for
many Australian
Australia.
people you see there in the box? Count them. Count them for me. No, 3. The
Okay,
coach.
yeah. Okay, yes, 3.
He said the
3.
coach.
I love how you have to isolate Hal over to the side. As we take a look at more stats here, Zero has dropped 287 Gibby bubbles in Sapporo.
Yeah, it was interesting watching this team go through the process of deciding on what their team composition should be coming into Sapporo, right? They actually went through quite a lot of iterations. Zero was saying that he would... I guess this was before Rampart came into it, and they were saying, you know, it's easier to tell someone else what to do with Gibby, but unfortunately, the margin of error and the speed with which you really need to lay down those Gibby bubbles, you need to have like complete trust in the other person. And it's just very hard to do sometimes with the way that the Falcons play, because you know, Zero is the one dictating the flow, and like dictate I think is the right word there, because he runs that team like a bit of a dictator, right? It's very different to some other dynamics we see, like say Shopify Rebellion, where you'll have Zainu on the Gibraltar, and it's a more collaborative effort.
That's worked into the way that they've tried to establish their own pacing within the comms and the way that they approach macro into the game. As we take a look, the Falcons fans here in the crowd.
Yeah, gosh, if you're
privacy being right there.
You're talking about stats. There's the man with all of them. Falcons have repeatedly talked about how much of a great impact he's had on their team, especially back in the days of contests. There were some pretty insane stats he was pulling out, you know, down to the level of a weapon is more likely to spawn on this tile
what do people
or in
get
this
from
bin,
hacking
and
them
therefore
though,
that's
you know?
where we need to land to get
Just
the
to say
better
that I'm the
of
one
other
that
teams. Now that
caused
we're into the POI
this
draft
major
part of
delay.
the ALGS history, not so much of an issue anymore.
A nice flyby with the EXO flag. Fnatic fans still lighting up the crowd here. Alliance showing up, a team that I'm just waiting for them to take an ALGS LAN right now, because this squad has just been so consistent. You talk about IGLs, figuring out how you want to find your positioning. Hockey's being one of those players, being that IGL for Alliance to be the foundation for that squad.
Yeah, he's also got the most kills so far, I believe, on this team this LAN, which is pretty insane. You're on Unlucky and an Effects team, and you're telling me you've got more kills. I mean, yeah, that is an insane effort from the IGL, and yeah, he's just been incredibly consistent, right? I mean, at one time they were called, you know, group stage merchants, but I'm having a look back through their LAN performances: 5th, 9th, 19th, 14th, 1st at EWC earlier this year, and then 3rd at the most recent in Mannheim. That's an impressive record. They have rarely failed to show up.
It's just a matter of time. That's why I was saying, you know, waiting to see what this squad could do. But in a lobby like this, in a meta like this, it's been so unpredictable. Honestly, Gino, this has been the first time that I've been able to sit up here for championship final where it is not a clear determining factor to see which of these teams could take it. I was stuck on like 3-4 different squads. It's just so stacked to see which of these teams could be the one clutching it out.
Gotta love that sleeve that Kimchi's rocking there. Looks like he's almost bursting out of it, honestly. I wonder if he had to order like a
in the middle right
especially,
there.
you know, large size, or there's a point where you just like burst it one day because you're just like too swole.
It's a good thing Waltzy plays on controller. To make like
do you reckon they rate them for that? Like, you know, the amount of grip that Waltzy is able to exert on the controller. Like, is there anyone who's actually in these factories who is, you know, are they able to test
a grip
with
tester.
that man's strength? I doubt it. I doubt it.
Withstand the pressure. Maybe. Especially when you're dipping, dodging around, like you getting shot at from a distance, where sometimes you just have to grip the controller.
So you think they got a grip tester in there?
Maybe that's his career after being a pro player.
Controller tester.
Controller strength tester. Just walks in every day. Just like.
How many controllers will it take before you find out it's strong enough to withstand?
In 15 years' time, when we're here casting the 2040 ALGS LAN Championship, the players will be playing with titanium controllers, and you'll know why. It'll be all Waltzy's fault. Are there any other players you'd like to speculate on their careers after ALGS, Vicky?
F-Chan and how much he could start flexing.
Okay.
Maybe the trophies, or
he'll be the sleeve model. He'll be the guy who models the sleeves with those biceps.
All right, everybody.
Cool.
This is no joke. I won't get
Are
you
you serious this
The
time?
crowd is excited as we get ready for game number 3. who will be the champion?
Is she serious this time? Because she said that a few times.
ALGS.
She said that a few times.
Finally getting our sneak peek of Worlds.
I wish they had the overlay though.
Thank you for your patience.
I wanna see the points. Like I like actively looking at the points.
And our legends are ready to go. The players are vying to jump into these games. I know Monsoon was a little sitting on the edge of his seat. Hopefully he could hold it in.
Hopefully.
Yeah, he'll have to. No other choice.
All right.
And we back.
We're in. We're underway. Exo Clan. Ooh, interesting. Remember we were talking about the Loba and potentially looting the tunnel. They're not going to be doing that, by the way. First
Nemesis
Black Market
PK.
goes down. It's perfectly on top of Harvester. They're just using it purely for fast rotating purposes. Perhaps there's an option if it's a more northern zone. Maybe they save it. Maybe they use the second Black Market on the way, rotating through the landslide tunnel. Guess there's some potential for that. But remember, the original zone
they got
was
an enemy
going
team at
most likely Skyhook.
Tree.
Of course, full lobby reset.
Why are they
That
using
means
bubble already?
The zone
though?
resets. And we pop another one out. This time, it'll be going south
at the tree,
towards
knocked him.
Harvester. Maybe even
Fnatic over by Thermal.
Thermal Station.
Complexity
We
pulling
have
up
seen some
behind
pingings
EXO.
around the train station down near Thermal Station. I'm sure you're all
Virtus
familiar
Pro
with
going
it,
over
having
to the
played
tree as well.
Winter Express recently. Actually, no. Does that go to the Thermal Station? It's more up the northern side of the map, isn't it?
I was going to say, it's always by a fragment. Old Cap. Back at home. When I get to enjoy that limited time event, which gets me excited. As Envy getting shot at from a distance though, making their way through Epi. I believe it's Shopify Rebellion who are taking shots at them. And as we had mentioned, Enter Force 36 that had chosen their POI over by Climatizer. They'll have access to a ring console. They will hear those shots, but neither team are trying to fully engage. Shopify are gonna be able to take this jump tower and start planning out their pathing, seeing where they want to try to take these fights. Because if they do want to go over to the north side, where we saw Enter Force 36, there is a ring console over there by Climatizer.
Yeah, I mean, they would have scanned theirs at Survey Camp, but there is an Evo Harvester to the north of Climatizer, so I think that's where Shopify Rebellion are going to go.
Uh-oh, Virtus Pro lost one to TSM.
TSM early on, and that's a shame, because Virtus Pro could have been holding on to the southern side of this ring firmly.
That was a TSM who land over by launch site, who have a ring console, and we're now able to not only rotate to the edge of that next zone, but also get that KP
Gil
off
getting
of
kind
Virtus
of
Pro.
fucked by Falcon right here.
See what VP could do. Oh, fighting has not stopped here now, over by Guilds.
They just won the last game.
In trouble early on. So many teams finding a lot of action in this congestion to the southwest of Harvester. Sweet gets the better of Zero. As we said,
LG came with the third party.
This isn't a straight up fight.
LG's pushing that. LG's pushing that.
Spot. And in the distance, complexity are around here too. So Falcon's backing away after being able to get that res. And yes, like you mentioned, no bubble here, but the Sheila's also on the other side. The bombardment forces out LG to use their bubble here, dropping down from the high ground. They were able to get the knock though.
And they didn't even.
Again. Yeah, they're taking huge damage.
Look at another knock.
Zero, without the bubble, could not save himself from that. Luckily, Hal's still up, and they do get back in. The support perk making these...
Dang. That pissed me off.
Passive, I suppose.
Knocked him twice, but couldn't get the kill.
So much more possible than they used to be.
Forcing out the bubble again from Zero.
And he's so split.
Yeah, and because of that bombardment kind of cutting them off, but at least they were able to back away. But you saw that pressure. You saw the aggression from LG over by that no-name
Fnatic versus TSM real quick.
Eat out these names over to TSM, who have found themselves up on the second floor. They're trying to engage on this fight. Huge getting that crack. Send another one.
Holy, Verhos is one.
Before they get the amped cover up, and that means they do get the crack. You can see Verhos with only a Scarab
Jesus. I gotta take advantage of that. Take advantage of that.
They have left TSM stuck in a corner. Verhos one shot here. He's able to pop the battery.
He popped the battery though. They waited too long.
Oh! But the Sheila from Verhos gets the knock. And Fnatic also getting pinged by another team in the distance. They do not succeed on taking this fight.
Why'd they wait so long?
patient, but not
Nah, he
patient
just fucked them.
enough. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion, remember they were going for that Evo Harvester up north. Now in a
Oof.
1v2, 2 shots left.
Did it to him. Aurora's out.
Clutches up.
And the pop-up from Zainu in the cams is what I like to see. They
My boy.
clutch it out. They take care of Aurora, and now they're going to be able to get the rest. They lost out on MT.
Now that was crazy.
Did he hit 2 in 1 shot?
Looked like it was a clap.
I mean, the Mastiff spread is quite horizontal. If both of them peek him at the same time there, I think that's the only way he could have won it. Nah.
Back to back off of that bullet spread.
Oh, that was
And then
crazy.
we
I
know
want to
that
see
they
another
have
highlight
beacon
of
right
that.
there too, so they'll be able to get their third right back in.
Fnatic
Extra
and
for
TSM
36.
fight. That was.
Off their rotate after scanning.
They
the
just
ring
hesitated
console
just a
over by
little too
Survey Camp,
long.
now
Let him
making
hit
their
that
way
battery.
Towards Grandma's house. Fury, a
They
team
shoulda
that
got
will
up
be
in
taking their
there.
time to also rotate from Skyhook. They also wanted to get that ring console over there, so they'll have that information as they also be going through that tunnel side of Skyhook.
Especially when they trapped him in that corner.
A next zone now coming up.
Fnatic
As we
gone,
saw with
Aurora
TSM, some
gone.
teams are opting, calling this potentially towards
Alright,
the
we
thermal
got
side of things.
so Guild's in first with
They're not right.
25.
It's going to be
DK Gaming
Harvester.
with 24 and
Gaming
Complexity in
Gladiators
third
in
with
Team
23.
Burger set up early.
Falcon has 9 points.
Knocked him down to the south.
Let's
Actually,
see, who
may
else
have
we-
a good spot. They're sitting, I believe, in the train cars on top of the highway.
LG with 10.
They'll be able to spot out these teams.
Team
rotating in the
Liquid with
south,
only
Tree
2
maybe with
points.
BK Gaming over there.
E36 with only
Meanwhile,
6
Shopify,
points.
Very long
TSM
way
with 10.
to make it towards Harvester, and they're also going to have to go through some gnarly chokes.
I think this might be a
Only
big game
only
for
that free
TSM
choke
though.
would be coming out of
They might
Monument
jump up in
side
some ranks.
towards the south side. That would lead you into Harvester. We know that there's that snake building that some teams could try to coexist in over by Harvester. Looking at Liquid Alienware though, only 2 games down, and they've only been able to accrue 2 points in total. You could see them trying to take some shots with the longbow. I think safely, they were looking at VP originally, who were able to get the reset, by the way, by Tree, and could also hold on to that ring console there to deny that opportunity from other teams.
They get the reset, but they lose all of their priority, Vicky. I mean, you know, they're landing VP at Lava Siphon, one of the closest zones in here for them, and yet they're going to be
No
one of the
side,
last
though.
teams. Into
Why he just
Circle
wasted that?
3.
He wasted that wall just to get up there. Just to jump
You're
right
one
back
of the
down.
teams running that Valkyrie. Sticking to this too pretty consistently.
They've been rocking it for a little while.
Alliance with
you know,
red
as we
shields
said, teams
already.
like Fnatic trying it out for the first time here today. But Furia have got their reps in on it.
Confident with the fact that they have a survey beacon right there, right next to staging, while overlooking the teams that may be crossing their path on their rotate. They noted already how many squads were closer to those tracks by staging. We had seen LG in that building originally too. Saw that initial fight with Falcons and Guild. Alliance had moved up to that spot instead now, with a lot of teams really securing their spot in the middle part of Harvester, where there's also a ring console, by the way.
Yeah, it looks like BK Gaming are playing for that one. They might be just, if they haven't hit this survey beacon already, they'll grab that and then take the skyward dive in. It looks like Go Next may have had a similar plan, but Jiran is not going to be able to do that with BK Gaming. Trying to scare them away. You can see though, it's a 2v3 firefight right now.
Because they didn't have that ring console because they're running the Valkyrie, they get to scan that survey beacon instead to see where everybody is on the map. BKG were able to successfully hold off Go Next, forcing them to go through that bunker tunnel on the outskirts of Lava Siphon. And once they pop out though, they'll be in that next zone, maybe trying to see if they can try to take a different angle onto BKG. Well, Shopify Rebellion, this is that snake building that I had mentioned before. There was no other team
There ain't
on
been
the
too much action
northeastern
after the
side
first
of
2 fights.
Harvester. So they actually get to walk in
Just
this
chilling.
for free.
That's crazy. I mean, yeah, I said how hard this rotate was going to be. And it's like a walk in the park for Shopify. Not only that, I think they're actually going to be able to walk in and bubble the ring console. They're about to get a next zone scan. This is insane. They'll be able to switch over to the snake. It looks like Gaming Gladiators. Oh, actually, I don't know. They're kind of playing up the top. Depending what Shopify
This is at
as they move
Harvester.
forward,
Yeah.
they might be able to play
I don't like this.
the position underneath.
This
They
ending.
might be able to play the position on top of that wing of Harvester, but it does look like they're going into the snake. I like this. I think this is the safe play.
Yeah, if you want to rotate up on the top of the high ground by that hilltop, once you exit out of that vault tunnel,
that's crazy.
Yeah, I like
very
that.
early on could sometimes be a little scary because you're going to be in the line of sight of a lot of squads. And if it pulls away from you, it's just going to be easy pickings. You see teams now taking to the skies as Alliance are on top.
That's like one of my favorite spots right
house,
there.
looking at the squads in the distance.
If you can hold that down
I'm
by
mentioning
yourself, though.
is where that squad is situated, right in front of Alliance.
Yep.
See the charge rifle still
Really
lighting
about
up the
to
feed
die.
from drops. Morse teams now trying to find their spot, but effect.
Oh.
He was so fixated on the
Gil
teams
knocked
landing
him.
in front of him. He's got to worry. To the squads looking at him to his side, it was Legacy that was able to get that knock, but Guild are not going to push on that. They're just building up their Evo
Gil
shields.
chilling.
They're going to sit pretty underneath that tunnel.
And Alliance are a little bit worried about a team like Furia who could, reset that skyward dive and then,
Team
potentially
Liquid taking out
Valve
TSM.
on top of them. 2 TSM members? No, only 2 being knocked. I'd say Zap is gone
Oh,
for
why
good,
did you do
but
that?
We all know that resets are very, very possible in this day and age. Vertals
Damn.
can't get the punch in, and in doing so, almost goes down himself.
This is going to be hard. I mean, he has one wall that he could just set up right there in front of those boxes if he could manage to get that Moby, but then good luck trying to get that res. TSM.
Yeah, that's not
even
happening,
pressured.
buddy.
Envy within the
Falcon versus
vicinity.
Complexity.
The squad's looking at them. Falcons, full red Evo shields, by the way.
They
were
stay
able to
with
get a
red
mythic
Evos.
bin, as you could see from their weapon loadout. It's all gold gun. Looking ahead by the choke.
Yeah, coming up from Lava Fissure, the Falcons, you got to remember they only had the 11th seed in this draft, certainly lower than what they were expecting. When I talked to some of the coaches about what they would hope for in terms of the POI draft, most of them were
Is
saying
there someone back there on
need
the
to be top 5, probably at the
on the
worst,
rock
say top
behind them?
7, in order to,
They're
to
just
get those
chilling.
good POIs.
Yeah,
or just
what a
have
good spot. How
good
do you know
way
he's
to
right
get through
there?
this and grab tridents? But for Falcons, they have to take a different route now.
Complexity, we're trying to get sneaky by the crevice of the rock right next to Falcons, and Falcons saw them send out a thermite in their direction. That's going to let Complexity
I don't know
know
about this
that
spot.
it's time
I
to
don't know
set
about
up
this
shop
one, yo.
with these walls. Getting the pressure too with the Sheila.
You can see how
I don't
practice
know
teams
about that
are
one,
at this
gang.
now, right? The bubble goes down instantly. Castle wall, 2, maybe even 3 amped covers from the rampart come down, and their whole fortress is up in just a few seconds.
Same thing with the answer to the bombardment, right? You use the bombardment second so that way you could force out the enemy bubble in this case. No team wanted to extend yet, but since the bubble has been used from Complexity, they won't have that bubble to create space if they want to find an engagement versus Falcons. And since they were able to ping them from afar, they also now have information that they have full reds. Fighting to
Okay,
continue
Team
on with
Burger.
VKG, losing out on the Newcastle here.
Ooh,
But
VKG
right
with 2
behind them,
knocks.
still feeling the pressure. Dropped has just been
Yeah,
terrorizing
they are
with the
gone.
charge rifle. VKG get eliminated. It is Burger with the plethora of death boxes to their feet to work with for extra loot.
Yeah, and they're pretty close to the zone, which
Okay,
has done
Verho's
yet
still
another
alive.
switchback, by the way. So
He holding it down.
Shopify maybe
Falcon
not
is
sitting as
definitely
pretty
trying to
as
get it
we
in
thought.
with
Falcons move
Complexity, though, huh?
further. We saw that when that
Oh,
last
Complexity
bubble went
could
down,
really
Complexity
fuck up their whole day right
were
here.
in a spot of trouble. Now Waltzy finally will pull the Sheila out.
House down, house down.
Falcons used their gimme bubble earlier on. They lose out on House.
Rampart's
and
down.
Waltzy gets deleted. It's only 0 alive. Falcon trying to take this fight, but also right behind them is Guild. Well, they're trying
Zero
to see
dies
if they can
here.
manage to back away, try to reset. They put down the bubble here. He tries to get the
No,
res.
that's not
Complexity
happening,
are just
buddy.
gonna
That's
fully
not
send it
happening.
to A
Falcon is
and
out of
delete
there.
Falcons from the
This shit
lobby.
Complexity.
Now get to reset, and Guild didn't even try to extend on the potential third
Looks
party
like
there.
they hold day. Exo Clan out.
A team on either
Looks like
side.
VP
It's
about to die to
really a
the
recipe that works well
storm.
for the one in the middle. Team Burger They make their way to the
Virtus
high
Pro
ground, but it's
survived
not
that
for
somehow.
long. Virtus Pro steal it off them. And as we see here, the zone went first north with that scan that Shopify got.
That- why would you-
now switch back down south, and Liquid Alien.
Why did he run in there?
Actually, the closest sitting south.
And they
was
about
so
to win
good
the
from
fight. LG.
Envy had given up that high ground spot too, and LG just were able to wait for Envy. They had nowhere else to go. Now forced to play this out as a solo. Noct and Verhulst are across from one another right now. Both teams on
that
their
was just him
last
thirsting
legs
them.
within this game. Verhulst also the solo for TSM.
Still around. Complexity.
Lexi got a decent spot.
Taking the lead after that fight win over Falcons. Now
Somebody
on
finally
27
found Verhulst and they
Solo
eliminated
taken
him.
out from Nizul. As Liquid had called out the zone, by the way, they also stationed themselves next to two Mobies as some extra makeshift cover. They're the only team, by the way, aside from Alliance, who are
Envy's
still
eliminated
Harvester
now. They
in that
finally
next
found the
zone.
last one there. Ooh.
Alliance stuck up the top here. One of the only teams
Beautiful.
still playing Catalyst in this finals lobby.
Go next with a decent spot too.
Catwalk cutting
Oh, we
through
might
the
see a
double dome like you
guild,
saw right there. Alliance still trying to stay alive right behind the Newcastle.
Gaming
While
Gladiators
E36, a team that uses the bubble the moment they find some space here, are looking down at Team Liquid Alienware, who
this
again
is
are not
horrible, I
going to be
ain't gonna
giving
lie.
up this space, because if they do try to extend on this, Furia are looking at them, but they may have time because VP is fully sending it onto
No,
Furia.
this ain't it.
3 Valk teams still left in the lobbies.
That's
We
a
see
horrible spot.
E36 slam their position, and Furia
Oh, W.
don't get to do the same.
Timing on this fight for LG here too, to
Complexity
go
would've
in for
not-
that third party. E36 get taken
Did
out.
Complexity
There's
take
an
him out?
opportunity now for Gaming Gladiators to pick up that KP. And while they're trying to hold their spot in the middle of the zone,
Sure,
Complexity
Monsoon still gotta
have to look
pee.
at Guild. Guild that just slammed
Oh,
the Newcastle
Monsoon's
wall
not?
in front of their face. And Complexity take care of Guild. They had the Evil Shield advantage as well. Gaming Gladiators get eliminated. 7
They
squads
won
left
it.
in this
Oh.
lobby.
Great play from Complexity. The res comes out.
Complexity
They're
having a
back
good
up.
game.
T-Law is firing shots at them, but they're not getting through the walls.
33 points.
3 teams still up at the top, and Complexity want to throw themselves into the mix.
And then you have 35 seconds up before this circle
Oh, yeah.
closes in right behind you.
Oh, yeah.
Alliance
Complexity
are getting
is
some
eating
kills.
right now.
Complexity move in to try to 3P this, but Alliance are hiding behind the mobile shield. They still have a sliver of the Newcastle wall allowed.
With the Catalyst, you can see they're
Oh, that's
providing themselves
unfortunate.
so much cover in this final zone, though. The wall goes up, and Complexity, they were hesitant about pushing in because of the spikes.
Such a good notice here. Complexity backing away. They
That's
don't
a
have
good
the
reset,
catalyst.
though.
They can't extend to create that space if they did in that case. Instead, they have that rampart. So
Virtus
good
Pro
call from
just
Complexity
hung in the
to back
middle of
away,
that lava.
While Shopify on the other side are still neighboring that of Alliance.
By the way, LG sitting above, I believe it's a solo from Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
They haven't noticed he's there just yet. Bubbling forward. I think they've gone past him completely unnoticed with 6 squads left, gaining crucial placement points.
Nothing to see here for that solo. While Complexity now try to engage. They put down the dome. Let's jump into it listening with Complexity as they take this fight.
Do you have wall? Yeah,
Virtus Pro eliminated. They finally found him.
Good. Went fucking far. Good. Cat's walking out. Yeah, get ready, fight. Chill. Yeah. Try it there. Yeah. Cat's walking. Get it. He's taking. One is beyond him.
Oh my God. Complexity is eating.
I'm getting a slow above. Yep. Top 3, boys, okay? Look above, careful.
Jesus.
Healing. They got to drop. We need heals on the
41 points for Complexity, by the way.
We're gonna grab it.
They're shooting
Eating.
bottom right. Yes. I'm taking bottom right.
I need cells too.
It's bottom right and top. I can
50 points is a game point.
On me. A lot of shit. Okay. We need to go probably left side rock. We need to go left side rock.
And with the way Complexity and their comms are flowing, you wouldn't think Monsoon actually has to go to the bathroom. Sitting on the edge of his seat, playing off the low ground. They have to worry about Shopify Rebellion on the height.
Complexity with the throwback.
Yeah, that's their
logo.
biggest
It feels
worry
like
is
they're throwing
Shopify
back
Rebellion.
to the glory days of Monsoon. We've said this is his meta. Maybe this is their land.
Let's see how they play around this. They have so much KP to their name. 12 total KP for this squad, but they get hit with the Energized Barrier barrier for now. They use up the dome. Liquid Alienware staring
Dude,
at
I don't know.
Complexity, who are low
I
on
don't know.
health. Shopify will eventually
They're
need
so
to drop down
low.
from
Like,
the
do they
height.
not have heals?
Kimchi gets knocked, by the way, by the ring. The pressure as now Complexity are down to a
Oh,
duo. They get taken out in third.
third place though. I think Team Liquid. Oh, Shopify Rebellion got it. Good shit. That was good by sitting on that rock right there.
With the pop-up Shopify.
I don't think Complexity had any heals right there.
Looking down at Liquid, looking down at Complexity.
13 kills.
With the KP distributed throughout that game.
How many kills did
even
Complexity
Shopify
have, though?
out here. 13 kills.
Dinu was feeling himself after that first fight up at Climatizer. He finishes up with 6 kills and over 2k damage. MT and Koiful right in there as well, though 7 between them. Shopify. Couple of points starting out, and now they add 25 to it.
Complexity with 19 points that game. They had 12 kills.
No one had after games 1 or 2.
That's with them coming out of survey, right? Coming in from the north, like you
Someone
had
laughing at
mentioned,
Falcon.
Gino. Finding their spot over by that southern side of Harvester, close to that jump tower in between that rock. But in the midst of the chaos of the teams that were fighting out of Harvester, they
Why
found
they have
that
it on hot?
space right in between
Unique
Liquid and
when
Complexity.
this comes up every.
And we've talked about how bouncy the zones are right now on World's Edge. I mean, it was one side of Harvester, then it was the other. They get one of the luckiest late game scans
that?
I have ever seen.
Where's Falcons
and
at?
still,
Oh,
it
'cause they
kind of
got 0
debates
points
them,
though.
right? And despite that,
25
they fight their
points.
way into the
Liquid
position
with 17.
and make it to first. And yeah, look, I think this,
Complexity with
this pick of
19
MT
points.
is kind of
It's so accurate.
what we want, what we're expecting.
What's up with
here,
these pictures
right?
though?
I guess when you see that entire side of Harvester was free for you to just walk in and get that ring console. Zainu with the pop-off. Koiful, we were highlighting him throughout the course of the last few days, how he's just that fragger that
All
this
right, let me
team
use the
has
bathroom real
together
quick.
to put everybody in place for Shopify.
Complexity with
As we take a
41,
look
so
at
they
the
just need
series
9
results,
points,
Complexity
and they're
still
at game point.
consistently, by the way,
Then they gotta
finding
win.
their kills and their placement points. That has now elevated them to 41 points. Once again, let us not forget, match point is 50 points, and Complexity are right there after 3 games alone.
Yeah, by far the closest to grabbing that out of any of these teams. And, you know, that first fight against Falcons, now that I'm just thinking back on it, was so impressive, right? Remember, they were stuck in a tiny little ditch on the low ground, and somehow they switched that around and used all of their abilities to manage to actually get the high ground over Falcons and then take them out. It was a really impressive and well-called fight by Monsoon. I mean, big props though, of course, to Shopify Rebellion for taking out the dub there. It's almost like MT is the one like holding the akimbo weapons. You know, MT, the IGL, just showing where MT and Zainu, whose 2 young chargers, go, and he just fires them away as the double fraggers. Some of the best in this entire tournament.
You're calling Koiful and Zainu basically the last meta of Mozams coming in as Zainu.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the way that Zainu's able to hold both MT and Koiful, it's been beautiful to see with Shopify. It's been great so far within our first 3 games. We see where Complexity stands. The competition's getting tight. I want to hear more from the desk guys after the action that we've seen from all of our teams at the 3 maps that we've had.
Thank you so much, Vicky and Gino. It's been fun. I mean, you guys have done a great job. Obviously, we had a lot of stuff happening on stage, but so goes the saying, it's live, baby. So we got to roll with it. And that is exactly what has happened. The teams who are bouncing back, well, Shopify Rebellion find themselves winning yet again. But guys, as we join back on the analyst desk, we've got Glitter Explosion and some new faces here. You know, you guys are normally casting. Now you're joining the desk. Graceful, you've been here for a minute. But Dia, back on the desk. No POI draft this time.
I know.
But I shall say, we got to do a little fit check here. I'm loving that shirt. I'm loving that style.
Thank you.
You know,
thank
always bringing something special to the table. You too, Graceful. Looking sharp.
I mean, you know, if we're not going to be playing, we got to bring something special to Sunday.
Absolutely, guys. And, you know, Lauren, looking great as well. I don't know if I said that, but, you know, I got to give it to Lauren now. I mean, I can't not say something. Complexity, complexity, complexity. This is the story of the tournament. 41 points, 9 points away from match point. Who would have expected this?
I think this is so exciting for them. We talked about them a lot yesterday during Elam Round 2, and they were one of those teams that barely squeaked in, right?
Yeah.
2 points separating them and that bubble of not being able to play here right now. And I don't know what type of pep talk Monsoon gave them or what was in their breakfast, but this is the complexity we were looking for. They're so capable of doing this. And one of the big things that we kind of called out when we were looking at them is that they had decent placement points, but they weren't getting the KP. They weren't aggressive enough. And now we are seeing that aggression, and they look fantastic.
That certainly hasn't happened, but Graceful, this moment for these players, it's bigger than almost anything they've ever experienced. This Daiwa House, still, it takes a second to realize the enormity of what you're playing for. So that's even more amazing to see a team like Complexity kind of stealing the show.
The thing about Complexity is I actually met them at the hotel after the day, even though they, they just made it through. Yeah. They weren't happy.
They weren't.
And a lot of the teams actually are happy when they make it through. Oh, at least we're in the finals. But they were just, we're not happy. We shouldn't be happy with this. We're looking to re-lock in, and they look beyond locked in today. And I've been, amazed by that so far.
It's a version of Complexity we've often known is possible, but it's been so hard to realize, Tia. And this is, I think, a bright light for people who have seen members of this community like Monsoon, like Kimchi, who they've wanted to succeed, now finally in a position to do so. And if not win, be in a great spot when those leaderboards are done to earn some decent cash prize.
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly, they're almost our first team on match point, which I think even if you tell Complexity that a couple of months ago, they don't
they say,
you.
what?
Yeah, like, I mean, this is a team that has always invested in themselves, but I hesitate to say that they've believed in themselves to the expense of reality. Complexity have always been very realistic about their chances, especially when, I mean, think back to when Kimchi joined the roster. They weren't even
a coach turned player.
Yeah, they didn't expect success that season. They expected survival, and Complexity have hung in there. They've survived. They've kept showing up at LAN, and to see this be the huge payoff where they're taking the lead on Championship Sunday in Japan is wild.
What a story. What great players, parts of our community. We'll see if that continues, of course, because other teams have won games as well. And let's start getting into it as we walk through those final circles from our first 3 games. Lauren, Complexity did start things off. They've been very consistent to walk us through match 1.
Yeah, and we kicked things off on E-District as well, of all things, but Complexity were able to really play this zone to their favor. They were on that south side of the zone, and they were able to kind of wait everybody out as they were pushing in. You had Envy in there, you had Fnatic in there, you had Furia in there, and they were able to kind of use these outskirts to their advantage. You can see Enemy here putting in the work with Sheila, and they just had the perfect amount of patience. And this ties into our storyline that we talked about yesterday. They kept running into Fnatic, couldn't win those bubble fights. Well, then when it comes down to Fnatic and Complexity top 2, they finally
Bruh, I know you lying,
and
Time.
they're able to pull this one out.
Time, I know you fucking lying, bruh.
Midway. I mean, we know Monsoon.
I know you lying, dog.
Graceful obviously voting well, but it wouldn't be the only story here. Guild would take
Hold
game 2
on,
and
cut.
put themselves in a position to be close to the top of the leaderboards also.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Nigga, I know you lying, dog.
stuff, as people always seem to, they're kind of
Let me
under
move
the
this. Somebody
radar
has some
and then
freaky
all of
shit
a
on
sudden
here.
they pop off really big. Even this game, I didn't think they would actually be able to close it out, because from the top end view, we saw Alliance in a rock spot. We saw the opposite team underneath the cliff, and we saw them on the bin. So I was like, yeah, they're gonna get pinched. BKB decided to
Quit playing, bruh!
Which opens up for, Guild to close out the game. But the most important part we always
Who did
talk
they
about
trade,
is,
bruh?
can you close out games? And if Guild keeps these up and this up, and they already have a win on the board
For Anthony Davis,
match point, they've
Max
shown,
Christie,
hey, we can win games. And if they, if
there's
stars
no
align,
way,
they close out
bro.
the tournament, who else would be super happy?
They got rid of AD.
He proved so much, and he has for sure.
I mean, it looked like things were going so well for him, and they certainly were. And you have this conversation right out the gate.
Why would they get rid of AD?
Do the hard swap on Shopify Rebellion and on Guild. Phony gets that first win. It's looking like, uh-oh, could be redemption. Still could be. But game 3, Shopify Rebellion would say, wait.
Don't leave me behind.
Don't leave me behind. We're still here.
Yeah, I mean,
this is
to pick up a win here was really
insane.
good for Shopify Rebellion, especially given the zone misread that Genome called out. I hesitate to even call it a misread. The zone was pretty wacky that game, pulling us into Harvester,
But Luka
then north,
and
then switching
and
things up to
LeBron though
south.
is
I
gonna be
actually
fired. But why
anticipated
they
that
give up
Alienware would have one of the
AD?
best shots because they chose to take a really slow approach into this zone from the south side, but using Catalyst even at the end to stall out the fight wasn't quite enough for them, simply because Shopify Rebellion get to hang on to this all-important high ground, and that really is what determines their win at the very end of the game, is that nobody else fights on low ground, but at the end, it's still going to be an incredible high ground advantage that you have when you're able to drop in late. Shopify Rebellion, I think with a very
Oh my
well-earned
God,
victory,
bruh.
and great navigation of that zone,
AD having a
especially
year
with how
too,
tight
man.
Harvester can be.
I mean, our kill leaders so far
He
in our
a
match
hooping.
point finals, Phony and Monsoon.
Oh shit.
Was he trying to not blink, or was he trying to blink, or was
like a Pokemon?
Did they
what
trade
was
him
Joe
right after the
Brady doing
game?
behind the camera is what I want to know, because I think Monsoon was reacting to something. Joe?
He's giving his best Gibraltar.
Yeah, I was about to say it looks like Gibraltar.
I mean, yeah, he's a character select right there. I mean, that's like
Steph gotta get Giannis.
That's a personality. Phony also
That would
showed
be
a little
crazy.
swagger as well. You know, Phony had the phase of rocking the top hat and looking smooth out in London, and now obviously
Did
he's got
AD not play
shorter
today?
hair and he's ready to go. And these are our 2 kill leaders for match point finals so far. Now, when you break it down to the assist leaders, well, they belong
Damn,
to the
he
same
didn't.
teams.
If
Still
yo,
some
if,
pretty good poses.
if
You can
Giannis
tell the
go
energy
to
of Kimchi
the Warriors,
is
that would be
matching Monsoon, and
insane.
he's helping to set up what is his fragger
Hold on.
and very good friend, Grace.
I feel like a lot of people always look at kills, but the damage is there. You know, they're not
It is.
doing anything.
Yeah.
They are there support fire, and most of the time you can't even
I
see
can't
the stats that
believe
are
they
even
gave
more
up
improved.
AD,
It's not
bro.
even stats, but the important factors that also weigh into
They
it.
could have
But
gave up
how
like
much
a
damage
bunch
have they
of
tanked in regards
Jackson
to, like,
Hayes,
taking a
maybe.
front
You
line,
know what I
swapping
mean?
positioning. Oh, I'll take the first shot
Some
before
youth.
so
Give
you
us
can
some of
clean
that
up.
youth.
Being willing to do that might throw, you know, the kills for your teammates, but
AD.
essentially it helps them win the fight, which is honestly more important than having, you know, more stats on the leaderboard.
Talking about Guild as
Man.
well, I mean, I think it was Snipedown brought this up a few days ago, but what a turnaround it is to have him be one of the kill leaders in a finals lobby. Because Phony, I think, was critiqued when he was playing on SSG for being somebody who mechanically wasn't able to keep up with the rest of the team, because you have, I mean, Zainu and Koifel right next to you. What are you going to do? Yes, but now seeing Phony really step up in this whole LAN, but especially in the finals with the team, Jesco and Legacy are no slouches mechanically.
LeBron
so
had the
it's
best
not like he's
teammates
just
ever.
Like pulling ahead of a team that just isn't there. And I think I'd say a very
He has
similar
some
thing
good
about Monsoon,
teammates. Not
although
like
with him, I think
he
it's
don't
a
ever
bit of a
get them in their
special
prime. I
case,
feel like
especially
he
given
got
how many
he got
people he's
Luka
knocked
in
out of the
prime.
tournament so far.
Luka though,
The man
you
is
feel
a
me?
sniper
Oh,
specialist, and that especially is really important when they're
but they
collecting
need
kills.
a
Let's take
big,
a look at the
bro.
series results. Lauren, walk me through.
They must
other
have got tired of
storylines in
AD talking about they need a
Condor High. We know
big.
Shopify, we know Guild. We know
They was like, you need
Complexity
another
are at
big,
the top
huh?
of the list. Who else are you
Alright.
focusing on heading into our next 3?
See
You know,
yourself
I
out of
think
here.
honestly, even just going off of the predictions, everybody definitely had their eyes set on Alliance. And
Bosch,
they're not that
he
far
had Bosch
behind. And
like
right now,
late.
even though it looks like Complexity has a big lead,
Wade,
everyone is
I'll
still
give
one
you
solid
Wade,
game with
though,
him being right
and
in
Kyrie.
that exact same area as Complexity.
I was mad when
Also,
Kyrie
Fnatic, the
left to the
hometown heroes,
Celtics.
we wanted to see what they were going to bring
I
to
was
the table here. A little
absolutely
bit of a slower
upset.
start for them, but still all really safe. I think the big thing for me is when I look to the second page is you have
This
Aurora
nigga really
all
went
the
to
way
the
down at
fucking
the bottom.
Mavericks.
After the performance we've seen over the last 4 days, they are not going to be happy with that right now.
We've almost kind of expected that there might be this flip-flop on these Sundays with Falcons because we know that they've done it before. But Aurora
So what's it,
coming into
Kyrie
this, we were
and-
really expecting
and
the
80 over
pop-off
there?
Continued. That has not happened
Is-
yet. We'll see if that changes. However, something that has happened is an
Is
award.
Luka
that's
even
been given
healthy?
out. We've been talking about it all week long, and it's something that I like very, very much in my own life. Positivity, bringing the good vibes. Well, EA likes it too, and every year on Championship Sunday, we find a way to award the positive player. And yes, it was between Hockeys and MT, but guess what? It is MT who got the win, handed over by the man, the myth, the legend himself, match point phenom. I don't know, that wasn't the best word. Creator, John Nelson. So congratulations to MT, and what a great opportunity also to highlight what it means to be somebody who not only is playing and competing at a high level, but keeping the big picture in mind. And
This
putting
shit
out
is
positivity
insane,
all
bro.
over, so.
We talk about that a lot in the green room too. It's obviously we're here for the competition, but there's so much more outside of just the literal stage, these lands. It's about getting to know the players, their personalities.
Are they hoping like Maxi Kleber and Markieff Morris hold down the paint?
Frustrating in these matches, and to be able to be someone
Is
who's
that what
just
they're hoping
a
for?
beacon of light
Yeah.
in the community is an important thing.
It is, and we have to keep
And they gave up
acknowledging
Max
that.
Christie.
There are a lot of ways to win in life, not just by undercutting. Sometimes being the big person, being somebody that impacts somebody positively is the way to go. So congrats, MT, and hey, you just got the win. We'll see if that continues. For now, it's time to get back into the games, and Gino and Vicky are ready for you. Guys, take it away.
You already know, Rain Day. I like seeing that, being able to highlight the positive faces within the community to really help elevate the
They gave up.
Apex scene and what makes us different when it comes to also bringing everybody together.
And, you know, I've even heard people who, you
They
know,
gave up
maybe
Max
go on Face of
Christie,
Watch and like
AD,
hearing the team comms
and
throughout
a
the games and
first-round
stuff.
draft pick
I've
for
seen
2029.
people, you know, make comments like, hey, who are the most positive teams? I actually want to go and listen to their comms. That's how I enjoy watching the game. the
Jesus,
most. So,
bro.
look,
I'm
it
sick.
is really cool to be able to highlight some of those
Time
players and
I'm
teams.
sick, bro.
At the end of the day, this is championship finals,
There's
match
no
point
way.
finals. And there could only be one winner. $2 million on the line. First place walking away with $600,000.
Woo!
Jesus,
Second place
bro.
gets $320,000.
Let's get back
the
over
difference
here.
between those two spots, it's like a $280,000 difference. It's a $280,000 money match. Some of these squads now waking up. Shopify
Jesus.
Rebellion sitting in
I
second
can't wait to
place
see
right now
Luka
with
though. I ain't gonna
28
lie.
Points. And as Glitter said, Complexity leading the way with 41 total points. It takes one good game from any of these teams in the middle of the pack to elevate themselves.
Imagine if you had the number one place team versus the number 2 place team going for it, like at the end of match point. Both
Steph
on match
shoulda-
point,
Steph
one
shoulda
shot
just went
left
to the
each.
Lakers,
There's
bro.
like 2 shotguns involved, and we're like counting the pellets.
He's
by
I need
the
a
end to
drink
work out,
now.
like, you know, how many dollars per pellet was
Steph
won
should
or
have just
lost
went
in
to the
that fight.
Lakers, bro.
That's
Teamed
what I
up with
wanna see.
Brian,
That's what I
dog.
want to see at the end of today.
If I was the one that gets second place, it would actually break my heart, but that's the type of macro that you have to just break it down to. As we take a look at where our zone is going to be pulling for game number 4. Sticking onto World's Edge here, go next. Going to be able to get that ring console over by Big Mod, split looting over to the north side
Man.
of Geyser.
That's insane.
Yeah, I don't read this one as a Geyser ending.
All right, we at match
believe
4,
in
man. What we
recent
got
times
going
it's been
on? Still
ending in
20
Geyser.
teams left.
It needs to be a lot more east. and
Time
we'll see
came
it
in here
any
with
of
the
those
fucking
beams,
craziest
you know,
news
hugging
ever,
the
man.
South mountain of Geyser, or maybe towards the end building.
Absolutely insane.
And as we see Go Next move forward, that
When
you
the
know,
Lakers
also
play
gives,
next?
lends some credence to that idea.
I
definitely
swear
think we're going to see it
Luka
more
was
in,
hurt, though.
say, Lava Siphon or the north part of that.
Yeah, north part of the lava
Let me
siphon by
see.
that fence line too, closer to those crates that you kind of see when you exit out of the bridge side. When you're on your way to lava siphon, it's going to benefit the teams that get to rotate from lava siphon, considering that there is a ring console right there. VP had already gotten that information very early on, so they look like they're situated in one of those buildings that are north side of lava siphon. Gaming Gladiators, another
That shit
team
is crazy.
that are looking to get some info.
Yeah, Luka
It feels like
Doncic
Zone
with a
3 has been,
calf
you know, sort
injury.
of relatively stable. Like, you can get a good idea of where that will be heading. It's after that that we're seeing the chaos, right? Zone 4, 5, 6. That's when the players are real. Like, even these guys,
Yeah, they got
even the
some
best
height over
IGLs
there.
in the world who do their homework on zones all the time, being helped out
I think
by the best analysts with all the information.
That has to be
to work
the
out where
reason
these
why they
zones are
traded
going.
him, right?
Even
Was him
these
asking
guys are
for more help
struggling
as a big?
to work out and predict those zones.
It's been giving me whiplash as Noctem are on the other side of field
Begging
versus
for another
Liquid
big.
Alienware, who had made their rotate out of dome. Knocked him out of tree. Trying to take
Like,
this
I
fight,
don't
trying to
see-
trail up from right behind them. Well, they are going to be
I
able to
don't
try to
see
chase
why
down
they
after
would
Liquid
even
Alienware. It looks like Team Liquid had split up.
Think about
Now
trading him.
forced
He
to go
been
through
hooping
stats to
this
see if
year,
they can try
bro.
to rejoin together, while Noctem are just going to keep chasing after Hagwad as they know that he's separated from his team.
Maybe they're trying to get Kyrie.
Oi. Charge
I can
rifle
see
in
that.
the hands. A lot of teams will only be picking this up
Because
if they
him
see
and
early select fire, not
LeBron
monsoon.
just play so well together.
Knows.
But I
He's got
feel
it
like
dialed in, and he will be doing
longevity.
damage. Charging Evo.
Kyrie don't have that many years left.
Supercharging Complexity's points.
But I feel like
all
Luka,
the way
you
up
know,
to
he's still
41 in
young.
the first place position on the leaderboard right now with that weapon.
Even when LeBron retired, they could kind of still build around Luka,
Shifting
you
our
know,
focus onto E36.
if
We're
they keep him
surrounding
there.
Go Next by Overlook. With the Valkyrie pick for E36, it could get into that high ground positioning that you currently see aimbot on.
Hopefully they get a big, like a
Bombardment
decent
called it,
big
forcing him
besides
off of
Max
that one
Kleber.
side of the high ground. Found himself playing off that
Because
limb.
isn't
the other members of E36 are going to be able to go around the side
isn't
opening of Go
Vucevic?
Next. Still trying to isolate that member
Yeah,
of
that's
E36
what I'm saying.
aimbot dropping down. Nice dome here. Now E36 don't like the situation. They can't get that survey beacon. They're trying to get away.
Shopify Rebellion
They still got a
on
ring
the
though, you know.
backside of this as well, though. As we see that damage coming out, it's probably only a matter of time until Shopify Rebellion get there.
I ain't gonna lie though, Rob Pelinka fucked that team
No,
up.
E36 get taken
E36
out. Go
out.
Next. Remember, in that
First
last
team
game,
out, by the way.
E36 were trying to deny the opportunity to go next.
Rob
for them
Pelinka
to
should have
get
kept
the
that team
survey
together
beacon
that won in
over
the
by
bubble.
Lava Siphon, I believe it was. This time around, though, with Shopify Rebellion on their tail, is going to be able to move
They
in.
were hooping.
Initial crack. Is it done? Oh, sign
He barely got out of there.
Bullets go just wide.
I don't think you pushed
They
too
have to give up the
hard right here.
space. They have already used up their abilities, probably the Gibby ult in that earlier fight, and that means Shopify are able to push them out of that position with Zynews, as you can
What's
see.
Dallas ranked right
just
now?
ticking up
What are
now.
they looking
This
like in
does
the
give them
standings?
Immediate access to the
Is
death
he-
boxes, but I'm surprised
Did he
that they
move
didn't
down in
push
the
harder for
standings?
those kills.
They didn't see the opportunity right there. They had used up the bombardment, like you said. They had to use up the dome so that way they had the space through that crevice to back away.
That
They
shit
take
crazy.
the loot away from Go Next. Go Next are going to be able to scan that survey, which will also let them know that Aurora are on their rotate from the northern side
Yeah,
of the
Dallas
map.
sitting at
Aurora, a
8th.
team that benefits more when it comes to having
Man.
to go for a long distance into where that zone is pulling.
Hopefully they
rather than having
get
the
over there and
zone
start
move
winning.
on top of them.
That's
Team
good
that
for
we were
Max
expecting
Christie
to
though. I feel
really
like he'll
pop
get more
off, but
playing time.
unfortunately hasn't been able to find that stride into this final day.
Yeah, considering they've changed up their macros so much from previous tournaments, Vicky, I was expecting them to do well here. They've been hitting the placement points harder than ever before, and not just running at people like they have in previous tournaments.
That trade
And
is
says
so
something about the
insane,
growth
bro.
of a team usually. That is usually the trajectory a team takes. They start off as a great team fighting team, and then they add more macro into the mix until they are a truly versatile top team.
Yeah, where they check all the boxes. We knew that they were able to frag out in these lobbies, but their positioning in these final
Yeah, it
zones
gotta
were
be the
not working out for
top
them.
trade of
Although
all
in this
time, bro.
Today, just transitioning from their progress in the last few days, Aurora not looking like they're in top form. Instead, seeing where this zone is pulling and seeing how many squads have already found themselves in this space. Gaming Gladiators Guild
Let me
in one of the
see.
buildings that I've highlighted, actually, northwest
Brian,
side of
Brian
Lava
hit that
Siphon.
triple-double today and
Shopify
was like, you
Rebellion
know
are
what?
gonna be able to try to gatekeep
Hit
a
the
lot of the
button.
teams that may want to find
He hit
themselves
up
going
Rob,
through that
man. He
choke
said,
exit
Rob, man,
out
hit the
of
button, bro.
Fragment East. Fighting over here by Falcons, though. Looking at Go Next, they're about to get sandwiched.
They're constantly finding themselves in these early to mid-game fights and
He
not
said, I'm
being
still
able to
him,
keep
man.
up
Hit the
cleanly
fucking
enough.
button,
Let's
dog.
see if Hal with the aggressive slam here can do that. Is it unflies up? Waltzy
Dog,
will
that's
confirm the
crazy.
knock.
Hits him with the go Next here as he takes them out. Two members of Go Next running for their lives. Shopify Rebellion were looking to maybe get involved.
Unlucky does the same to Furia, and it's madness on the wrong side of a PK.
And
Gaming Gladiators out of there. Where is complexity, dog? That's what I'm trying to see. Where is complexity at?
Around the corner.
What do they got going on?
Do they want to extend to try to go in through that
Let me
choke,
look
or
at
do they
this.
want to commit to going through the choke that we saw Shopify Rebellion in? This is force Furia to play this out as a duo. Now rotate through Harvester, see if they could get
This
them
nigga
back
80
into the
wasn't even
game.
on
Yeah,
the.
Waltzy catches them out. You can see that from the ping.
Christie
They are
played today
aware
and still got traded.
the EMEA powerhouse is just ahead of them now. Instead of streaming forward towards them,
Jesus.
they actually take their time. Look at the death boxes on the way through. There is a
AD
little bit
wasn't
of
even on the
space they can
roster
play here
today.
on the other side of Harvester, but of course then that forces you into those two snake-like chokes that can be hard to force your way through.
Oh no, right through the evac. Tries to take some shots with the Sheila, but a bit too far away. Doesn't even shoot at the evac tower. He saw
Falcons
that
got a
it was little
kill.
Too late when they were trying to go up, it looks like, but
The complexity
Lions
is
drop down,
so
was a
far
fed down
ahead of
that
these
moves up. They
people.
don't even try to commit here, and Falcons are
He
right
can
behind
though,
them,
yeah,
starting
and
to
that's.
commit
I feel like
to
that's why
going
they
to Harvester,
traded
because there
him.
is a
It was like,
recon
look,
for
you
them
don't
to
want to
access.
do your job, bro. You don't want to be at a
Yeah,
5.
you usually want to hit that.
We're gonna send you somewhere where you could be a
just
4.
Gone up. That does
He
enable
really
you
does
to
play better at the
maybe
4
cut off
though.
one or two of the members who are trying to take the evac, even if they hit it straight away. Okay, TSM right into this with Noctum down in Lava Siphon. They're fighting for important position in the northern building here.
Talk about the damage from Reps, by the way. Over 1k damage already. 3 KP going in their pockets.
Man.
Noctum just down to what looks to be a solo. Well, they have secured this entire
That shit is
northern side
insane.
of Lava Siphon. The teams that are neighboring them, VP, over to the smaller building to their north, Team Burger. Fnatic still on the south side of Lava Siphon, where we note that there is that ring console, but you'll be
He
forced
said
to
my
burn
heart
the zone
stopped.
for a ring
I
console scan
feel
there
it.
specifically.
Oh man.
Yeah, Remix
God, that's
Powers
insane.
making it all the way back into the zone. Looks like he might dodge Fury. I think he's going to try and res
It's
him
not even on the
alongside Luckily Fury coming
NBA
in
app
three.
right now.
Different Southern POI. Fury are coming in from the zone. Of course, we
Jeez,
saw
what's Rob
them
Pelinka doing, man?
get hurt later, so I think they've just come off their
When KD
reset.
went to the Warriors.
And they're now pulling up behind the command center where Fnatic is set up.
You think they'll get another decent big besides Cleaver?
Taking the time for this while Alliance backing away, forcing them to go into their line of sight without giving up that platform here out of the bunker.
Yeah, and as you can see on the little cutout there, Guild smack bang in the
Oh
center
man,
of the zone.
this go up there with like if Kobe would have got Chris Paul.
So
This had to be like
part walls set up and around it.
up
but that
there,
means
man.
That this spot
That would have been one of the
Alliance
bigger
had,
trades
they've
too.
actually been pushed underneath now. That's great for Falcons. If they can hold on to this tunnel, that is absolutely
Knocked
a
him.
doorway
Oh,
into one of
he
these
the
final
respawn.
zones.
Noctum managed to get the res 2 on 2 of their
Brown
members,
got
so
like
they're
2
back
3
as a
years
full
left.
3-man.
Shit with
And as you
Luca
noted,
and he
Gino,
playing
Alliance
off ball. He
up
might
that
be able
low guard, could
to
also work to
he
their
might be able to
benefit because they
play
don't
a
wanna
few
get
more
pinched from
years.
Team Falcons from behind, but they also keep themselves out of the line of
Yeah,
sight of the
Luka
other
gonna
squad
be
that still have
chilling,
that slight
bro.
height.
Oh. Furia. Very dicey rotate in here.
LeBron could just
I
fall
think that's
back,
TSM,
play
by the
off
way,
ball.
peeking at them from that northern building of Lava Siphon still. You're forced to move up into that middle building of Lava Siphon. The only squad there for now, while Noctum coming out of that fresh res.
I think they should try to
middle
get
of their
Vucevic
rotate,
though.
Playing on the edge of the zone.
Okay, Aurora trying to get set up in the caravans. Triple Reds at
There's
least.
a
That's
few
something
bigs
to
that
their
are like-
name, but we know that these caravans they're basically death traps.
They could trade for.
Can be a little bit better with all the walls we've got right now.
They must have had some dirt on Cuban.
Still think having the Watson is probably the best way to survive in them, to zap all the nades, because that's omnidirectional.
Oh shit!
whereas
I don't know, man.
really stop the nades coming in from both windows at
If
once
Luka
with
get
the
like,
castle wall.
if Luka get on that regimen with LeBron,
Slide, finding that spot very early
Man.
in the game. Denying themselves the opportunity to get that mid-game loot.
Luka gonna be a
Like,
problem.
It's usually scary when you have a lot of these teams
Yeah, already
trying
a
to force
problem.
their way into these buildings with the bubbles.
He gonna be a bigger problem.
This is the exact rotation we saw VKG take last
Rob
time.
called him. That's
We have
laughing
this,
time. Rob was like, you know you done
They got
fucked
some
up,
placement
right?
points out of them. Didn't convert massively.
You know you done fucked
but
up,
they
right?
certainly showed the power
So here's
of
what we
Valkyrie
gonna
in the
do.
situations. This time, Shopify on the other side.
Oh, that
They
shit is
take too much
insane.
damage. They're not in there early enough.
And we saw the engagement from Falcons. They dropped down from high ground right on top of Alliance.
I want to know like if they had
We
those
saw that
calls
first
recorded.
stop from Hal. They get
I want to
hockey
hear.
snacks.
I want to hear them calls,
And
man.
Alliance now just down to a solo, but Team
You know they was like,
Falcons
look,
managed to
we'll give
take
y'all
over
Luka, man.
the
Y'all got
Alliance
to throw
positioning
AD
while
in there.
Complexity are staring down the barrel at
It's
LG,
probably like-
but they're getting pressure over to the side. They have to be careful because there's a team in the
Man.
distance also taking shots at them. It has knocked them also.
We'll call
looking
you
to get
back in a
involved this
second.
fight.
Oh no, Complexity. They didn't need a huge
talk it
game
up for
here.
a little
They just
bit.
needed a good one.
And it's not just LG getting involved here with Noctum, it's also Furia for the fourth party.
Complexity eliminated, dang.
Get annihilated, 15 squads left, and Noctum
You really
dropped
don't
down
need
from
a
the high
big?
ground. They try to chase down Sweet, and right behind Noctum,
I don't
will
know.
be Furia.
Okay, so at this point, we
I like having a
do
big
not expect anyone
for
to hit
rebounding,
match point at the end of
shooting and
game
playmaking.
4. With LG
Yeah, that's
going out,
like a decent
Furia
rebounder
picking
though.
up some points here. This lobby is
Someone could just even just get the rebound, throw it back out. You know what I'm saying?
And not committing to popping that shield back with all the shotguns that we've seen. Furia successfully
they go
going
for,
the
like,
fourth party. They clean up what is left of Noctum.
A big that really
and
shoots.
they call in the evac tower too. Isolated, by the way. No other team were really looking at them, but I did see
And just
on the
crash
map
boards
that
heavy.
TSM were looking at Furia and they shot down their evac tower with a Sheila.
You know, we're watching some of the teams in the north side, North Siphon Village here. They're going to be pretty happy. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, they're set up underneath the bridge, and it is, like we expected last time, going somewhat towards that dome. VK Gaming, by the way, they've managed to respawn one of their members. Oh, and
I want to see who they move to the 5.
Congrats for VKG. That is happening under everyone else's noses.
They might have some height though,
You saw the boat check
because they still got
hitting,
dough.
Getting those cracks with K-Swinny was
They
incredibly
can put dough
low,
at the
having to
4,
reset.
Sleeper at the
Still looking
5.
at the teams right across the bridge just to make sure that nobody tries to take
Braun at
that
the
zip
3.
line to try to get right back up here.
They
Exo
can
wanna
really
hold this high
put
ground. Looking at Envy,
Braun
they
at the
also deny
2.
themselves the opportunity
Nah,
to move
put
in from
keep
the
Austin
bridge
Reeves
side,
at the 2.
making them drop down instead.
Luca at the 1. Braun at the 3.
Fury up, getting ready for a slam.
I'm kind of mad they gave away Max Christie though.
It in while his teammates come in at the same time to do the damage. That was so
Virtus Pro out of there.
Love that from Furia.
The trust and also Vax having to back away, knowing that the boat check shots from EXO were still hitting them. Now Team Burger.
I feel like Complexity
to
just
3P,
kind
they
of played
drop down
too
Furia, get eliminated. Team Burger.
passive right
The
there.
timing on the bombardment.
Because they were
that's
just
actually what
chilling
started
underneath
their
that bridge and
engagement
just
for
got
that
ran
fight.
through.
Couldn't see
All
anything,
Braun ever
almost
needed
went
was
down from
shooting.
hitting
Yeah,
a
for sure.
castle wall there. I mean, that's it. They've stayed
That's a
alive.
fact.
And Burger in 20th at the moment want to be scrapping out every single point they can from this game.
Oh, they called out Unlucky. You saw him as a solo.
Alliance eliminated. Who else we got in? I got distracted by the fucking Lakers trade. We got TSM. Guild's at 32 points.
TSM with Zap moving up.
Shopify's at 20 what? What was that? 32?
Inside the truck right now.
Okay, playing for the South Zone. As soon as these bubbles go down, Falcons will become a
TSM got someone knocked on their team. Burhol's down too. TSM is gone.
Really shows you how hard it is to get
Fnatic.
these trucks. TSM had gotten the initial, not Fnatic were able to get the res and now win the fight.
Their homie
the
just died
Sheila
though.
from Melstera melting TSM.
Yeah, but
Let me post the link. I think you hold on.
Falcons are close by, but you can see Zero doesn't want to commit to this too hard. Falcon's spot is God's spot right now.
Hold on.
Okay, respawn beacon comes
There you
out,
go.
but they don't have the bubble to sit
Welcome
on
back,
it.
Mina.
Falcons are lighting up the feed. They're not only looking at Fnatic, over to the north side too. VKG get
Fnatic's
eliminated.
still alive though.
Melstera's still alive, being able to find this
Falcon's
crevice.
gonna push him.
Had to play his life there. Leica's actually crawling into the zone. Purple knockdown shield.
Oh, this guy's crazy.
Melstera cannot even
Just grab his
find a
banner. Grab his
chance.
banner.
This would be the biggest clutch.
This
would be the biggest
Yeah,
clutch.
let's go.
He's got the mobile.
No, there's no way. There's no way. There's no
Find a
way.
spot. He can't find a corner. He can't
Oh, what's
expose
this?
himself. And Gil just fully
Let me
sent it
put
up
this
to
over here real quick.
Melstera. Can he run? He's running for his life. He's sliding around. He's trying to get Falcons to perhaps engage.
Oh, this is
There's not
hard.
much you can do. Fnatic get eliminated and Guild have claimed these crates.
Oh, that's
Love the
tough.
movement from Melstera there. The most recent pickup from Fnatic. Certainly someone who is helping them stake their claim here in Sapporo.
Making it rain with these archers from above.
I'm gonna follow them.
Shopify neighboring the rock alongside Envy.
I wish they had a Warriors one.
EXO looking right
When's the
down
trade
below,
deadline?
still from high.
It's coming
Aurora
up, right?
neighboring EXO too from the tower.
Okay, now we saw in that pip in the corner
Decent.
there,
My heart stopped a little
so many
bit.
teams shoved into one side of the map. Falcons
No, that's just insane.
have dominated this end circle. This feels like the Falcons of old. This is like
Right before All-Star.
Exact position they want to play from.
EXO with a decent spot up there. Oh yeah, we're gonna see Aurora kind of come through.
Are waiting for these domes to drop.
We haven't seen Aurora win yet. They was cooking yesterday.
Still behind them. They're on the low ground this whole time now. As the dome goes down, they get the knock onto Koipo and
Shopify is dead right here.
Trying to play his life.
Oh, he just moves out the way and lets them fight.
to take out each other first to play.
That's hilarious.
Positioning. 6 squads left. Shopify get eliminated. EXO beat them.
Oh, they got Shopify.
Aurora now.
Aurora's still up.
Well, Falcons are still alive, are still on high, and looking at Guild.
Yeah, Guild are about to lose their position to the
zone.
So are Aurora.
Oh man, Falcons might win this.
Put pressure and push them into each other. Otherwise, they will be.
Everyone's got red shields except for Envy.
Guild getting focused by 2 teams at once.
It's the sandwich here. Aurora helping out Falcons in this case, while Guild.
Aurora and Falcons fucking up Guild right now. Guild down.
Guild get eliminated. Last 3 squads.
Ooh, big shots, big shots.
Somehow no one's looking at them right now. Aurora so focused on Falcons.
Ooh, I don't know about this. Oh!
The grand slam of the Newcastle wall pushes 9 impulse back here. Keza gets taken out first.
No, that was huge.
The PK shot singing. Falcons now have held height, have the advantage. Well,
Aurora's out. Yeah, Falcons win this. Falcons win this.
Right underneath the platform.
Envy won a second, but at some point they've got to come up.
Here they come up with the zipline, with the Newcastle wall, the hit fire shot from Howell.
Oh!
But he gets traded off, and
Falcons win. He said, "Let's go!" They almost kissed, bro. Dog, that fucking the Newcastle on the wall to knock them off the fucking thing was crazy.
Oh,
dog, that was nuts.
What up, Jayhawk? Loving that one from the crowd. We saw they pushed
oh my god, bro's arms are huge, bro.
And from that point on, it was Falcons' game to lose. Alliance,
how many points they get right there? 16
the
kills.
At one point, and then they dropped down underneath. Alliance went out in 11th. They could have potentially held their ground there.
He just got a raise.
Could have been a whole different story.
Oh wait, we got the hot drops going. Wait, is it closed or is it open?
We had that mid-game fight, that early game fight even, where Falcons didn't go down too early, didn't engage too hard, as they have done so many times so far this tournament, and that finally allows them to get a good end game spot.
They prioritize getting the ring console.
I don't even know what they're giving away.
Allow themselves to have that free rotate.
Jeez, let's go back over here.
Going to pull. Huge dub for Falcons. 16
Falcons with 28 points that game.
And I mean, of all the
how many points did they have before that game?
You can have.
I mean, I got so distracted by the Lakers trade. That game just went right past me.
Coming out of that tunnel and looking down at the ditch, you just sit up there with amped walls. Everyone's doing, you know, amped scout shots, amped Sheila bullets are coming out, and it results in 16 kills.
Good call from Falcons to drop on top of Alliance in the early mid game too, because no one's going to look at them when they're stationed inside those houses.
Imperial Hell with 3,200 damage.
Vince Staples tweeted, "We have returned to the era of the White Laker."
He heard everyone. Falcons with a huge dub. Waltzy with 7 KP. I mean, under the Warlord title, that is definitely one way to pop off.
Are you feeling it? Are you feeling that HAL Finals magic? Like when they got the back-to-back-to-back. You know, it's got that taste about it, Vicky. I can feel it on my tongue.
Can't talk about a finals without mentioning HAL. A lot of attention on the quote-unquote super team for a reason. Coming out of the elimination bracket, now finding themselves in the top 3 of our match point finals. 37 total points after that last game.
Man.
I mean, they only had 9 going into it. Of course, this will happen in our first 5, maybe even 6 games where teams who have been struggling can get one massive game and you know, get the majority of it from that. But now that we are pushing up closer, Complexity got 0 in that game, by the way. And that feels like this has potentially extended this series.
Remember when we watched Falcons yesterday, when they had to tear up through elimination round 2, when they found that stride, when they found that game, that dub, it was a completely different Falcons. It was the momentum that we know that this team likes to roll with. And with a huge game like that, can they carry it over to Storm Point when we make our map transitions?
I mean, here's an interesting question. Would you rather just sneak through in 10th place in the winner's bracket? Or would you rather have a resounding success in the elimination
what's the
bracket
points
round
looking like,
2,
man?
and therefore have a bit of momentum on your side when you finally do push into the finals on Sunday?
Keep your hands warm. Keep going every single group that you could push through. This is amazing looks for Falcons. Can they keep it up? We're moving on to Storm Point for game number 5. Don't go anywhere. It's coming to you on the other side of this break.
Oh man. Somebody pop all day. I wear a crown all day. I want to see the points. Where my points at, man? And then got rid of the overlay. Let's go over here.
The official controller of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Here we go. Is it gonna give us the point? What was the
Herman Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Oh, here you go, right here. There we go. All right, Complexity still in first with 41. Falcons with 37. Guild with 38. Shopify Rebellion with 33. Everybody's getting close to that match point now. It's getting close. Complexity ran away with it at first, bro. For a mean minute.
Last team. He's walling. I don't have it might end low ground. It might end low ground as well. Back us in. I'm fucking them. Timmy on. 90.
Had G7.
Dead. Okay.
Oh, they all had G7.
Let's fucking go! Let's fucking shit! Welcome back, everybody, to Sapporo.
That looks so
As you
beautiful.
can see, the snow is continuing to fall, but the games are heating up. Falcons, it felt inevitable that at some point during this tournament, we would be
That's
talking
so
about
fire.
them winning games of Apex that really matter, and that last one, it certainly did.
And again, you saw it from their reaction, just what it means to put themselves back in contention to win this tournament. If you start to fall away
Sapporo.
from the leading pack, you start to worry, you start to
Sapporo,
panic, you start
Japan.
to maybe take more risks that may lead to you exiting those lobbies early. But instead now, they join the lobby leaders, they're closing in on match point threshold.
Did it miss
and
us
that
or something?
Makes match 5 very interesting indeed.
It certainly does. And like I said, it just felt
That they're in
inevitable that at
Japan.
some point during this tournament, Falcons would have a say. And I just want to touch upon something you said there. You know, it's good to stay in touch with the chasing pack, but for a team like Falcons, who We know sometimes the mentality can be a bit of a problem. Just an early win, staying in touch, being in that conversation, that group of teams at the top of the leaderboards, which just breeds confidence. It breeds belief. And as
They won that with 16 kills, bro. They're still not gonna beat that.
Yeah, Falcons will be delighted to be moving to
E36 win
Stormpoint.
though.
One of our top 3 performers in this lobby on this map, averaging
Cheesecake
over 10
or carrot
points
cake?
per time we see them. Can they cross that threshold? Complexity maybe had a chance to do it in the previous game, but fell short. Didn't get the
Why are
points,
you putting
and now
carrots
they've allowed the rest
in
of the
a
lobby
dessert?
to catch up with them.
Is my question.
It's going to be the first team to cross it, and will it happen here in match 5?
Will it be someone else who joins this group that is starting to form at the top of those?
They started the new
leaderboards?
match
Team Falcons
already?
Third place in the overalls at the moment. Still need
Why
some
are you
points,
worried
though.
about it?
Fair few of them, 23 to cross match point.
No, I remember the first time I had a carrot cake. That's my mom's favorite cake, by the way.
Looking at where the zone is going to be
Every
going.
year for her
We're going
birthday,
down
she used to get
Barometer
carrot
by the
cake.
looks of things here, Dan.
Yeah, Barometer, which
When I
go
tell
next,
you,
are currently dropping
I used to be
as
so
well.
upset.
And I'm trying to see
I
whether they
think,
actually have
okay,
a
this
ring
year,
console to work with,
maybe
because
it's
they
not
do
a
have the
carrot cake.
spot. I can only see a
This
survey
look good
taken at
right
the
here.
moment, so might
Cut
be one of those
into it,
situations where a lot of
carrots.
people begin
I'm
to arrive
upset.
and they don't get
I'm upset.
necessarily the priority spot. But we look at
Why
the
am I
leaderboard
chewing
at the
on
moment,
carrots
and you
right
look at
now?
some of the names of people that have won so far. Mark, I mean, you've got Complexity up there, of course, but then you've got Guild with Phony, you've got Falcons with Zero and with How, and then a Shopify Rebellion, you've got Zainu, you've got all of the previous winners right up there.
Are you hinting at some potential rivalries that we might have been talking about for
Upset,
quite some
bro.
time, Daniel Gaskin?
Does seem
We used to do this
be that
thing
way, and
because my family has a lot
the
of like
consistency
April
we've
birthdays.
witnessed in Apex Legends
They used to call it April Fest.
be on display.
And everybody
here in
used to
Japan as
come
well.
to this
Not
park
mention
and we
Alliance
have
also in
everybody's
6th
birthday.
place, and they also won a
Celebrate
major
it.
land last year too.
We'll cut up the cake and it's carrot cake. I'll be hot.
The Phony story.
I'll be so sick. Like, what is this?
Who are part of this lineup, who are contributing to the success of Phony just as much.
I'm too selfish for all that.
Tried, of course, going to be taken a little bit closer to the zone. It's going to be a pretty clear
I
shot.
just
forward
like
by the looks of our
regular-
map overhead in towards Barometer. Go
Like,
next.
I'll
Who
probably,
have actually
if
read the zone
anything,
very
it'd be
well
like a
here.
red
Mentioned how
velvet.
they
Is
don't
my
have
favorite cake of all time.
over at Barometer. Well,
I
they're
never
playing
had like a
very
red velvet
backside
for my
of this
birthday.
circle, and if it pulls that way, it could be a brilliant read.
Some red velvet and some French vanilla ice cream. Man,
Elimination onto Team Burger. Speaking of
Man.
Team Burger, here's that
I'm
confirmation. They
fucking
lost
that
Burger
all the
because
way
they are
up.
respawning him, but they're under pressure from Exo Clan. And it looks like they should be able to stabilize, but the real question is, do Exo allow them to get away with this?
Well, it looks
So
like
just
it's
red
one of those
chocolate cake.
situations where now that you're starting to
Give me
move
that
towards
white
Barometer,
wedding
you know,
cake.
teams are gonna be stacked up.
I fuck to the white
Risk
cake
of the
too.
fight
I'm not really a
slightly
chocolate
increases,
cake
but they
fan,
won't
which
keep
is
the pressure on
crazy
here, Exo
because I like red
I
velvet.
tell you what, if that frag grenade hits, it makes the job a little bit more simple as
Who they
to whether
fighting right now?
to push or
Team
hold.
Burger?
Team Burger on the receiving end of a bit of damage, but they are going to get aggressive after some big chunks.
Ooh, they got one knock.
Exo, gotta be careful.
Ooh, Exo with 2 people
Swinny gonna be
knocked.
last alive, and he's down on the low ground.
My boy, you better run, my
Frag
boy.
grenade does go up. You can hear the Newcastle Reds coming
It's
in.
3
Now
of them.
all 3 players are alive.
Go ahead and hit that
Pricing
cannon.
goes back down thanks to that grenade, and will be
Knocked
finished
him
off.
just came in too.
But Exo Clan
Knocked him with the
probably thinking
third
about
party.
restarting this fight. Maybe think it's not a good idea because now Noctum Esports are here, and they want a third.
Yeah, I think Exo Clan get
Hit
out
that.
of there. Yeah, keep bye-bye.
Man,
into
hit
the
that
but
cannon,
now
dog.
Team Burger might just fall
Get
to
up out of
Noctum
there.
here. A
Team
last-ditch
Burger,
attempt to try
man.
and get away, but not going to happen. Team Burger will
That's
be our first team
unfortunate.
out of the lobby, but Fnatic
Okay, Fnatic
now
versus
fighting against
E36. I like this.
E36 here.
E36 with the white
And despite
shields,
the fact
though.
the bombardment's gone down, it's not
I
stopping
fear
Fnatic in their
Fnatic
press.
might win this.
Armors versus the white armors of E36. So Fnatic
E36 still being aggressive, though, with the white armor.
isolated fight as well, happening down towards Devastating Coast.
Ooh, that hurt.
Elsewhere in the feed, you can see that Koiful has managed to pick up a knock of his own. Look at this position that's been taken by CNAP, by the way. Like is trying to rush him out
Ooh,
of this position, and will do
good
indeed.
flank.
E36
That was nice.
goodbye. Fnatic KP on board.
Bittersweet for the
You didn't even
crowd.
hear him
Yes,
climb up.
Fnatic get the kills. Fnatic climb
He
the
got up there
leaderboard,
for
but
free.
at the hands, and sadly, E36 are the
Shopify
ones who fall.
Rebellion.
Now, Shopify
Is VKG,
Rebellion
is he by himself?
and
Oh, he's
Team
about to die.
Falcons, both in the same kind of area, both up there in contention.
Who else
for
we still got
getting to
alive?
match point
LG with
first in our
21.
top 4 right now.
Oh, it's about to get good, man. It's about to get
Team Falcons
intense.
definitely capable of going back to back, especially here on Stormpoint.
It looks like Shopify are going to have their rotation.
VKG is he's literally by himself, huh?
So VKG kind of split at the moment. One of their
No,
players
it's
is
two of them alive.
over in zone at
Where
Zoo
is his
Station trying to get the
where's his
respawn.
teammate at?
Al's just got the knock onto the solo. Obviously, Falcons don't know that this player is on his own and the rest of his team are in Zoo Station.
Oh, okay.
But this is going to be a free
Why was he
KP,
over here
so
by
you take that
himself?
if you're Falcons off the back of a win.
That's
Easy point on the
crazy.
board. Things are looking rosy in the Falcons
This
camp.
is ALGS match point finals,
so
bro. Why are you
confident
by
in this game and
yourself?
happy to push fights when they are able to get that damage in.
Are you crazy?
Especially in a circle like this where they perhaps don't have that priority to zone that a lot of others do on the southern side. As Fnatic continue their journey. ExoClan, by the way, have got back up. And they will be a full 3 and will have the chance to go again in
They
this
got
lobby as
the
well. Where do Fnatic try and go?
the respawn on
Looking for a big
ExoClan.
old wrap, it would seem. Maybe hit the survey beacon at Devastated Coast before going through Pylon.
I just want to say, it's interesting, Storm Point, historically you've highlighted how good Falcons have been, right? They've been a very strong Storm Point team, but they've always played from a POI that has a Trident. Now, Command Center, if I'm not mistaken, is where they're dropping here on Storm Point. Don't have a Trident, so it's a very different approach that they're going to have to take here. And of course, there's a lot of experience in how to play from all sorts of POIs.
VKG,
but
man,
it
he
does
got to
change
get that
things, doesn't
res,
it?
that
It really does. I
respawn.
think that we've seen how strong those Tridents can be, but it's not a guarantee.
Okay, he respawned
to
one
success.
person.
And sometimes you just have to go back
That's
to the
not
old
good.
tried and tested way of playing Apex Legends. Now Alliance, they're in 6th place. Haven't really had that pop-off game as of yet. They are walking
Where'd
up
he respawn
on
at?
Liquid Alienware here.
Well, Liquid Alienware, luckily for them at least, were more than aware of the position. You heard some of the
He must have crafted
bullets flying
before.
past the ears of various Alliance members as they walked up, so they were aware, and you can see VKG will be back
Before
in the
the
game.
other dude died.
Waiting in the zone, getting that res right at the top hand side of the screen at Zoo Station. Pays off for them. Falcons still doing a little bit of work here themselves.
Falcons still in the
zone.
storm. VK
But the
Gaming.
zone
Oh,
is
he
pulling. By the way, I
rezzed
wanna
them
talk about
way
Go Next.
back
No ring
there.
console. Dropped a barometer.
Jesus.
I've read this one perfectly.
Team Liquid got up out of there.
Trying to see if they could have hijacked that
Okay, they
Trident, but yeah,
respawned the last
going
one
to the
too.
southwest
So
of Barometer,
VK
Go Next.
Gaming,
I mean, if
the
you're gonna
whole
be dropping
3 stack
a barometer,
again.
you better know where those zones could be pulling, and sometimes you have to read it off zone
Okay,
one
I
as
like
VP.
this.
Pushing up onto
Aurora versus Virtus Pro.
We certainly are. Cenote Cave is the battleground. 9 Impulse has been finished. And now it's just about chasing down the final remaining members. Now they have to be quick about this, VP, because not only is this fight happening
Virtus
in zone,
Pro
but
kinda
Liquid
dangerous.
Alienware have heard about this.
Oh, no.
The
Oh,
audio
no.
cues are clear. And even though Kajak is being a little bit of a nuisance here,
They're
for Luke,
on him,
the
bro.
longer this takes, the more chance that Liquid Alienware.
Oh!
Zone! Luke's gonna go down!
Oh!
A thorn in their side to Virtus Pro right now. I think they are going to be fine. Liquid Alienware have just gone on by.
They rezzed him.
Minded their business. But Aurora have been able to at least get one away. Oirain in the Trident on a journey.
They got a kill off
And
right
off to
there.
try and find a crafter.
There's a finish coming in from Zach Mazer just to pick up a little point. Every point counts, of course, as we turn our attention back to the focus of where this game and this POI is likely to be ending. Barometer, right at the top of things, you've got Noctem Esports and Sykes is in the feed as well for LG, but this position is really good. Just for laying down cover fire, we know how strong it can be. They also have hit a ring console on their way to
Joel
this
and B
position.
said, wow, no fucking way.
Watch Team Gladiators on the other side of this, who are being shot down upon,
I'm
fall
crying.
at the hands of Complexity.
Someone said, surprised you didn't get
TSM,
hurt
TSM,
typing
excuse
this.
Yeah, TSM. Funny thing is, I heard you say TSM in my head because I was reading TSM.
Same.
They're waiting for their big game as well. Will it come? Is the real question. Is Fnatic arriving up close to Furia?
Oh, man.
Just transitioning through Jurassic at the moment, and Jurassic is often a place where teams like to set up if they haven't got priority to zone because
This
you do
Fnatic
catch
fighting.
a few strays on their late rotation. But it doesn't look like Fnatic are going to fall into the trap of Furia. Both of them going to try and escape at the same time.
Just an exchange of fire between the two teams at the moment. Pylon does have a survey beacon here that Fnatic can play for.
Aurora
Fury's
with the
still gonna force them
reset.
away. This is the other side of that fight as we jump on the POV of Vaxlon.
It's funny, isn't it, how the two Valkyrie teams naturally start to engage because they're all trying to play a similar route, trying to hit those survey beacons.
Oh, man. What's this, match 5? Someone should be hitting match point real soon, right?
Now Fury have gone back the into Jurassic.
Complexity's out.
Probably a little bit closer to zone.
No, Complexity's still in. They have 42 points. They need 8 more points.
About 80 points off of getting to purple himself. So Fnatic will hit that pretty soon. We'll be all dressed in purple. As on our map overhead, Shopify Rebellion are having to make a pretty tough rotation in from the southern side of zone.
Yeah, not going to be fun for them. Still late arrivals as well from those who had to go and respawn their teammates. VK Gaming and Aurora still in the zone. Fnatic down at Pylon, of course we saw that. And then Falcons, the other squad that is not within this zone right now. Well, Shopify Rebellion going to try brute force with the Trident here and build a base just down below Complexity, who are 8 points off of that match point threshold. 9 Impulse just gone down to the ring, by the way, so that's the journey that Aurora are having at the moment.
Mythic Bin's going to be spawning between Noctum and LG as well. I wonder if there's on the high ground or the low ground. That'll make a big difference.
D36 out, Team Burgers out.
Falcons 38 points at the moment. Overall, of course, 50
Everybody's
is the
full
magic
teams, though.
number that everybody is trying to hit before they activate match point. And looking at that zone, we are pulling out into the depths of Barometer. And I hope you bought some wellies.
VK Gaming still in the storm.
Yeah, these ones are always difficult.
What's
and
this,
it puts a lot
round
of
2?
pressure on your Newcastle, on your Rampart to be setting up accordingly as you move into these zones.
They're in the
We
storm
have seen
so
some great
long,
usage.
bro.
I mean, even in that previous game when Hal dropped the castle wall to force players off, we're starting to see people
Okay, we might get an
use these
Aurora
abilities in different ways
Team
to try and
Falcons
manipulate
fight
the
right
fight
here.
in their favor. But Aurora looks
Fury
like
is
they're
sitting
okay,
over
by the
there
way,
like
with
they
their
know
rotation,
someone's
despite one
coming.
going down to the ring. They're back up and they are within this zone now. And VKG looks like they'll be next. They have a good amount of meds and they're going to be fine.
Oh, you guys die here. You guys die here. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Quite a lot of ground.
They have no idea Fury is right
quickly
there.
to get close to that zone. So the zone closing behind them in 20 seconds isn't going to be too much of a concern to them.
Yeah, and they can hit this survey beacon as well.
It could be a concern though.
They're gonna die right there.
They were holding down the precipice of that hillside right next to them. Aurora back up to a full team. But arriving this late is going to be tough. Especially when you've got any kind of scope on your scout.
And they've got Alliance ahead of them as well. They could try and
Yeah, they got the
skirt around the northern
2
side
times,
with this
man.
Trident.
With the
They didn't have
controller,
much visual on actually what they were going to be arriving into. Same could be said maybe for Fnatic here, but the passive of Valkyrie
aim
might help them.
assist.
Look at the shots. Look at the
Fnatic,
trails.
everyone's
Fnatic
shooting at
taking
them.
so much damage.
Jesus Christ.
So much damage. And I'm pretty sure
Someone
they
got
lost
knocked.
Yuka on the way down, but can they get him back? It's the Newcastle as well, but the bubble
Dude, the
is
whole
there,
lobby
and
was
Yuka
shooting
will
at
be
them.
able to crawl to the safety, but our Complexity about to let them res here. Looks like Monsoon is having a little look at this.
Definitely having a look, but they might be reluctant to jump on it
Oh,
because
Monsoon
they have
knocked.
a solid spot themselves in a team that's so close. Look, Monsoon steps out for 1 second and he goes down. Again, I think they're going to get him back on his feet comfortably in the end, but that shows the risk of poking out. As Kimchi comes
Stick
to the
it out.
rescue, and they will
Poke
be
it
able to
out.
survive.
Okay, Aurora with a
Here's
nice little
Aurora. This is
spot.
the play that they've decided to make.
Oh,
they're on
you
the
guys
southern
are
side of
not
the zone all of a
in
sudden.
the safe spot. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Plan B.
Trident's going to be vital for their success.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So many bodies, so many teams, so many guns. All
Wait,
of them
oh,
looking
he
straight
probably
at
could have saved
Aurora.
her.
All it takes is one moment, a miscommunication
They got a
there as
Moby.
well. They do have a Moby, though. And Shopify Rebellion are joining Complexity in this building, by the way. Are either of them confident enough to take
Okay.
the fight? I think Complexity are going to be able to lock down
I like
this
this
part.
little hold at the
It's
top.
Fnatic pushing up onto VKG.
Fnatic trying to clear out the sewers. They found a couple of rats.
Now they found a couple rats.
It's Yuka.
They got a 2-piece right there. We like that.
VKG had no chance, really, as soon as
That crowd
Fnatic were able
loves
to swoop in
Fnatic.
together with that push.
Oh, he's got a
Once the initial
5-piece.
damage was done, VK just started to try and scatter, like the vermin you speak of. And that is kind of the meta that we see. Once one player goes down and you think you're down in the fight, it's just a matter of survival, hoping that you can get away, because you often can get a respawn in some of the earlier stages, a little bit more difficult in the latter.
Well, the zone is shifting ever so slightly. You can see that on your screen. I thought it was pulling out into the water, but it's actually pulled back towards the building, which is heavily inhabited right now. You've got Shopify Rebellion, Noctum, Aurora just outside, who we've seen their position. They did manage to get the res, and now that's a great position. Go Next, who moved obviously very early from this POI.
Why did he try that?
They're fighting TSM right now on the back of things. And
TSM eliminated by Go Next.
So TSM kind of struggling a little bit early on here.
Worth noting as well, complexity within that building that is going to be in the zone. Our closest team to match
Go
point.
Next got them kills and got up out of there.
It's Liquid Alienware, a team that can definitely get involved with some of these fights with the position they found themselves in. They're south of the building, which is
How much
okay
points
for now.
Team
They will
Liquid
have to
have?
move up. Furia also arriving from the skies.
Mirror match.
This Team Liquid Aurora fight finna pop off.
Who's feeling brave?
Well, Fury land dead center zone. This is something they've done a lot so far. This has been a big contributor
I
to
feel
their
like
success
Complexity
to getting
has
to
the
match
best
point
spot right
finals.
now.
Play it late, hit beacons, hit ring consoles, and then
Oh, what a nade.
Valkyrie ability up in the skies. See where everybody is, know where everybody is, and then find a spot
They
late
playing
onto
such
play that you
like
know is
small
free. Alliance
ass
playing this one a little bit differently
spots
though. They're
though.
having
Like
to
I
work
hate
their
that.
way through team after team, an inch closer to this zone. They
Okay,
are
let's
the
see
very
what Team
northern
Liquid's
side
about
of
to
this
do.
zone.
They decided to go up into
teams
these
left, 1 minute.
buildings.
Zone 5's going to be closing.
They're gonna
Liquid
take the-
Alienware, they're
oh.
climbing. It's knocked them up there. Liquid Alienware have
Imperial
done a little
Hal
bit of
fighting
damage, but they have to be careful.
Alliance right now.
Remix Powers gonna retreat.
Team Liquid would have knocked on them too.
Up on height, and here comes
Complexity
the third
jumps
fight.
out in there.
Complexity,
They
you
should
wanna
have
have another
stayed.
look at
Just stay
this?
inside, man.
Complexity trying to fight who? They like down in this logo, but there's another Team Shopify Rebellion, and this is where comms have to be clear. If you send or if you're backing up, and it looks like Complexity, the comms are good enough to survive here.
That's smart from Complexity. They try and find some KP, but they
Okay.
back off as now Fnatic decide they want to join in on LG's fun.
Good shots coming in from Yuka again.
Who they
Takes
fighting?
the time to
LG?
reload with this Eve rate. A lot of damage being done, but no knocks coming in.
2
as yet.
knocks for
Yuka,
LG.
he's trying
Sweet
to deal
is
with
out of
LG. Lots
there.
Esports eliminated in the meantime as Fnatic will be
That boy Sweet
able
red.
to
He just like me
reset
for
here,
real.
but the stun on the wall, and now Yuka's left on his own. Sweet is a problem. The armor swap. The armor swap.
Oh, he almost did it.
Fnatic will immediately finish.
Fnatic
He
do
almost
get some
did
extra
it.
points with the kills though. LG eliminated in 15th. Complexity still holding this position.
Oh, Fnatic
Team
got
Liquid
30th though,
above them.
immediately.
And you've got Go Next and Shopify below them. Again, 13 squads within this next zone. There is too many teams and not enough playable space. Something has to give. Once these bubbles start to dissipate, you have to make a decision. Do we fight or do we run here?
Fight or flee. VP at the moment just making sure they don't get wrapped. They will be safe. Just walking up.
That boy
as
Slayer
far
had
as
no
the zone.
health on.
But there is going to be teams
No
above them,
shields,
surrounding
half
them, and
health.
certainly in
Just
front of
running
them
out
as
there in
well.
the
That's
open.
Team
Oh!
Falcons.
Who's that? Envy?
Just got shredded
Oh,
on their way
Complexity.
forward.
There's a real opportunity for Complexity and
I told you they got the
Falcons
best
and Shopify
spot.
Rebellion all to hit match
They
point here in
chilling.
this matchup. Falcons need to win this one. though.
Whoever's on their roof,
Grenades
their
going
roof
into
is
the
doing
bubble
pretty
and a
decent,
chance
but
maybe to do some damage,
they don't
but
have no
also
cover
know they
really.
have to be careful of their surroundings.
Oh, VP might die here.
Waltzy brings out Sheila and stares into the souls of First Pro. 11 squads now remaining. Alliance, by the way, now own the complete north side of this map, but not a lot of
How many
cover to play
points
with. Shopify
Complexity
Rebellion.
looking at now? Exo Clan is gone.
As well as Exo Clan will be eliminated, and we have the
Complexity
lobby
was
half.
45. They need 5 more points to be at match point.
Points off of match point.
Yeah, like I said, all three of these teams in theory could be crossing
Falcons, I mean, they had
All gathering
42.
points,
They need
slowly
8
chipping
points.
away. If they were to all finish top 3, we might be looking at a very interesting match 6. Now,
Falcons kind of
Falcons
cozied
there
up
amidst
over here too.
3 different squads around them, but they have been able to find a corner to play with here. But the team on height are just able to get an angle. It is not comfortable.
The worry here for Falcons is VP. VP have to send it forward at some point. Complexity, the nerves.
Do they want to send
They
it
know
on
how
them
close
though?
it is.
That's the question.
5 points. Falcons
Uh-oh.
probably thinking the
Uh-oh.
same. The bubble goes down, but so does Waltzy. Howl's going to stick the rest here. He's got the blue knockdown, which is going to certainly help. But will they be able to get healthy enough? And VP might
VKG
have been
sends it
taken
on
care of,
VP
'cause
for some
VKG
reason.
forced the fight onto them.
That
They
is
just
huge for Falcons as well. Just a
run
little bit of
right
distraction,
past
but now here
Falcons.
comes Alliance.
No bubble, no
Alliance
wall.
arrive. You need to get a bubble soon, but of course you've got to wait.
No bubble, no wall.
That's
it's going to have to
crazy.
be brute force to hold here.
Yeah, VP
Falcons.
dies here, I feel. Yeah, they are gone.
Alliance trying to make the most of this northern side.
I feel like they
VP
jumped
with
the
just
wrong
one remaining.
people.
Zach Mazer hiding, trying to survive. Falcons
Especially
still alive
with
as well as
Falcon
Go Next.
having one
Esports
knock.
can wall out to zone.
team
Aurora's
starting to follow
eliminated.
Aurora go down. Complexity still closing in on match point, but they have to move outside of this building. They have moved out.
Falcon
They
with 2
need
knocks on
kills, and they
VKG.
might just find some. There's an extra
VKG
one.
is out.
3 more points required for Complexity.
Complexity got it.
To hit match point to put themselves in
Monsoon
one game.
out here going crazy, isn't he?
The bubble goes down from Monsoon.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
It's all up to you. They only need a few points. Complexity won't
Oh
make it.
my goodness.
Complexity will not make it, but Falcon's still alive.
Unfortunate. Is Falcons gonna pull this off again, bro?
All red, great position. Catwall's helping them out, and they're doing damage.
Hal, though, he's got to be careful. Hal's got to be careful. He's going to have to get the wall down. Fury are eliminated, which means more placement points here for Team Falcons. Waltzy,
Falcons
he's
with
gone down
46.
low, and even though they can see it, even though they can taste it,
Oh my
it's
God.
all up to Hal and Zero to close out.
Zero's doing really well, though, being able to do damage with this match at the moment. Playing the bubble successfully. By the way,
Did Hal get him
Shopify
up? Yeah, he
Rebellion
got him up.
still alive as well.
Throw the ult. Throw the
Zero
ult.
down. Hiyaka. Maybe he's going to break the hearts of Falcons fans. It's Waltzy.
Oh my God. They fucking got it.
Falcons will hit.
Jesus.
It's Alliance with the win, but the bigger story here
Jesus.
is the Falcons hit match point, and so do Alliance.
Alliance hit match point
If
too.
Alliance did not get that final kill, they would not have been able to cross it. It was so close for Complexity, so close for Shopify Rebellion. But it's 2
Doing these hot
heavy
drops.
hitters, one from North America and one from EMEA.
What an endgame.
Bro, why does that always happen?
Endgame. And
Jesus.
two teams who had to play it so differently. Falcons, center zone, cycling through utility, trying
Well,
to
Alliance
survive,
got a
trying to
big
bunker
fan
down
group
and just
there. Jesus.
survive long enough for the kills to
Where's
come to
Alliance
them.
from?
Alliance, they had to do it the hard way. From the north side of that zone, no cover to play with. Bubbles, utility, and then finally fighting their way towards
Oh,
that
they got
first
so
place.
many points.
11
23.
KP, alongside the 12 placement points,
Well,
23
Falcons got
points.
third.
But
I thought they
as
got
say,
second.
Irrelevant. It's now about winning a game. Alliance and Falcons have the chance to close it out in our next game.
Alliance who were in 6th position going into that game, and we were talking about previous LAN winners all being at the top of those leaderboards. Alliance were the only team out of that set that had yet to win here in the match point finals. But now they're on the board, and now they are on match point. Shopify delighted with 2nd place, but don't quite cross the line. Complexity, a good game from them, consistent one, but the 6 points do not get them there either. But it does mean that if we do not see Falcons or Alliance win it in match 6, we will likely be seeing the likes of Shopify Rebellion and Complexity joining them, you'd imagine. But we have seen teams fall at the final hurdle before. When you're just closing in on it, you can't quite get those points on.
This is some of the stats from your top 3 in that previous game. Big performance from Alliance, and the kills and the assists shared across everybody. Hackis with 3, Effect with 4, Unlucky with 4, which was just enough to see them over that match point threshold. 4 for Zero, who was going wild in that endgame with the Mastiff. But even though maybe it wasn't the kills that contributed from Waltzy in those final moments, his survivability was enough to get that extra point.
And sometimes you have to look at it as a battle royale. It is about survival. It is about getting those extra placement points. And both Falcons and Alliance now into a shootout. Who can get the next victory on the board? Who can call themselves the Apex Legends Global Series champions?
He said, let me know if you're trying to
who
chill
else
or
would it have
whattever. I
been,
know a
right?
bunch of good coffee spots and
Across
whatnot.
this season, the consistency of Falcons, but also the dominance of Alliance in other tournaments as well. It's set up perfect.
I think if you were to ask 100 people, you'd have a pretty good percentage who would be saying Falcons as an Alliance as their top 2 when you talk about tournament favorites. And what a I just feel like this entire roster, this entire Falcons run has been a roller coaster.
And when you look at Alliance and you think back to the history of this squad, and once upon a time they were the group stage specialists. They would get to Sunday, they would struggle, they wouldn't be able to find themselves at the top of the leaderboard, they wouldn't be able to find those same victories they were getting in the group stages, but that has all since changed. Ever since they won that LAN victory last year, they now find themselves on match point on the biggest stage of all, competing against Falcons to see if they can become champions.
Absolutely incredible stuff here in Sapporo. We have so much still to come, though. Alliance hit match point.
Oh my God.
Falcons hits match point. We could be ending this tournament in the next game.
So do they grief Falcons immediately or what?
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a
Big step up, underground rapper. Top notch.
My barber got me looking. To the money like it's urgent. Hands on God, so I'm in it like a surgeon. Only thing I'm breaking is a burn. Yeah, baby, go bring out the goodies. Stuck it in inside the hoodie. Now we turning up to boogie. It's cool, I used to fight the bullies. Now I'm fighting in the dark. Guess some things don't leave me fully. The try push me, then the try pull me. Better when I budge. If you die, then this is my pussy. What you think this is? We ain't worried about it. Why she's straight up with it? Ask me how you be like this. What you think this is? We ain't worried about it. Why she's straight up with it? Ask me how you be like this. How you live like this? 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 Why you live like this?
The Apex Legends Global Series is a proud partner of the city of Sapporo, the capital of the North.
Welcome back to Sapporo, Japan. Welcome back to the ALGS Championship. And we've seen two teams cross that match point threshold. And both of those teams were sat on these stand. The Herman Miller Gaming chair. And the Herman Miller Gaming is an official chair partner of the ALGS. Herman Miller Gaming is a proud partner of the ALGS. And today's players, like I mentioned, are competing in the Embody Gaming chair. Find out what chair is best for you at hermanmiller.com/gaming. Now, our coaches as well, they're not being left behind. They're sitting on the Vantum Gaming chair, and with 7 unique colorways, you can try one out of the free play area located on the concourse.
They look beautiful. Also, if you were wondering just what monitor got sent across the stage by Hackis a little bit earlier, it was the InZone M10S. It has been proudly chosen as the official monitor for the ALGS Year 4 Championship and Year 5 live event, showcasing its exceptional performance. InZone is a gaming gear brand from Sony, meticulously crafted for core gamers with a lineup of high-quality gaming monitors and headsets. The InZone M10S is ready to provide an exhilarating experience for esports enthusiasts while giving you the competitive edge you need. Let InZone elevate your gameplay to new heights.
So that's what they're playing on, that's what they're sitting on. Well, now we have to find out if it's going to be a trophy that they are lifting as we are entering our next game. Now, a change of scenery is going to be occurring here as we will be changing from Storm Point over to E-District. Falcons with a big win in that previous game, but that's not the biggest, Alliance with a big win in that previous game. Falcons win the one before, but it is those two teams who won match 4 and match 5 who are the first to hit match point. So both these teams now, if they win this next game, will be your ALGS Championship champions.
So Alliance going to be playing out of the Lotus. Bad news for Alliance fans, we have yet to see Alliance find a victory on this map so far this tournament. Team Falcons playing from Electro Dam. Bad news for Falcons fans, yet to see them find a victory on E-District so far this tournament. Bad news for both fans, look at where they're landing.
Right next to each other.
Right next to each other, and could very much be next to one another on their rotations depending on where this zone goes. And you have to also remind yourself, we have a couple of E-District specialists in this lobby that might be able to steal a victory away and take us to match 7.
We also have some teams who are chasing down 50 points, close but not quite there when it comes to match point. Those teams, Shopify Rebellion, 47 points for them. They need just 3. Complexity,
I made it back in time.
Story. 3 points required. Guild need 11, which isn't too far away as well. So if Alliance
Damn right on time, huh?
do not close out now,
Match 6 starts.
we could have a whole host
Team
of
Falcons,
teams
game point.
Match 6 is live. Does it end here? Does it end now? Or will we have one more game?
And whilst Alliance and Falcons may not have found a win on this map
I'm putting
yet, it is a
9,000.
very different game when you are playing just for the win.
9,200
Throughout
on
group
no.
stages, throughout bracket stages, leading up to this point in match point finals, you are always looking for points. You are trying to better everyone else in the lobby through kills, through placement, but it is only the win that matters here. Getting into that final circle and out-manipulating everyone in that zone.
Well,
Why
an interesting
can't,
zone for sure. One that we've seen pretty
Alright, chat.
similar, I would say, even in this lobby that we see in front of us earlier on. We are pulling out towards City Hall, but maybe out towards the watery depths just to the north of it.
There we
Guild
go.
mentioned how they don't need a huge amount of points, just the 11. They're pretty good for this zone, but you could also argue that Falcons and Alliance, they're on the right half of the zone to get here.
Yeah, it's going to be an easier rotation for Alliance. They can move fast, but Falcons will be able to almost identically follow them afterwards. Falcons do have that ring console, as do Alliance as well, so they're both going to have the information they would require. But the real question is, can they execute here? The only difference between the two compositions, that catalyst, which is a pretty big difference, especially when we get to these final zones as well. If Alliance can get there into that last 5, the ability to just cut off those final circles with the Dark Veil can sometimes be a lifesaver, but there's also so many advantages to the Rampart as well. I'd love to see them both make it and see how it plays out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Will we see a blind fire through a Dark Veil that wins a championship, or will it be the Dark Veil that stops the Sheila, causing the problems? It's certainly a conundrum that we'll have to investigate should we get there. But looking elsewhere, we mentioned Shopify Rebellion. So close, so close, just the 3 points away from being on match point. And you would expect, barring some sort of huge mistake, that if they win a team fight, you can almost guarantee who they might be targeting.
Well, Complexity require 3 points, and E-District has been their better map throughout this entire tournament. So I'm sure they're feeling somewhat confident coming into this one. And that's
Oh, yeah.
If you can get an early fight, those 3 points could be presented to you very early indeed.
One thing that's interesting just to talk about here with composition-wise, we
Popping
talk
the
about how
Fifi.
teams recognize each other. Because obviously we have anonymous mode, so they don't know who they're firing at, they don't know who they're shooting at, they don't know really too much about the battles that they're involved in. Well, being one of the only teams in the lobby, there's a couple of them, but not too many, who are running the Catalyst. Oh, may make Alliance a little bit of a target. And speaking of targets, Complexity, you only need a few points, but it's your good friends in Aurora who are going to cut you down. Enemy has to run. An enemy will run.
Now, I can't tell if that was foresight by Enemy or they were just
Yeah, get
split
up
a
out of
little bit
there.
Complexity and caught off guard, but Enemy was very far away from Monsoon and Kimchi when Aurora began to push, and maybe has kept their hopes of reaching match point alive here, because now can just trot on away and hope to get them back on their feet. But sometimes that is a journey that is not an enjoyable one, because just when you think you're safe, just when you think you found a crafter, you suddenly run into a late rotating team and you get punished.
Still, the points needed here for Shopify Rebellion. That will be their story in this game. Alliance trying to hold them out here. This is on the very northern side of the zone at the moment. Exoclan pretty close to this as well, so Alliance have got to watch their backs. Ooh, you also got to watch your head. Doesn't get ripped off, just get focus fired.
By the way, very different rotates from Alliance,
Alliance
and Falcons,
at
despite the fact that
match
Falcons
point
could have
2.
literally gone into Lotus and done the same thing.
Man,
They've taken a very wide swing. Now ExoClan.
I don't think Falcons or Alliance win this match.
Fight, and for good reason. They want to win this tournament.
They could though.
But sometimes you
if anything, I have Falcons winning.
It will be assessed by Hackers of whether it's worth it.
Deep breath here from Unlucky.
Yeah, I caught that.
Somebody got to step up though. Do we want ALGS to end like this? You know what I'm saying?
But we know it certainly isn't. But that grenade is big. It does big damage. But you can see both bubbles down. You simply cannot cross that gap.
You're always aware of, yes, okay, maybe this fight is upon us. Maybe we can push in because of the damage. But you always have to think, well, someone could arrive at any moment here. And you have to be cautious. Now GG, they're getting pushed by Virtus Pro and will be taken out. Gaming Gladiators,
VP is at what, 26?
They are in last place right now. But VP,
and go next coming in.
Initial fight, they have to now face another.
Should be healthy enough to at least hold off the push here, and they will be. Zach had the most health, so took the responsibility himself just to step out, just to fire and make sure that nobody really from Go Next had the opportunity to gap close on them. Alliance now, you can just feel every single movement from these players and how it matters to them. It matters more to Alliance, of course, in this position than it does for ExoClan, who are still chasing down
big fact.
50 points. Exo will not let them rest here.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
There's another team.
Lucky trying to poke around the corner and take advantage of the damage again, but it's just not happening for them. Shopify Rebellion, by the way, is that other team. And ExoClan might be just about to become the meat in a sandwich.
So much damage done onto Exo
the meat in a
there,
sandwich.
They just about Scarper away. I wonder whether that is a little bit of a blessing for Alliance, because they really have.
I hadn't even seen Falcons. Where is Team Falcons at?
They have been able to
Ooh, major lag.
Constantly pressure this
we
Alliance
back.
squad. Shopify Rebellion are going to leave that area and aim for the low ground for now.
Shopify know their job here as well. They were probably just poking there thinking if a little bit of damage goes in, we can fly, we can
Okay,
get
here we
3
go,
points,
Falcons.
If we get knocked, so be it. We've done our job.
What we got going on?
They're also probably thinking we would like to be involved in this end game to deny this team on our screen from winning the game.
Sometimes it's the best way to ensure you get another match if you are not on match point is by winning yourself.
Oh, that's zone 4.
That's facts.
It's not going to kick up towards Resort like the previous one in match 1 of these finals. Instead, we're heading a little bit further south, where Fnatic and Team Burger currently reside. Not a bad pull for Complexity as well, who are on the west right now. And actually, all those teams who are moving in from the southern side, this is far more ideal for them. Speaking of moving
Go
in,
next gets up out of there again.
Aurora and Envy having a little scrap in zone here. And it's going to be knocked
Okay, Aurora knocks one from Envy.
Aurora, again, just being a little bit
I like Aurora though.
unpredictable with where they're going to be and who they're going to be waiting for. Noct is going to be the next one to find that out. Team Liquid Alienware flight
They was popping off yesterday, man.
Dropped in Yanya. Are going to try and escape
LG has one
craft
knock.
their teammate back again. Evac being hit here by Go Next as well to try and find a place a little
I'm
bit
surprised we ain't see no big
team you don't want to
games from
allow to get going, by
E36
the way,
though.
is Aurora. Remember, they...
The one building, no!
Uh-oh.
I think they got away with it.
No, looks like the fight's still happening.
Okay, Monsoon with a knock.
Burger and Go Next both lose one in the kill feed. Go Next have lost 2. No, it's a 1v1 over there as Complexity just overlooking this.
Still not been resolved. Finish comes in.
Now, if they hit match point in the game and win, does that count?
3 points needed.
Or they have to win or get match point and then win the next game?
Well, this building just became even more interesting. Go Next, Team Burger, and Enter Force 36, who are looking to climb, looking to take to the stairs.
Jesus.
Careful that arm cover. And it goes in. Team Burger eliminated.
Team Burger eliminated. E36 with the wipe, we like that.
Do Go Next think about maybe trying to push this?
Envy respawn their
They want
teammate.
to play this game out as a 3. They're thinking about resin. They're thinking about hitting a beacon. Getting their teammate back in the game. We move over to the
Oh, I
Lotus.
hate this area, bro.
Team Falcons versus
With a passion.
Virtus Pro. And this one's
Shopify
like a
Rebellion with
potential scrap for a ring
47.
console or something,
Complexity with 47.
It's currently being played on
Go
the
Next
rooftops.
also hit a respawn.
Yeah, difficult fight to try and have here. Because even if you get the damage, trying to get to the other side is always a tough one. Sure, you could do it as the Newcastle with a slam, but then just leaving the rest of the team behind.
Woolsey down again.
Falcons.
Okay, there's a bubble. There was a bubble.
How was ready for that?
VP is ending this.
Oh, VP. I don't know if you want to do this.
We are in a healthier position.
I don't know if y'all want to do this,
also
VP.
require points here, maybe seeing this as an opportunity for some.
0. He's going to peek. Bubble goes down. He's got a Gibby in his face.
I don't know if y'all want to do this, bro. I try to tell you.
Imperial Howl comes through as well. Waltzy and Howl in a 1v1. Zach Mason's going to be taking zone damage.
He better heal, dog. Better heal, homie.
Pop that syringe to make sure
They sticking the res.
the last thing it does is turn into a 1v1, and now he's going to walk his way forward. He's going to be the buffer here for Waltzy to try and play behind that knockdown to finish off
I don't
Zach
think they
Mason,
push
but now
into
Falcons
that.
are
Why?
reset.
VP are back up to a 2 as well, so it still
Is he
is
gonna
a job
see-
done
what are you
yet, but now
doing?
Howl slams in and Howl
Why would
bumps
you
him
go
the
in
face.
there?
Zach Mason will go down, and it's all going to be down to Lou, I imagine, to try and escape. But Falcons survived their first test here in this game.
Come on,
Where
man.
do we go? That's the question. I think Team Falcons don't really mind because they know VP is now out of their pathing towards where they want to play on this zone. There's Lou. A little bit of guard.
Why did he go back in the building?
Gets the shears out.
Why
Making
didn't he
everything look
just
pretty.
take the we res?
The fight was everything.
I revived you. Let's just back up and go. Let them get that one kill, man.
Now the zone continuing to pull down to the southwest, down towards LG in that building, and Complexity, who are always on that western side. But how does that fare for our teams on match point? Of course, we've seen Falcons. They're still moving from Lotus, a long old way for them to go. Alliance were up in Resort, but now they're down on the right-hand side of City Hall there. So still not a great zone for them. Complexity back up, by the way.
Knocked them
4-3,
eliminated.
And another attempt at finding these 3 points that they desire.
Noctum Esports have just
Virtus
been
Pro with
eliminated.
the
By the way,
respawn.
shout out to Lou. He's just got Slayer and Zach Mason back in the game for VP. And maybe there's going to be something else to say because they're still in Lotus. Falcons are just about hit an evac and leave. So maybe there's going to be chapter 2 of that fight. But Complexity still alive, still searching for those points to hit match point. But it's just eluding them at the moment.
Well, Lions have been able to walk all the way through City Hall onto the east
Oh,
side
these
of
lags
this
are
next
crazy
zone.
though.
But now they find confrontation.
They hit ring console as well, so they know where they want to play. They know what spots are going to be good. And they just about managed to cross and avoid the glare of go next. As TSM now
Their
take on
host not.
LG, Sykes and Funk still on their feet, and it looks like Funk is
Monsoon got a
trying to
knock.
swing back to
Oh,
his.
Zach Mason
TSM
knocked
have
to
not
the
been able to
ring.
get going today, and it looks like it might be another game where they exit early. Zap, the last remaining player, about to get eliminated and will be. 16 squads now left.
TSM
LG
eliminated.
crossed the 25-point mark. They are
Zach is
halfway
just getting
towards
knocked
match point.
over and over again by this ring.
Starting to get a little bit scary at this building.
If I'm not mistaken, I think, and I could be mistaken, but I thought I saw Monsoon from Complexity secure a kill. Certainly
Nah, he got a knock. He didn't get the kill.
looked like he got the knock, but no, indeed, it wasn't confirmed. So that point, as much as I'm trying to give it away, it's still got to be earned by Complexity. Same situation for them and Shopify Rebellion at this point. Still need 3 points each. Guild have got a couple of points though. They're only 9 away now.
Good news for Complexity is they are bang center of the next zone after that. If Complexity just stay alive, they should find the
Falcon
point
just out in the open and nobody's
placement,
shooting
and
them.
by
That's
doing so,
insane.
we'll have a chance to be in that end game and stop the likes of Falcons or Alliance winning it here and now.
There is your standings as it stands. Match point finals, of course, hit 50, then win the next game. That's how you win it here. In the ALGS. Virtus Pro have finally been eliminated. The final player to go down.
Falcon
will be Lou. They just couldn't
eliminates
elude the
Virtus
zone.
Pro
The
to the
zone
ring.
Claims its first victim.
So they were just too far into the ring.
2 points away from the match point threshold now, and again, similarly to Complexity, find themselves in a fantastic position
Right next to
purely
each other.
for placement. But yes, both the teams who are searching for points are next to each other.
Only the blues to work with here for Shopify Rebellion. Joyful does have purple thanks to the Catalyst, but I mean, this is, I'm looking for our match point teams at the moment. Falcons are kind of quite far from zone and they're sandwiched by a few different teams. Alliance a little bit closer to it, and they're also in a pretty secure building for quite some time. Falcons have got some work to do here.
Yeah, I'd argue Alliance in a better position. But if anyone can brute force their way
What is
into a
this
zone,
lag
it
that
would be
keeps
Team
happening?
Falcons. A playstyle that they struggled to achieve throughout group stages and even some of the bracket stage where they are so good at fighting their way into zones. But they have found that rhythm towards the latter stages of yesterday and into these match point finals. But now they take to the sky. Can they find somewhere to play?
This is a big moment here. They land. They get the walls down. Falcons. Zero's down. No bubble. Q comes
But
in.
how is sticking these res is like crazy.
Bubble does go down. But Shopify Rebellion, they need the points. They want to push this. They know that
that
Falcons
ult
will
on
win.
him.
They obviously don't know this is Falcons. But they also don't want to allow the reset here. Bubble disappears. Falcons.
They're done for.
Falcons getting smashed.
Jesus.
And with that, not only Falcons out the lobby,
And Shopify Rebellion hit the match point.
Job done for Shopify Rebellion, but there
That
is
was
still
nice.
one more threat in this lobby, and that is Alliance. That would be their next target if they could pick and choose, but Falcons now have to wait and hope they get to match 7. In fact, Falcons probably cheering on the likes of Shopify now. Complexity still need 2 more points though, and they're in the building right next to them, and Shopify have got knocks.
Monsoon has gone down. He is back to his feet already, though. Crazy how the two teams that are chasing match point are the closest to each other in this zone. End of Force 36, long way for them to go before they start thinking about being on match point themselves. 23 seconds until zone closes.
Plenty of teams here all stacked on one another, but this is the team we need to be thinking about, Alliance, and how they progress towards this zone. In the moment, they're just watching their backs to ensure they don't get closed in. Team Falcons eliminated on 54, won't get the chance to win it here, but Alliance still alive, and Shopify Rebellion just crossed that threshold, so they have to wait until next game to win this tournament.
Yeah, so, okay. So if they hit match point in the game, they have to win the next game, though.
The Valcolts go out as well. That means this zone's about to get very, very busy because everybody's
So
going to be slamming.
Complexity
Everyone's
needs to
gonna try
just
and
hit
find a
match
corner.
point
Alliance
and then
picking
try
up
to
some kills,
win.
by the way, as E36 jump onto this bubble.
Complexity needs 2 more kills, 1 more kill.
Gaming that eliminated. It's Fnatic who win that one. E36 now looking to clean up those pieces. Fnatic are not healthy. Melzera just tries to escape. It looks like Yuka is going to use the castle wall to get towards him, and even though one has gone down, Fnatic are making this hard. Envy gone, Liquid Alienware gone as well.
With that, Complexity did just cross the 50-point threshold as well. We now have 4 points that would be on match point into the next one.
Oh, they're in the open there,
because Alliance are still alive. Complexity have done the job initially, but now they need to stop Alliance winning.
56 points on the board, but it's all about the win. Points do not matter here for Alliance. They just need to close out. Gold Mastiff.
Uh-oh.
Furia gone. 7 squads remaining.
Alliance has been at
And the nerves are starting to fray.
What a hole
points,
from
so
Alliance,
they're the
just
other team that could
making sure
win,
they watch
right?
every angle, and Gonex got obliterated as soon as they peaked. And suddenly
LG
we are
was
down
eliminated.
to 5 squads. Remember the
Aurora's about to die here for sure.
They're bubbling onto Aurora. They've got the stun damage. Hackis is 1
Uh-oh.
HP.
Uh-oh.
Effect goes in and gets 1 onto 9 impulse.
Yeah. Alliance kind of going crazy. Are they gonna get this dub, bro?
To claim the championship.
How many teams left? I don't think they survived this. They're just way in the open.
Top of each other here. And even though they're center zone,
4 squads left.
they have to work together to fire out onto Alliance. They don't know that. Fnatic don't know that either.
The entirety of EMEA.
If they don't shoot Alliance, bro, they're just out in the open.
They have the entirety of the east side of this zone to themselves. Maybe Fnatic, one of the biggest threats on the north. This is where Hackis is going to earn his paycheck. There's the Dark Veil we were talking about. Could this be the difference maker? It cuts the whole zone in half.
What's going on here?
They own this side of the zone.
Huge, huge. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Alliance got one knock. They don't push that. Just hold it. Good shit. Good shit. There's no way they survive here, bro. Uh-oh. I think he was trying to get on the roof.
This is going to be tough. Alliance now in the building. Fnatic still watching on.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
This Alliance roster who are desperately fighting to stay alive.
They are fighting for their lives. They are
Do they want to be in the... Wait, I think he knocked them in the building on purpose.
4 squads remaining.
I think he locked them in the building on purpose.
If they kill Fnatic, they own this side of zone. Hackers with the bubble. They're trying to damage anyone around them.
They need the help, and now every bubble is down. You can feel the tension in the room.
Complexity's got to move, move.
Urging a Fnatic win, urging an anything win but Alliance. They want to see more games.
Evac in. Hackers challenged. Hackers is down.
Alliance. One member back up.
It's all up to you. He gets the res, but now he's getting swamped.
Holy shit. There's no way. Shopify Rebellion. Oh my gosh. Yo. He almost pulled it off though. He almost pulled it off.
We will have 4 teams on match point going into match 7. Alliance, Shopify Rebellion, Team Falcons, and Complexity. Alliance came so close to finding victory. Unlucky, almost pulled off something impossible. But alas, one more game at the very least. That win on E-District still eluding Alliance.
It was almost a knockdown shield that won Alliance a championship. Unlucky
19 piece.
Everything he could, but it just wasn't.
We ain't seen much from
Top 2
Team
for
Liquid.
But not
Aurora kind of stepped up that game. LG kind of did
And I'm going to
good.
be honest with you. You look at that final zone, you look at the teams that were involved, and you've got to think.
TSM not really doing too
is
well.
A target. When you see a Catalyst, and you're looking at the final zone and you've not seen Alliance in the kill feed yet, you're starting to think, well, maybe we should kill that Catalyst team. Because it did look to me like a couple of teams just suddenly turned their attention when that Dark Veil came down, and the whole final zone seemed to shift. Now let's talk about that Dark Veil, because they did cut off the entirety of that circle, but when it happened, Fnatic also used it, moved over to the north, and became the ultimate threat,
man.
which is what then led Alliance to actually bubble out and say, oh, well, we need to win this game. We can't allow Fnatic to have that room, but by doing so, allowed the other 2 teams to exit the building, and it was just a domino effect of unfortunate scenario for Alliance. And even though Unlucky tried absolutely everything, Shopify Rebellion came out on top.
Well, ironically, it's the facial expression of MT on Shopify Rebellion that Alliance fans are probably recreating in the stands and at home right now. It doesn't get any closer than that. Here's your heavy hitters for match number 6. Effect with 7 kills. Loads of reses coming in from How.
How sticking them revives, so I'll give you that.
Leading the lobby with damage dealt.
Every time one of his teammates goes down, he's sticking that immediately.
Even though we're talking about Alliance,
with no
there is
hesitation.
now multiple teams on match point. 4 of them in total, as Complexity and Shopify Rebellion will enter the match point conversation.
So many of our previous LAN winners in the recent year feature on that list of teams that are on match point right now. Guild closing in on match point as well. Fnatic only 6 points away. Could we see the hometown heroes cross that threshold and get into another match to maybe win the whole thing here in Japan as well? I'm sure the roof would be blown off of this place if that were to happen.
That was fun. That was very,
really
very fun. That was fun. I mean, what an end game, and what a way it would have been for Alliance to manage to close out a championship, but it wasn't to be, because we know better, everybody. Just when you think these match point finals are about to end, one more game, and that's what we have in front of us now. We probably have, well, who knows at this point, but we have 4 teams now on match point. We're actually going to send it over to the desk now, because I'll be honest, I need to hydrate, I need to catch my breath, because I nearly passed out.
Well, us too. I mean, we were also watching, but you were speaking during that, Mark, so take it easy. You and Dan, great call on that one. Almost ending here in Sapporo. It was so close and unlucky, a little unlucky, not to get that match point win right there and send Alliance to their second LAN victory of the year to cap off year 4. Welcome back to the desk. Rain Day here as your host. Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and Jamerson. Guys, I mean, it couldn't have been any closer. Lauren, that one had everyone in their seats up, ready to go and say, this could be it. This could be a championship moment.
Easily one of the most chaotic and potentially quickest lands that we would have ever had.
That's
if
right.
Alliance was able to pull that one out. We go again, but Alliance look primed and ready to try and close this out.
This was a spectacular feat on all ends because those three teams, yes, aware there could be a match point team in there, but all doing the same thing. It fell on a knife's edge is what I'm trying to say, Snipe, on who won that game. And honestly, at the end of the day, the lobby is lucky that Alliance gave them one more chance at it.
Yeah, I think we're actually going to be able to see the perspective of how close that really was in the end. We saw
Oh,
from Alliance's
man.
point of view, and I mean, I thought
What's
they
the
were dead
next
about 3
match
or 4
or
times
next
during that
map?
whole time. I don't know where these were coming up. But
Is it on?
we'll take
They
a
just
closer look
played
at that
E
in a second.
District,
All
so
right,
they're going
Jamerson, let's
Stormpoint.
talk about this, come down from that moment and get back into what had occurred. This play right here from Falcons, Hal slamming down, knocking off Aurora, and leading to an incredible win in Game 4.
And ultimately, talking about Falcons' performance on World's Edge across this tournament is something that we really do need to point out. Throughout Pro League, World's Edge was their worst map across all of Pro League split number 2 and Stormpoint. They were able to basically score so much higher on that map. On World's Edge, they averaged 6 points. On Stormpoint, they averaged 15.1 throughout Pro League. Here, though, we're seeing them actually split that performance. So it's a 9.8 point average here on World's Edge for them and a 10.4 average on Stormpoint. So we're seeing that they have improved their game on World's Edge.
Yeah.
They were able to convert there in game number 4 and get that win.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, Falcons are trying to highlight E-District. They didn't do well in that one. They were on match point. Just came down to Alliance. And Alliance, you know, they had put themselves in this position because of Game 5's thing.
Yeah, I mean, there is a reason that the 3 top teams in this are all LAN winners, because I don't see how this tournament can go on much longer with those. I don't think we've ever seen that much of a top-heavy leaderboard in any Grand Finals whatsoever. And the way that these teams, especially Alliance right now, are playing, it'd be hard to think that they don't close this out.
Oh, and that's a great point. All 3 of our top teams, all 3 have won LANs. It is looking like time is of the essence here.
Yeah, the experience is really coming into play here. And like Eric was saying, we're getting a chance to kind of see these final moments here from Shopify's perspective, because we saw what happened when Alliance went out. All 4 bubbles down on the ground, and we watched Alliance try to get that height while everybody else was fighting below. Shopify right now looking comfortable and waiting for the dissension from the Alliance players. And honestly, watching the Newcastle, unlike try to do whatever you could possibly do in this situation, but look how healthy Shopify is in this scenario. There was no way, now that we could see just how settled they were, and they were waiting everybody out, that there was no way Shopify wasn't going to win that.
And I think they had that high ground so that it was much easier not to waste resources. I mean, really, Alliance getting to that point, it was a phenomenal effort, having to go into maybe what looked like a missed Newcastle wall and hold that
Seeing
road,
everybody
fight
tweet about the
complexity,
trade is
fight their way
hilarious.
out, attack Fnatic, pull back, get the res, make it to a top 2. Obviously, there is a lot of high-level gameplay going on, and it only is going to continue. But where do we go from here? Well, that's a bigger question. And sometimes where do we go isn't just about this game. It's about all the games coming up in the ALGS. That's right. Maybe it's about next year in year 5, which is coming to the ALGS. We will be back, and we will be teasing a little bit now of some new things. You know, maybe a few legends not being allowed to be played. Called a ban, maybe some new maps added to the ALGS, maybe a new event that is going to blow your mind. All of that and those details coming up at the end of the show, so stay tuned for that. Year 5 announcements are coming, and they are spicy. Cannot wait to share that all with you. But in the meanwhile, guys, I think we have Lace, who is ready to go in the crowd. If I'm correct, Lace, are you there?
Yeah, welcome. If there's anything better than the ALGS, it is the crowd that comes with it. Now, I'm pretty certain I found the only Lace fans in the crowd. But anyway, amongst we have I'm K-Moz, Fantasy, and Trixinity here. Now, I'm K-Moz. You've obviously had a fantastic time in Japan so far. We're in the match point finals. Which team are you rooting for?
Oh, okay. So, Team Falcons. Yeah, Team Falcons. And Guild, because we like the Aussies. We want the Aussies to be, you know, get some support out there.
Yeah, I'm absolutely not being biased, finding the only English-speaking Australians in the crowd that love Lace. But look, we do love the Falcons. Now, Fantasy, you've obviously had a brilliant time in Tokyo. You're now in Sapporo. We think Sapporo and this dome is a little bit better, right?
Yes, like it feels like 30,000 people. This is insane. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced in my life. Like my first LAN, this is ridiculous. This is awesome.
I mean, it doesn't get better than this being in Japan and Sapporo. Now, we've got the wonderful Trixinity here. Now, obviously, you know, you guys are part of the X and Y crew. Which team are you going for?
I'm going for Guild. Got to support the Aussies all the way. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi!
And that's us guys in the crowd, but we have a wonderful crowd here for ALGS. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you so much, Lace. We have 4 teams at match point. I cannot believe this. What an end. It made me sweat a little bit, thinking to myself, imagine if we still had gold knockdowns. I was like, oh. Well, that's not the case here. We got some more Apex to go for match point finals.
I don't think we're mad about them being in the in memoriam section we saw for the Apexes just before, because that would have, that would have been a real throwback. That would have been some like Kings Canyon Apex Legends esport action if we had had gold knockdowns deciding things. But no, I think good decision to take them out and you know, even reduce the amount of shields that the purple ones have recently, right? My God, that was close. I mean, one of the things I think to note there was definitely that that Alliance are one of the only Catalyst teams to play in the lobby right now. And that means last game, when it was just Alliance and Falcons on match point, it's very easy to keep track of who's still alive, and the other teams knew who they had to focus in that last circle there. Without that, I'm not sure Alliance would have gone down, but now it gets even harder. We've got 4 teams on match point, and with everyone that's added to this tally, it becomes harder and harder for the teams to keep track of that.
Listen, the match point Grim Reaper onset is not here. The teams usually
someone at CBS tweet.
When onset and
LeBron had grown frustrated with Anthony Davis.
Can this be
LeBron
the
retweets it. You will fucking lie.
To change this curse. 4 teams at match point, and as you mentioned, Gino, the Catalyst acting like a double-edged sword. It's just like so insane to think that how that actually involves squads to play differently. What could they do? They have to forcibly swap. We still have E-District coming into the mix.
Yeah, I don't think you can, really. With Alliance, I think you just have to hope that you're good enough to get
I want to hear that
position
phone
to
call,
take
bro.
it out, or you have to bide your time until there's, sadly, more teams joining you on match point and take your position from there. I mean, having a look around, I think, is it just Go Next that is the only other team? I believe so. So it's Go Next and Alliance on the Catalyst. For those other teams that we were talking about on match point, as we get a look at the next potential maps in the map rotation, it'll be another E-District coming up very soon, and then followed potentially by Storm Point.
So they're at E-District again, it just starts all over?
Compositions from map to map. But yeah, for the other teams,
Oh, no,
it's a little bit easier
got
to
some
sneak
points
around
too.
and sneak away with that, right? Because
Let's
more
see.
teams are playing.
We
the
doubled our
Rampart.
points.
It's harder.
There's
to
4 match
isolate
point
them
teams,
as
right?
the team that you need to pick off if potentially a
I'm gonna
couple
go
of these
no
teams
again.
end up in that final circle on match point.
Listen to that crowd. The cheers to give their favorite teams their energy as we enter match number 7 on E-District. Gives me goosebumps. I can't ever get over it. Our players are locked in. They're ready to go. History will be made today.
feel like someone might win actually.
Championship is the
Why
biggest
am I-
event in the Apex
why is my shit
Esports
disappearing now?
calendar. And it could be decided right here, right now.
Let's refresh this real quick. I don't think it's my end that's lagging, but we're gonna go ahead and
This
refresh it.
just in. What if we sew the dog's head onto the man's body? He's Dogman Super Cop.
You have all the strength of a dog and all the skills of a kung fu cop. Why do you always gotta lick the inside of my mouth?
All right. Hopefully it runs a little smoother.
Cut it out.
Will this be the last game, bro?
Dogman, rated PG.
Roster, bro.
And as you mentioned, one of the teams.
And they
with the
just got
Rampart,
Cooper
not so
Flag
much
too.
standing against
Yeah, they
the
got a
ground.
roster.
Are you kidding me with this ring? Last time, smack bang
Alright.
between Alliance, Guild. It's a little more over towards Shopify Rebellion, but our 2 match point teams from last game, Alliance and Falcons, get priority again. Now, we were talking about being able to identify the teams. 3 of them are playing Gibby Newcastle Rampart. Again, Alliance sticking out like a sore thumb. Sure, it gives them a lot of advantages and utility in bubble fights, in endgames. The cat wall they ripped at the end of last game, incredible. Completely isolated them for the rest of the lobby. But it did make it very obvious who they are and where they were.
Easy to call out. Easy to focus. And as Alliance move out of Lotus, I believe I saw a ring console there. They have the Evil Harvester.
Who all is in?
Falcons.
Well, Night
I
Night
believe over by
Aurelia.
Electrodam. Can't say
Five
the same. They
Stream
will have an
Street.
Evil Harvester, but they have a survey.
Appreciate that. Appreciate the
Change up
hydrate.
here.
Why are you
As
going to sleep
squads
though? Is
already
the real
make their
question.
Move, Gaming Gladiators coming out of heights. Right behind EXO.
When we got 4 teams at game point,
And in a zone like this, we have seen it pull slightly over to the south side of Electro, leading into the congestion point that would put you into Lotus
I
where
still
Alliance
have
is
work.
sitting in. Falcons take some shots from the high
What'd that
ground,
feel
but
like?
having this height, even if the circle does end up pulling to the south of Falcons, you're still approaching from high to low ground. Now, once you get down through that slant where you see how jumping down through, the water area allows you to have a lot more cover, and then there's
But
that
hopefully
zip
you
line
have a
that
good
puts
night's
your
rest.
squad right back to the high ground in case you feel like you need a reposition.
Enjoy your day
But I
at
like
work.
this call from Falcons to already start moving, to already start closing in the gap, so that way they can look at the other squads that will be playing by the edge of the zone.
Starting here, they'll have a very good idea of where these zones end, close to their own POI. That said, Vicky, if the stats I've got in front of me are correct, not a single one of our 4 match point teams have closed out a game on E-District.
I'm gonna eat this cheesecake
In the
and go to
last
bed
5
since you
days.
begging.
This would have
Ain't
to
too
be
proud to
the
beg.
first time right here.
First time coming perhaps as
Okay, Virtus
Liquid.
Pro.
Falling
With a couple
short,
knocks, they
a
should
team
win
with
that.
only 25
Easy.
points get taken
Team
out
Liquid
by
up out of there.
VP. What a fast fight for VP. Squad sitting in 13th with 29 points, needing that KP.
VP have been very fast to the action. Very prone to fighting. Is that what it stands for?
You're onto
Early
something.
games, we've seen them there all the time, and often they'll take it, and 1 or 2 of them will escape, run away,
Oh,
and get the
no.
reset. It's happened time and time again for Virtus Pro. This time, however, they do get the clean wipe onto T-Law, bumping them up to
T-Law?
29 points. So still a little bit off the pace here. Of course, plenty of teams still hunting for that match point eligibility. Guild the closest after a
Oh man.
rip snorter of a start. They're still 6 points shy.
That's
Aurora
wrong-
have started
wrong,
moving
like-
up, 32 for them.
I want to say like
Fnatic.
3 weeks ago now.
Also 44 points for this
My neck
squad.
is still-
One of the teams rocking the Valkyrie.
Like sore.
Monsoon jamming with the crowd. We do have that pause. I'm not sitting, but standing on the edge of the apple box. Where it's almost like the calm before the storm.
You got to think about how this, you know, affects those teams, right? We had Guild, as we mentioned, doing very well at the start of the day. They seemed to fall off a bit after we had that earlier pause. And it was a little bit extended, right? Takes the heat out of your bones. You might lose some of that fire inside you that you've kindled by playing so well at the start of the day. Have to hope the same thing doesn't happen for Shopify Rebellion, for instance, who are going to be quite late to this zone, by the way. But when they do get there, actually quite likely to run into a team like Alliance, who's currently loitering around Lotus.
I'm thinking about mentality right now, and Alliance coming so close to getting that dub after just hitting match point in the previous game. You have to just reset. Even if you've gotten so close, you have to go next. You saw them in the cameras, how they felt after losing out on game number 6. What could have allowed them to win our $2 million championship match point finals. The crowd is ready and so are we. Let's jump right back into this game after a quick short pause. Complexity already on the move, but so many other teams have collapsed into the middle part of the zone where they predict this zone's gonna pull.
You're talking about the middle. It was Team Burger smack bang in it. And Wei, who took a frag smack bang on his person.
Oh, they got Devin Booker talking about the trade.
So
Why'd they pause?
Complexity
Versus who?
Early fight here against GG.
GG. They win this.
Confidence with the way that they're trying to dance around this is only up to Kimchi though. So low from Game and Gladiators, they get taken out because in the distance it is EXO that were able to follow up on that.
I like that decision. Doesn't chase the kill even though it was low. Complexity have to win. They don't just have to get points. They need to stay alive.
Stay alive, man. Stay alive. Even though I voted against y'all winning, just stay alive, man.
Rely on them to eliminate the threat in front of them.
And being hyper aware that there are shots in the distance, you don't want to risk anything. You need to get that dub to be considered the winners. VP engaging on a fight, trailing right behind, dropped. Envy trying to run away.
Oh,
Nice
you see the 44.
Hitting that from distance, but not trying to chase. Calling it where they want to prioritize rotating into zone instead. They've sent Envy all the way towards Heights where there will be a ring console. They could cut them off on their rotate. They could hold the edge of the zone.
That's crazy.
And it's been a stark difference in
ain't no hate in my blood.
This LAN and others before it, where
I want to listen to what Devin Booker said about this.
Outside of the zone, late scans on the ring console, Evo harvesters. These have played key roles in where these teams have been running into each other. And honestly, good design from the Respawn team here, forcing fights and making action a lot more possible in these early stages of the game. It's changed the base game, of course, and definitely that of this at the highest level.
Alliance have now swapped places, by the way, with Falcons. You saw them rotating on the top of Electro Dam. They're gonna have height, and they had the ring console, something that Falcons did not have when they had landed in their POI of Electro. Playing off that low ground, understanding they want to approach from the high ground, but it will eventually shift away from them.
Fascinating. Alliance and Shopify, I think both of them have this info. You see them just sort of lurking on the edge of the next ring, hoping to maybe make their way in. Alliance get the pull. Shopify are going to have to probably make their way up that tunnel on the northern side of Electro Dam and sneak their way in bit by bit. Meanwhile, Alliance, their best bet
just be so
may be forcing a fight with Team Falcons. Wouldn't that be a showdown?
Nonchalant. All right, TSM with 18 points. They need to put in some work. I ain't gonna lie.
Stand up between TSM and VP. VP
they need to put in some work.
With this fight. They are
we were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you.
An isolated fight for now.
How dare you?
Nobody within the vicinity. Remember, we noticed that VP
we gotta bring that back to
the
channel.
Backtracking a little bit, looking at TSM. TSM now left in the middle.
That was the shit.
VP are gonna be able to try to move up to the north side. Falcons, after getting a knock onto Noct, still finding this KP.
Squaring up the Sheila there, but with the knock,
what kind of cheese steak you got?
Falcons don't want to give them any quarter though.
Put down the dome already. Full blues here for the side of Falcons. Waltzy loses out on his shield. The Newcastle all slamming in on the other side. Looks like he had missed space that he wanted to go on the left side just in case.
They got
Waltzy
two
would have
knocks
gone
with that.
down.
I just knocked one
VP in
and
the
finished.
distance though, also harassing Envy. The clutter of these three squads here. It's Falcon, Envy, and VP, and you're
Not the
letting
Sheila
the
versus Sheila.
sing. So you're backing away after losing out on his shield.
TSM also pulling up now. So Virtus Pro, well, there was a second there. They were waiting for the bubble to go down and try and sandwich Envy in between themselves and Falcons. All of a sudden, TSM turn up in the southeastern side. However, they've found a building by the looks of it. Yep, there we can see them set up behind the rampart. And they're a little bit worried about Noctum. Warning shots go out. Noctum heed the warning and pull back a little further.
Is someone rezzing right there?
Make it in on foot now that they've given up that evac opportunity.
Envy got the respawn, by the way, onto Noct.
That's crazy.
And missed the chaos. All those two teams that were focusing them. Falcons probably going to wrap around Envy. See them trying to get into an opportunity. The bombardment has been called. Envy stuck in the corner. You do not want to get hungry for this KP.
Meanwhile, two of the other match point teams have actually found themselves in the same POI. Alliance, negative rotate out towards Shopify Rebellion in Lotus.
And that's because there was a ring console there too. Understanding that they wanted to get more information, Shopify doing the same exact thing.
Envy's got one knock.
With Lotus being such a large POI,
Are they trying to stick the res? They stuck the res.
See another bombardment on top of Blue trying to dance around.
God, I feel so sorry for Envy right now.
Everyone's looking at them.
How many points is Virtus Pro with 30 points? They're trying to get these points.
All sides. And yeah, every time their bubble goes down, there's a shieler on them.
Falcon dropped somebody on
Also like
Envy.
to note that over by Lotus is also the Mythic bin.
Yeah, Envy dies there.
We take a look at the fight here.
Yeah, imagine if Alliance and Shopify fought to the death over that. Do they know it's the other team?
Shopify will, with Alliance being on the cat. So that's the notice right there that Shopify could use to their advantage. Imagine having to worry about one less match point team and walking away from a POI with a Mythic bid.
All right, they just dropped another Envy player. Envy's eliminated.
Envy, I mean, we saw that coming from
VP
a mile
gets all
away.
those kills
Not
too.
a playable position that early.
They needed that.
on.
I love how both squads also just disengage, walking in opposite directions. But look at this zone pool.
Aurora looks like they're
It looks
chasing
like
down
Alliance
Fnatic.
are getting the better of that mythic bin, by the way.
Noctum versus TSM.
Could be a key factor in their fight
Okay,
against Shopify. If that
TSM
happens, Noctum
with
goes
some more
down,
points on the
still
board.
failing to add to their tally.
Uh-oh.
Okay, we've got the drop onto Alliance. Hackers still on blue at this point. Maybe they didn't get the bin after all.
Huge here. Bombardment called in. Nice crack as well.
I'm hearing this
The
cracks
reset from both
everywhere.
sides. MT's low. He gets shot
MT's
from the
not.
window. Effect gets that knock. Alliance now want to capitalize.
Jesus.
Shopify Rebellion look like they're in trouble. But by the way, EXO are looking to maybe see if they could get some poke damage, but not all members are there. Alliance come out. They take care of Shopify.
Yeah, the one member of EXO is well away. They don't have
Virtus
to worry.
Pro
it looks
was
like one of
eliminated.
Alliance got knocked while trying to take the bin, and Shopify
That's
then
unfortunate.
lost a 2v3. Not only do they lose their chance after winning the last game, but Alliance do get that mythic bin. Though it will be a tough rotate for them into the zone.
Shopify no longer have their own fates in their hands. Alliance, Complexity, and Falcon still alive in this lobby, still on match point. Fnatic get the res. The audience, with bated breath, we're looking to see what Fnatic could do. They're at 45 points, 5 points away from
Fnatic's at
being
45,
at match
nice.
point themselves.
I'm getting ready.
Oh, in the feed we saw Complexity with the set. No, Monsoon actually getting a knock onto Alliance.
That's big as they try and get in.
Oh,
They
yeah, I
wanna
see it, I see
go
it.
towards Exo Clan, but
They
they
got up,
don't have
though.
very much time. Having to
Oh,
put
he's dead to the
syringes
storm.
here.
No, he knocked him
Will
with the
they be able
Sentinel
to get
again.
Hackers back up. Effects knocked.
Oh,
Picking them
shit.
apart. That's two knocked out of Alliance, but Unlucky's still alive. Having your Newcastle is so crucial. He's even got the ult just in case, but EXO are gonna back away. They're not even gonna contest and put on this pressure onto Alliance, and they lose out
They just
on
let him die
Fest.
for the
They grab
hills.
the banner. Unlucky, no Moby. Does one of the other players have it? We'll check in with them soon. Zone pulls on top of VK Gaming.
They just wanted the hills. They didn't want nothing else.
Around one of the canals, we often see these zones pull away from the POIs and into the
round
rivers
4?
and sewer
Oh yeah,
systems
y'all
that surround them.
And with the ring also dealing
Y'all
with
are
enough damage to
cooked.
get these knocks, it's also an indicator to Monsoon, who got the initial damage from Complexity, that Alliance are in trouble on their
Alliance knocked in the ring again.
Them up on the other side. TSM engaging on this fight here versus E36. The stare down between both domes and mobile shields. As Reps trying to find this opening
Go next,
on the other side of the
respawn.
Newcastle wall.
Complexity about to eliminate
Did
some of their competition.
Alliance not die?
And
Both of
TSM
them?
looking to do the same here.
TSM with 2 knocks. Fury is
Here you
eliminated.
get eliminated by EXO. Alliance looking at Complexity as a 2-man right now.
Oh,
They're in a lot
Complexity
of trouble,
pushing.
trying to survive. Complexity, Monsoon with height, not trying to overextend.
They can't see
but
their health. That's what throws me off. I'm like, bro,
Do
they're
they
so
wanna try
low.
to take this chance? There may be another team that could just easily take Complexity's spot. They don't want to risk it.
God, this is so hard. I mean, yeah, okay, someone's trying to take their spot. It's Go Next, the other team with Catalyst. Complexity trying to work out which one's Alliance. Was it the one we just kept knocking, or is it this team that's just stolen our spot?
And it's too risky to take that guess. You'd rather just play it safe. And this is actually the insurance
Alliance
that
just
Alliance
scoots on
needs
right
to
by.
stay alive. Yes, just as a duo, but alive nonetheless.
Just goes
They're
on
about to
by.
get pressured out. Aurora now are looking at them. Hockey's almost losing out on his shields. Lucky, the one shot, but he was able to pop that bat for now.
9 impulse down though. Team Burger, after that early reset, looking okay. Falcons nearby to TSM. Complexity. They would have been so much better off had they finished off their competition. But they
Yeah.
have to prio themselves.
Unlucky's gonna go down.
They have to worry about Complexity first.
This is what
No.
match point format does to a team. This is a play style you have to go for. Alliance get
And
the
they got the
spawn.
res off.
Quanta
Wow.
effect. They get the res.
W reset.
All 3 members now here for Alliance.
W
and as
reset.
one of the 2 teams with the catalyst, squads are going to start looking at
Fanatics
them.
takes out
They're in the
XL
middle of a lot
Clan.
of this chaos. Fnatic blowing up the screen right now, blowing up the kill feed. Unlucky trying to get away. with just a
Unlucky
sliver
dies
of health.
here. How's he still alive?
That was the most death-defying
That's crazy.
rotate I've ever seen, trying to use barely any utility, maybe even just none. Not sure if they had it or not. Somehow it works out. Potential plot armor right there for Alliance.
Not plot armor.
They used the bombardment after they saw the Gibby bubble. Bubble gonna go down soon. Alliance holding on for dear life.
If they come back and start mollywopping
Even
people,
afford to
man.
uncrouch in this spot. So tenuous is the position they hold here on E-District.
You can expose yourself from so many angles. Look, they're getting shot from behind. The sliver of the bullet point escaping right from the fence
Go
line.
Next pushes
and
them.
Go Next are trying to send it onto Alliance.
They hit him
see
with
the catalyst. They want to be
Newcastle
able to try
wall.
to contest them.
I mean,
He's gonna
Hack is
back
the
up.
only one with anything in his backpack. Having to throw down the last few meds he's got to try and help out the team. Of course, Effect only spawned in with a few cells and a few syringes.
Yeah, they're kind of cooked. They can get them. They can get them low
access to
again.
another team's death boxes.
Use up them
Alliance are
resources.
on a timer.
They just won't get no
Looking at
resources
Aurora
from them.
behind. They're looking at Go Next from the other side. They have to contest 2 teams at the same time with lackluster loot after getting that res. Complexity
Complexity
kind of
just chilling.
holding a corner, popping the
Oh, they got
shield back.
Fanatics on them.
It's Fnatic on the other side. They get the initial knock. They trade it up with enemy getting
Oh.
up. And Monsoon goes down. Let it rain. Enemy pops out the
Damn.
shield. Help them out.
Fnatic, how many points Fnatic got?
This is the perfect time. If they can win this fight, they would get access to the death boxes and a fantastic position.
Alliance drops down to the bottom now.
They hesitate.
Team Burger's dead.
The nerves here for Alliance to stay alive.
Aurora's
to
at
not
34.
overextend.
Falcons still just chilling over there.
8 squads left. Less than 40 seconds now.
Was it competence or was it cowardice? I guess only time
Falcons
will
just
tell.
watching everything go down, bro. Everybody's just dying.
This, by the way, up north, they have been biding their time.
Oh my God.
They are in the least contested spot in
Falcons
comparison
might pull
to
this off,
Alliance.
y'all.
The only spot over to the north, and they can hold so much space at the same time. While Falcons harass VKG, LG are on the other side of VKG. They're just gonna keep holding this spot before the zone closes in the next 10 seconds. It will determine what our last two match point teams will do.
See what we do.
All the other teams are on the southern side here. Alliance between quite a few. I don't like their chances. Falcons,
The fact that Alliance is still alive is crazy.
The zone to themselves. Scouts were trained on VKG in the middle. They've been taken out
VK
by
is
LG.
dead.
That's even better for Falcons.
Falcons
History
just
here
chilling, bro.
As Falcons thrive in this chaotic environment. We know that Hal and Zero have been here before. They've seen this opportunity. Walty lets it all lead to the Sheila.
No one has ever won a LAN from the elimination bracket before. Are Falcons about to rewrite history?
It's almost there. The bombardments have been called in. The double cat wall as well. Double cat still in the lobby. From Alliance, go next. They can use this to their advantage. Having to be careful, playing around the
Falcons
edge of
just
the
letting
dome.
them fight.
Put down their own dome of
They
protection.
just letting them fight.
With Aurora fighting to their right. LG
As they
collapsing
should.
Oh,
on them.
Falcons just waiting it out. Go next to R, creeping up around the
Just letting them all fight,
Two
man.
teams left on match point 3.
Aurora's eliminated.
Now it's 2 and 2. Go next, or LG
It's about to
can
be
push us
Alliance
to
versus
another
Falcons for the
game.
final.
Alliance or Falcons could win it all here.
Uh-oh, Falcons push on to LG. They knock Sykes. Zero gets knocked. Sweet gets knocked. Sykes knocked again.
Hitting Sweet and Sykes. They're looking to reset. Focus the last one from LG, and Walty needs some support.
Oh, they're gonna die to the storm. They're gonna die to the storm.
This is the messiest fight.
They can't kill them fast enough. They're not going to get the resets. They have to pull high ground.
Falcons are in shambles. How is one shot?
Oh!
Falcons got eliminated.
Is Alliance gonna win, bro? There's no way, bro. Oh! Let's go. Oh my God. Yo, that's crazy. Holy crap.
Couldn't be a more appropriate name. And also
Holy crap.
rewarded with 51 points and a match point chance.
Well, I won my points. Give me my points. Why push? Exactly. Falcons should have just waited.
And not knowing which of the
They got
teams
impatient. Pushed right in. Not Harry Potter. That's crazy.
It was go next, and that also has elevated another team to sit at match
Falcon-
points.
if Falcon
And they're not
just
the only ones,
waited,
Genome. That was also enough KP.
They
for
win that
Fnatic
easy.
to elevate themselves with 51 points as we take a look at the match 7 results. 12
Someone
kills for
said the script is
TSM.
insane.
Now hunting. Teams below that threshold know they need to maximize points in one way or another. And
What are
there's
they
only
giving
2
away
ways you
with
can
hot
do it in
drops?
Apex. One's to survive, the other is to slay.
I want to see how much points I get.
With 15 points for TSM. They only move up into 14th
All right, I think a
spot,
match
but as we
point team wins this
get a look
this
soon
round.
at those overall
It's gonna be what, 5 or
standings,
6?
I'm sure you'll get to see
Let's see.
how many teams now joining those 4 from match 7 with match point eligibility. Complexity, only add 2. As more and more teams go up there, Vicky, here, okay, here's
6.
Here's the series results. As you
Fnatic,
mentioned,
Go Next, Complexity,
51,
Shopify Rebellion,
51,
Team
6
Falcons,
teams now.
and Alliance. LG
Match point
2 off.
eligible. And look how close LG is with 48 points behind
Gil is 4
the rest
off.
of the squads.
TSM
I mean,
is kind of
this
creeping up there, though.
crazy. 6 total teams at match points. So many close calls in that previous game. 2 close calls now for Alliance.
Yeah, that is heartbreaking for them. 2 chances they've had. And I mean, that one, look, obviously we were focusing on the bottom fight, but it seemed to me to be a fairly straightforward 3v3 from what I could see on the map, which, you know, take that with a grain of salt, but losing a 3v3 to go next? Obviously not a bad team, but still, Alliance will back themselves there, and it will hurt. It will hurt deep. That they do pop off there. To fail to pop off, I suppose. That they get their heads popped off. Either way, whatever you want to put on it. It's Alliance with yet another close loss.
I won 22,000.
Still though, top of the lobby.
The curse continues, Genome. What a long fight that took for Falcons to take onto LG. It worked against them, but that means we got more Apex to go. That means we got game number 8 for Match Point Finals. Don't go anywhere.
So
it's coming to you on the other side of this break.
All right. Let's see. There's 6 teams at match point, right? Let's go over here. 6 teams on match point.
The official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Do we vote for one of the 6 teams to win? Drink that water. I did.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a
Big step up, 100 gram of
my barber got me looking. Getting fitted on that top grade. You ain't walking out of lies. You're what we on. They ask me how you get like this. How you get like this? Yeah, swerving. Moving to the money like it's urgent. Hands on God, so I'm in it like a surgeon. Only thing I'm breaking is a bag with a move. Yeah, baby, go bring out the goodies. Stuffing it inside the hoodie. Now we turning out to boogie. It's food I used to fight the bullies. Now I'm fighting in the dark. Guess some things don't leave me fully. They try and push me, then they try and pull me. Better when I grudge. If you got it, then just call my pussy. What you think this is? We ain't worried about it. Watch this girl do it. They ask me how you get like this. What you think this is?
25% tariffs. So that means maple syrup is gonna be expensive as fuck, ain't it?
How good that bubble have the best bubble? I have ult in low time. Chill. Chill, they are inting. Chill. I have no Q on them. Shoot them, 3v3. Below, crack them. Cat fucking low. Cat dead. 100. Give me slow. Newcastle 1, all you Zidane. You win this. 1v1. You win that, it's 1 HP. Push him, Zidane. Nice, Zidane.
we go next with more Apex for Match Point Finals. Game 7 going in favor to the squad to keep us going. Go next now find themselves in match points.
I think it's a fitting reward for a Game 7 victory and keeping the lobby alive. Plenty of other teams very happy to see the EMEA team take that one out. And as a result, we'll move over to Storm Point, Vicky. And looking at our stats, I cannot help but think that Match 8 here is where we might see this finish. Most of the teams on Match Point have seen their success on Storm Point. Shopify Rebellion, their first pick, Lightning Rod. Go Next, their first pick on Barometer. Also, a Trident accessible POI. And even without looking at the other teams who may not have access to those right now, so many of these teams like Shopify Rebellion and Falcons have multiple wins on this map so far this tournament. Even Fnatic has 2.
That's gonna be them coming out of Coastal Camp. So many teams now finding themselves at match point, 6 total squads. As we get into game number 8.
All right, match number 8.
Let's get started.
Did they start a poll?
Possible last game, maybe. Or will we welcome more squads into the match point club?
Did they start a prediction?
We've seen it end many times on Storm Point.
I already won my point.
Can this be another moment?
Can I get a prediction?
Our legends are out of the dropship. Let's get this started. Storm Point. Genome history has been written on this map. And looking at where the zone will be pulling,
oh man,
would benefit the likes that are already at match points.
I feel like it's slightly less than we saw on E-District.
I know they tired of playing this game, bro.
The home reaches of Falcons, of Alliance, and Shopify Rebellion at times. As we wait to see where Zone 2 will be heading. Zone 1 says somewhere north.
Okay. What match point team will win or on to another game?
I was just mentioning that have won a lot here before, Vicky, is some of them didn't
Alliance,
perform well
Falcons. I'm gonna go complexity.
to grab Trident spots here on Storm Point. Shopify Rebellion, kind of the only one. Fnatic falling into the losers bracket. They only get Coastal Camp. Falcons falling into the losers bracket. They only get Command Center. Shopify Rebellion, they perform, they get rewarded, they whack their first pick straight onto Lightning Rod.
I think we should have went to another game, to be honest.
Those other teams had been hoping to grab.
Because that's hard. I can see if they would have went.
Allowing them to
Will the
walk away
match
with
point
everything
team
that they
win?
need. As we get to take a look. There's a squad to scan that ring console where this zone is pulling. And you know who has that info? Alliance. Over at their POI of Northpad. Yeah, they don't have a Trident, but they don't need one for a zone like this. And they had a ring console and an Evo Harvester to their name.
Oh, that is a very central Evo Harvester as well. When the zone is close to you, it's extremely important that you don't have to go too far, or it can just really turbo throw your rotations in your games. As you can see here, Legacy taking the gravity cannon to try and take an early fight. They are 4 points away from getting match point here, and they want to secure it almost immediately by taking on Noctum.
Jesus.
A plan that goes completely awry.
Jesus.
Can't run away from that one. Noctum picking up Guild, stopping them short. Feeling comfy at those 50 points.
Let's see what else we got going on.
With their quick rotate. You had mentioned it, Gino. There's a squad that has been very quick to get into these next zones. Immediately trying to book for it though, but while they're there, EXO did the same exact thing. Already inside of one of these DBZ buildings on the outskirts of Wall, where Alliance are also looking at these 2 squads neighboring each other from the north east side of North Pad.
Yeah, I kind of like this from VP. As we mentioned, they've been taking a lot of early fights. This time, they've got checkpoint. They don't have a ring console. Okay, are you telling me they just like picked this out of thin air?
Pulling out that rotate. Meanwhile, Team Falcons over by Zeus are looking at
Blue got
Shopify
knocked.
Rebellion. A team that wanted to go over to Zeus, see if they could get their own set of
Who
information.
they shooting
On
at?
the
Who
other
just
side now, staring
surpassed
hard
them? Oh,
down at
Shopify
Falcons.
Rebellion. Okay, it's a good fight.
Okay, they want to take their
Both in
competition out one by
at match
one.
point.
But who's it going to be? If a team gets eliminated here, we go from 6 to 5 available.
Well, Shopify know that Falcons land here, right? So they're able to immediately rotate out of Lightning Rod. They have a ring console, so they already know that they can hold this position, knowing where that zone is going to be pulling
Falcons
eventually.
trying to get healed
Looks
up.
like they want to put a stop
They
to their
applying
run.
pressure,
Falcons
though.
forced to back away for now. Meanwhile, Envy on the high ground, over by the building to the side of Zoo Station, uphill that would lead out of wall, are also hearing
This
this
is when it
fight.
gets real sweaty, man. I
Looking to
love
make
this.
sure none of these squads are going to try to
The
approach
Falcons
from their
just got
six.
up out of
Falcons are
there.
forced to back away. They will at least have access to the Lightning Rod circle console.
There's so much at risk for these two teams, sitting at second and third overall. An early exit here, if the game ends in game 8, could be literally hundreds of thousands of dollars difference, Vicky. So they pull apart, they disengage. Falcons go back down toward the Lightning Rod. Shopify staying up at Zeus for now, with Envy nearby. There's only 5 teams currently sitting around the Trident area. Alliance, Complexity. We've got Team Burger, I think, have pulled up in the Armory. Virtus Pro still sitting underneath. And then EXO in the oranges.
Looking at the way that now Alliance has set up shop with their early rotate out of their POI of North Pad as quickly as they could get. On top of these rocks in the water, they've also
I
denied
didn't even
themselves
change
the
the
opportunity to get more loot, forcing themselves to
camera
have the
view,
hope
huh?
to build up those Evo shields.
Oh, here we go.
Furia on the chase. Inside of this Trident are able to get a knock onto Aurora. Looked like they were actually kind of taking this fight to Aurora
Finisher is
for a
sick.
long time, it looked like in the feed. Splitting them apart, and now as Aurora was able to try to get at least one up from Barometer.
Nice. Now you might be thinking it's just BM, but you do have to remember you get extra Evo from a finisher. So if you get them isolated like that, it is the right play, really. Let's chuck down a mobile shield.
Hey, Aurora respawned him immediately.
Extra towards that purple. Still, Shopify Rebellion.
Where's the circle pulling? I didn't even see all
Finding
that.
themselves near other teams. Go next is next on their list this time.
Put them down if they can. See the charge rifle. Still being a problem in the feed. Go next. The edge of that zone. Feeling that pressure, maybe force have to go outside of zone by cliffside. And if they do wrap around, they don't have the, oh, I was gonna say, if they don't have an access to the Trident, they do have an access to the Trident, so they are able to hop right back into that Trident and go right around through the other side of that zone where Gaming Gladiators and TSM are actually gonna be waiting for them over by Stormcatcher with this nice overhead on where this zone is gonna be pulling. We know it's gonna be on the outskirts of the water here. This is, I feel like, a zone that I've seen during Split 1 Pro League Complexity excel in before. We know that Monsoon has no issue when it comes to getting these sniper knocks.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the kind of thing you want to be thinking about. Sniper rifles, very, very good in that area because there is so much flat terrain. Like, you don't even have to really worry about someone, you know, on the undulating plains. You just, it's flat ground, and you'll be able to really get the sniper out and make good use of it, especially because Complexity have managed to get in there early and solidify a solid position in the zone. BKG take up a very north spot now as we see those
Fnatic flying in.
Console scanning, bulk skydiving teams.
Mouthful.
Any adjectives you want to add in there?
Fast.
Here's another one.
The way that they've been able to now fly up to the heavens, Fnatic take the skyward dive, make their next move. They got the information off the survey beacon and Cascade. They see where
Are they going
everybody
beacon to beacon?
has collapsed on one another over by the water side, but they're playing objective, right? They're going to go from survey beacon to survey beacon.
Yeah,
They're gonna
that's
boost
how,
up those Evo shields, as you can see here.
Mandy was playing when I played with them.
So they know they have time.
Yeah, and they've got the Valk, right? So that means, yeah, as you said,
Survey
they'll grab
beacon
the
to
Evo
survey
Harvest
beacon.
Star near the lift, then they can
Oh, there's someone in the range. Let's fight them.
and potentially get the scan because they've
Oh, they got
the
another
Valkyrie.
survey beacon.
There they probably will meet TSM and Shopify Rebellion though, and that'll be, could be a very interesting set of fights. Niesel trying to get out of dodge here. He's being chased by
Huge.
Wendy, but it's the last one.
That's bittersweet, though. Gotta look at your old teammate and his new team sometimes, even though you're forced to play this out as a solo. Envy
That was
and
huge
T-Law
right
having
there.
that fight with Envy.
Oh, wow.
Losing out.
So VKG, even though they had that spot near the rocks, they pulled even further north here. And they're
Liquid dead
potentially
here.
looking at the other teams like Shopify Rebellion.
He
who
does
are
not survive
currently
that.
trying to track
Now.
down Niesel, and yep.
They got him though.
It's gone, eliminated an 18th spot here. Question is, will Shopify Rebellion go down towards the wall, or will they go all the way north past the giant zip and
Yeah,
go towards
Alliance
VK
got a pretty
Gaming?
I feel
decent
like they would
spot
probably
back
take the
there.
option to go through VK Gaming. It's nice to assume at this point there is absolutely a squad that's already set up from inside the wall.
No, not again.
I can't believe we saw that earlier on. But, you know, something that we have seen a lot in the past with these rogue tridents.
Who's playing Octane? Where'd that jump pad come from?
I had somebody say to me that they thought that there was a horizon in the lobby. I'm like, nope, no horizon. That's just a gravity cannon on a slope. Some wonky interactions sometimes here.
Aurora's
Noctem
out right here.
having red Evos off to the side of Alliance.
Yep, Aurora's out.
Aurora.
Oh, they need that loot.
17th. It's been a slow day for them.
Shopify Rebellion.
Alliance are forced to call in that catwall that you saw earlier on.
We
because when
voted
they
for
saw that
complexity,
team
right? I
fall
don't even see
off the
complexity.
Trident, they need that loot desperately.
Maybe
So
that's a
they're gonna
good
be able
thing,
to now
though.
extend, try to get whatever they need, while Noctem aren't going to move from their position.
Maybe they just
Shopify
chilling.
Rebellion do end up rotating onto VKG off to that north side by the
LG
big
needs
zip.
2 more points to get
Yes.
match point.
Correctly predicted by Vicky Kitty there. She's in the mind of MT.
You had called it out for the pathing first, Genome.
All right.
IGL Genome.
We'll call it even. A little bit of info here with the
Okay, I
next
see
zone coming
complexity.
in.
They had a decent spot.
Okay. Directly on top of the oranges. Love this. Gonna be so fun. I mean, think about, we are going to have teams throwing down all their walls within the oranges. You're going to have one on each level. You'll have people sitting underneath. You'll have people trying to set up Newcastle walls on top.
Okay, I see, yeah.
Interestingly, quite a bit of that zone
Is that what they
is
call them, the
still
oranges?
in on the high
Oh, what a
ground.
shot.
That means teams who come up through the wall will be very advantaged. LG currently hold that position, but teams like GG, TSM, and Fnatic potentially could come in from the back.
Is that my PC or is that the
with how
stream?
secure that bunker is from wall,
Is their stream doing
being
that?
on the high ground where that gravity cannon is, but you also can't ignore what Hail Mary plays could be done off that gravity cannon. If teams are willing to take the chance,
Wait, did they just
if they
rotate
feel like they have
out
no
of the
other option,
circle?
Noctem were the ones
Fnatic
settled.
is
I mean, sometimes
right
you
next
go
to
back and forth a
complexity
little
now.
bit just to grab like a placement point or two, right?
Yeah. I mean, in Noctem's case, kind of desperately need it in the position that they're in. With
So they just
complexity
had
right
no
behind
idea
them,
where
too.
they're gonna be upset where they
This
just
zone,
rotated
though, for
from.
the teams that have already secured those small DBZ buildings are thriving. Not going to feel the pressure that a lot of the teams that have little to no cover, that don't have the rocks, that are going to be out in the open, forced to use the dome, then have to get pelted by these bombardments, what they're going to be forced to do when that next zone pulls, and they see where that zone's pulling.
Falcons were close to having a
TSM
chance
eliminated
last
again.
game.
Oh, Falcons
TSM
getting
going
shit
down
on.
to GG. Zero holding that bubble in reserve. No one's behind the rock. Okay, VP had this position earlier.
E36 jumps on
With the
VP.
Trident in the way. Falcons a little more safe in the same
Ooh, I
spot.
don't like this lag, man.
36 engaging here. Slow fight. Nobody ahead of him here. Squad right above their heads. Well, sharing this, you know that Falcons are within the vicinity. We just saw them right
Being
on
in
the
the
Trident,
same building
placed
is
their Trident
crazy.
by the rocks. LG is a team that I'm worried about.
Someone
They don't
went to
really
the
have line
third
of sight. They
building?
would have to drop down at that point through that zip.
E36 could
So
win
they're
that
just
though.
gonna be
They
sitting
got
pretty
all
on top
reds.
of that bunker.
Which is great, right?
It's definitely
I can't see you,
winnable.
you can't see me. No damage being taken.
All right,
at
what's
that
going on
point.
with
It's a
that?
very long zip. Can't really imagine anyone will really want to take it. No. Okay, they're just going for the bin reset. Had a horrible thought in my head there for a second. The intrusive thoughts are gone. It's a smart play by Team Falcons, just upgrading their attachments a little bit there. Flatline only for Imperial. How?
Gaming Gladiators.
So it's
out
a
of
little bit
there.
harder for him to get to the red, but with only 1,000 left, it
There's
is
a
actually
team
doable.
up above them though.
Back to their force here.
Can they shoot down
Not
onto
a
them?
bad position unless LG just drop in. I'm not expecting that to happen. They needed some of that extra loot. And go next on the other side, Fnatic playing up the low ground bunker. Everybody here seeing that the circle has completely shifted over by those buildings. Are forcing these
Shopify
teams to make their
Rebellion,
next move. Knock them
take out
getting
Knock
eliminated.
them
13
along with
squads still
Alliance.
left.
One by one, we take out the squads not on match point.
It's
All
like the
six
final circle is gonna be
still
all
remain.
match point teams.
They've worked too hard to give it up this early. Shopify the first one to go down in our last game. The rest man
Uh-oh,
managing to
Go
find a
Next
reasonable
is sending it
spot
over
until
into the
game was taken
the
out of their
oranges as
hands.
well. Are they gonna play underneath?
They're forced to go inside this building.
Oh.
They try to desperately make a play here, but go next. Get hit and stopped by EXO.
Yeah, you're dead,
being
buddy.
the last one alive. Popping the shield back from right underneath this building. Not getting shot up for now. Alliance are looking at them, and now
You were
over
dead,
by the
buddy.
corner. It was just a
Go
matter
Next
of
is out.
time. They call him out,
Alliance
and
pulls
Alliance move
up.
up from the Trident. Popping in with
Fnatic
the dome, and Fnatic
hit
with
a skyward
skyward
dive to try to come
See
back.
who's right underneath them. Where can they find themselves? They know there's a squad underneath
On
this
top.
too with the Valkyrie that they have.
Interesting.
Love this. They take the edge.
All right, let's see where
furthest
complexity
towards
goes,
the
though.
edge. That means they can get a nice castle wall on the top and potentially play the top. We told you.
Complexity's about to take out
teams on
Alliance.
all sides.
Alliance gone.
Alliance, our first place team, has just been
I think
eliminated.
Complexity is just stuck over there though. I don't think.
Point
Yeah, they're
squad out from
screwed.
this lobby. Another one to meet them
Complexity
back in
gone.
the
There goes my
lobby.
points.
Alliance and
I'm
Complexity
sick.
out, and Fnatic
Fnatic going
get
crazy
the
in
knock
this
for knock here after
orange
losing out
on who's that? Furia?
Fnatic, they're not content with playing the top. They actually go in and try and take this away
Oh
from
no.
Furia.
Oh no. He tried though. He tried. That was decent.
Moments we are left with only Shopify Rebellion and Falcons.
Okay. See what they do.
just
Falcons just
when
gotta
you
chill
blink,
if they
you
want to
miss
win.
it. So
They
many
just
of
gotta
our
chill.
squads that were at match point
Don't get too
have taken
thirsty.
an exit from the lobby. Shopify Rebellion, Team Falcons here in prime position.
Team Falcons heads
LG
on a
hit match
swivel.
point as
They
well
know
too,
someone's
so they
up
can
there. They know
into
someone
the
is lurking and
if they get past this round,
Constant 180s.
they got a
Thank
chance
God they've
next
got an
round.
M&K player on the team because he needs to be flicking back and forth, making sure as soon as someone comes down that zip, they get deleted. And as we have a look at Shopify Rebellion here, you see the laser on the Sheila from Waltzy pointed directly at that entrance.
Just in case. With that placement too, LG, who have secured the high ground bunker, look at where they're situated, have found
LG
themselves
chilling.
at match point. Welcome to the 50-point club.
I don't think you take
They
that
don't have
out.
a Valk, and they don't need it because they have an evac.
Oh, thank God that got patched. At one point, you couldn't place that evac. You've got to remember. They've fixed it now. It is a possibility again. You don't want to take the gravity candle. That'll shoot you way out into the zone. So LG, knowing what's waiting below them, that it's still an option. They can bubble below. But if they evac over the top, all
They
of
should
a
be able to
sudden,
shoot down onto
Falcons are now half the
Falcons though,
onto
right?
themselves again.
And there are 4 teams right now inside of this egg building with Shopify
Oh
Rebellion.
dang, circle's closing, so they gotta
VKG,
leave that building?
VP, Enter Force
I
36.
feel like they don't. They can
all
just stay up
together,
there.
Clustered up in one building while Fury and Team Burger are trying to find angles over to the south side. Uncontested is Falcons, but only for now until LG plans their next move.
Okay, zone reveal to all teams now.
VP at 41.
Falcons with a big rock
Uh-oh.
to help them save those abilities. Meanwhile, we've got Furia and Burger going at it in the South Orange.
Don't get too thirsty,
The
bro.
other 4 teams sit by themselves.
Team Burger's
North
out.
Orange. Furia get the South Orange to themselves.
Burger getting eliminated. This leaves 7 squads. You can see Walty pointing at the entrance still, by the way. Shopify Rebellion get the
Oh,
red,
Shopify might go down here. Oh.
Only Zainu alive for Shopify
It's gonna be
Rebellion.
Falcons.
If they go down right now,
Falcons
that only
gonna be the only
leaves
team able to win.
Falcons as the only match point team alive in this lobby.
They try and move too early. I mean, I don't know how they could have lived there. As soon as they make that move, there are 4 other teams at the orange staring
Falcons
straight
got
at
such
them,
a good
and
spot. They
Falcons
just
only have to
chilling.
peek around. They can fire shotgun shots at their heads. LG, we saw before, they were debating, is it the evac play, is it the drop play?
They can drop onto the barrels
Going right down
and
behind
hit
Team
the
Falcons. Shopify Rebellion get eliminated.
Oh no, it's final
It's
round.
only Falcons are left, and LG drop down from the sky. Falcons look back, but look at the amount of bombardment of nades hurtled in their direction.
They've been waiting for this
Jesus.
the whole time. They bubble last. That means LG will be exposed first.
Fate is calling. Falcons looking to get this dub.
Oh yeah, they're about to eat with that.
Coming in next. They try to harass him with the Sheila. They find themselves pinned.
Oh my God, the lag.
LG also getting back from the back out. Falcons lose out on Wansey.
Oh. Falcons dead, bro. Falcons dead. They don't survive this. LG was eliminated. Falcons eliminated though. Holy crap.
We get more Apex. For match point finals, we're going on to a match
VP out.
BKG go up against Furia. Both of them have just eclipsed 50 points. They move up and give themselves a chance at match point next time.
Why are we lagging like this? What's going
To
on?
get there, but maybe they can give themselves a bit of a boost here.
Better momentum here if they can. E36 slide down with the massive in hand. Aimbot with them. Surprise right here with the G7. And
E36 with the win. Did they get match point? Apex Legends! So he about to pass out.
The curse continues, Gino. But we get more Apex. We get match number 9.
Oh, I'm just glad we're getting some APAC North wins
He's
here.
passed out back there.
The biggest crowd in Apex history. We want them to be enjoying themselves. And
I'm dying, bro.
Fnatic don't really add much to their tally there, Vicky, but it doesn't matter. They're already across the line. The magic
How many
number,
points did they win right there?
50 points. There's still a chance.
18 points. Fury got 25 points.
With the phenomenal stuff we've seen from them so
VK
far. But
Gaming with
Enterforce,
14 points.
remember I said at the start, the best
Virtus
they've
Pro
done
with
before
12.
is
Did
18.
Virtus Pro make
And
it
that's where they were sitting before this game, by the way.
to match point?
With a dub, that helps them move up to
Dang, I lost 5,000 right there. I didn't really have faith in that.
33 points.
Someone
In
check
that
out Fury,
poll,
by the
though.
way. 16 kills.
Ooh.
Actual huge, elevating themselves to match point. We welcome more to the club.
It's almost off the lobby now.
All right.
9 teams.
9 teams at match point. LG finally made it.
After 8 games.
Virtus Pro still didn't make it. They're 5 off. Guild is 4 off. Holy crap.
Revoke my own membership here. Gotta go somewhere else. It's getting a little too
Yeah, I'm kind of mad I
crowded.
lost 5.
And you know what's coming up next? The Grim Reaper, Onset and Gaskin. We taking on the mic. This is when teams start to sweat as they walk up to the platform.
What match
With
point
9
team will
squads at match
win?
point
That's
for a Year 4
the last one.
championship. Time is of the essence for the teams that try to greet the other squads that they know may be within the area that may be
8
at
revives
match
right there
point
from
as we
Zach.
take a
That's
look at our
crazy.
heavy hitters. Madness popping off. Oh, Vaxlon too. Barrier really showing up. Zach Mazer with 8
Let me use
revives,
the
by the
bathroom
way.
real quick.
Team Burger, Pricey with the 2.3k damage.
Alright.
But this is how you keep ramping. This is what Match Point Finals is all about. The only type of format to ever exist. And we have it here in Apex Legends. I'm ready for some more Apex. I'm ready for game number 9.
Oh man, I don't know if the players are. There's whew, so many of them were really hoping it would end there. 6 teams. Now they've got another 3 joining them.
I'm like the Tooth Fairy, letting you guys know that you're always gonna get some more Apex under your pillows. Don't go anywhere. We got more ALGS here for the championship on the other side of this break. Welcome on Sin and Gaskin.
What's the next map? Holy crap.
빼. 발길이. 우주 넘버. 집중. 컨트롤이 해. 끝났다. 라스 한 번 돼.
Trade Braun and Brownie back to Cleveland. Build around Luka.
지금 말래 발길이 90. 발길이 100. 지분이 누가 패. 둘다.
Just when you thought you'd seen it all, we're back here on Match Point with more surprises. It just keeps going. Just when you think we're going to have a champion, someone else steps up, and this time around, it was E36. What an end game. What a moment. So many teams so close, but yet not able to close out.
You could barely hear yourself think in this arena when that match was won by E36. Arguably even louder when Team Falcons died and everyone knew they were going to witness yet another game here in Sapporo, Japan. There was a moment when there was 5 squads still left on match point, and I was like, okay, it definitely ends here. Then suddenly 1, 2, 3, just like that, all eliminated at the same time. You couldn't write it any better.
I mean, I've still got a feeling there's going to be quite the surprise coming around the corner. It just doesn't, it feels like one of those days where we are going to be here a long time. And I was talking to a couple of people in the green room. It was like, man, you know, every LAN is just like, this is the best LAN, this is the craziest gameplay. And I don't know how. It just every single time, like every event I turn up, I was like, there's no way that something could happen. No way Match Point Finals could be as exhilarating, as exciting as it was last time. Here we are. What else do you want from me?
Exhibit A, presented right in front of you. Well, it doesn't matter what map we seem to find ourselves on. The match point teams just can't quite get over the finish line. But we do move towards World's Edge. And now that is one of the best maps for a lot of these squads. As you can see on the stage, all of those teams that are on match point. 9 squads find themselves with a chance to be the winners here in Japan and a chance to cement themselves in history and lift that trophy.
Let me tell you who those 9 squads are. Alliance, Team Falcon, Shopify Rebellion, Complexity, Furia, Fnatic have now hit match point. Go Next Esports, match point, VK Gaming, and out of absolutely nowhere, Luminosity Gaming. They are your 9 squads who, if you see them with their name above the Champions banner in this next game, will call themselves the ALGS Championship Champions.
Interestingly, the teams that have the most wins on World's Edge in this lobby are not on match point. You have the likes of Envy and Aurora, who could very much keep this going.
Are we back on World's
World's
Edge?
Edge is such a difficult map to navigate
do we
when we have
participate in
this
this
many teams on match
prediction,
point.
though?
Everyone is going to be playing
We
that
got
little bit tighter, trying to
17,000
play
points.
zone, trying to get in a position to win the championship. But for those teams who are still trying to find points, they can take advantage of that.
It's interesting that you talk about it because now we see the mind games of teams on how they're going to approach it, because it's not just the match point teams now who are thinking we just need to win, we just need to be in that zone, we need to be the ones with ourselves alive at the last moment. It's also like, how do you get points at this point? It's absolutely crazy. And speaking of crazy, this crowd is pretty crazy, and Lace is up there with them now. What you got for us, Lace?
Yes, I am here with the original Apex Queens and Arthur. But we have been watching these lovely ladies throughout Apex, and they're here in the
Oh,
crowd
look,
with
it's
us.
Clara.
We have Clara, AC, and Ambush. Now, Clara,
Mr.
obviously
Arthur,
you've been to
Asta.
plenty of events. This has got to be your favorite one so far, right?
Times a million. This is the most incredible event that we have had so far, and I hope that every LAN is in Japan so far, you know?
I absolutely agree, or maybe Korea or something too. Let's have a good time. Now, AC,
Kareem.
it's so good to see you again. What team are we rooting for today?
Liquid, of course.
And I'm going to guess that Ambush is probably in that same path as well, but it's so nice to have you here. What has been your favorite part about the event?
Honestly, just the people, everything. Like, I've never seen a crowd like this in my entire life, and I've been to almost all of them. Like, this is another level. It's
Yeah, we have over 13,000 people here now. Arthur, do you even watch Apex?
I'm watching right now and I'm having a great time.
Wonderful. We've just encouraged basically a new
Mr.
Apex
Arthur.
fan, but guys, I'm so glad to have you guys here. Thank you so much, and back to you guys at the desk.
Is that Ava right there?
They seem well hydrated. I saw a stack, I think it was 5 cups. It's good to be hydrated, make sure you get the water in, all that good stuff. But it's great to see some amazing creators that love Apex Legends, much like we do. But, you know, the crowd has been absolutely ridiculous. The noise has been absolutely ridiculous. And now as we look at the lobby and we look at the faces of the players on your screen, almost half of them are 1 game away from $600,000. It's a $2 million tournament.
Let's see what we got going on now.
You could almost tell a story from every single
Predictions not
person
going on yet?
this screen. The different emotions. I saw a
Yeah.
few laughs,
Oh, y'all think I'm playing? I'm gonna start
seeing
playing
lots of twitches and
head all in the
lots of
camera
nerves,
just
and
like
for
that.
good reason. 9 teams on match point, and we're into match 9. It's
On World's
Will it
Edge.
be
This is the
settled
end
here,
right
or
here.
will we keep going?
Will 9 be the lucky number for
This is the
someone
last
from one
game.
team?
I'm telling you right now. Who's gonna win? I have no idea.
Well, let's start our
But
journey
this
once
is the
more.
last
Enter
game,
Force 36.
without a doubt.
One of the teams who aren't on match point, which is becoming a little bit of a rarer breed the more that the games go on.
So many teams who have found success throughout this tournament that have had winning games,
Let's
that
see
have
what they
had
got.
massive point games, are still
Show me their
not on
predictions,
match
man.
point, and that's why it is so difficult to try and suggest who is going to win this one, because there are still plenty who could spoil the party, or if you're a lover of Apex, maybe just keep that party going.
Fnatic all the way down at Thermal Station. They do have a ring console, and why am I mentioning that? Because we need to tell you where we are going.
Goodness.
This zone, good luck. If you get those
Predictions
rocks
started.
outside
What
of
MP
Overlook,
team
you're in
will
a
win
very,
or on to
very
another
strong
game?
position.
Well, Now, VK Gaming have ring console
All right,
at
who
Overlook.
do we vote for? We got LG,
To get to said rocks and get
VK,
to
Furia,
one of the best
Fnatic,
positions that is
Go Next,
available for where we think this final circle might be
Alliance,
heading.
Shopify
However,
Rebellion.
if VK Gaming were to find a victory here, they would become
I low-key want to go
champions. They are
Alliance.
one of our 9 match point teams.
What an incredible story that would be. Absolutely incredible. But we'll have to see if that is going to be how the story ends. Elsewhere, just looking across at some of our other teams as we check in with VK. Go Next to making their move through Geyser at the moment. Liquid Alienware, a long way to go for them from Dome.
Do we go LG since this is the last game?
Quiet day for TSM, checking in some of the other match point teams now. Team Falcons, they do have a ring console over at Lava Fissure, so they know where we're going to go. It's one of those zones where I feel like if you get ring console, you're pretty secure
got
on
enough
where this
time.
is going to be going. However, World's Edge does like to throw up surprises sometimes with that.
Nobody's voting complexity. I'm gonna
Zone
vote
3, 4, 4.
complexity. I'm putting another 5K.
TSM have knocked him
5,000 points on
right around the corner
complexity.
here, and Verhost is charging up Sheila, and he's almost
It's not going back now.
That's him just walking at him. Sheila not so effective, but now it is. Now there's
Verhost
two.
mopping them up right now.
Zapple swing, TSM back on
TSM with 36 points.
swipe away the advantage of Noctum.
TSM, another team, of course, who could get a victory here to keep us going into match 10, but still a long journey all the way down from tree and launch site, which they find themselves in between at the moment. Liquid Alienware weren't so far away, but they did not opt to third party that one. They couldn't close that gap in time. Exo Clan also 16th position, also on 33 points, needs 17 more to get to that match
Gooning
point
with my
threshold.
boy Smish.
Got a little bit of a way
Watching
to go
the
through
finals,
from
baby.
landslide at the moment, but an actual
As a
clean
first
journey.
message.
I'm looking at where everyone else is right now, and EXO are able to get ahead of a lot of teams. They should be able to get into Fragment pretty much unseen.
Go Next to wrapped all the way to the back of Overlook themselves. You can see that on your screen.
Let's close this.
Trying to do a little bit of scouting up on this top platform. VK Gaming is going to be the team that's nearest to them. Now, you've got to be careful. We always talk about prio, right? We always talk about getting a
That's
good
the
position.
Demo
Being the team who's essentially has the pick of the litter when it comes to spots you want to play. But it also means your awareness has to be heightened. You have to be able to watch 360 around you. If you can play your back to zone, obviously that helps a little bit. That's just a care
ask
package that's
you
going to drop your way. Now, what's
I'm up
in
on
the
my
goodie
phone,
bag?
I ain't gonna lie to you.
Gold Nemi, a brick as well, which means that one of them will have purple.
Never complain at a gold Nemi. The perfect addition to your arsenal. Now, Shopify Rebellion. Oh, MT! There's a lot of damage being taken.
Complexity
Monsoon's the
got
one who
one
got the
from
knock in the end,
Shopify
but
Rebellion.
the bubble does come down,
That's
and
good
now
for
they'll
them.
get the res.
Complexity are thinking about pushing this.
They should have.
Just see, they know it. You know, it doesn't really matter if they kill someone or not. It's just about survival. It's about being the last team standing. It's
Yeah,
so
but you get
interesting to see
Shopify
how
Rebellion
the
out there.
game
They just don't know who that
completely
is.
changes.
They
Once
dropped
it's not all
another
about
one.
points, Zion's going to be taken down this time with the charge rifle, and you have to wonder if he's going to be able to get back to his team here. Shopify Rebellion could be in real trouble.
Sometimes it's about weighing up the differences between getting the kills, trying to get a little bit of extra on the Evo, or just repositioning so you can get to that late game. But Complexity trying their best to finish off the remaining players for Shopify Rebellion, and now they are starting to go towards it.
They should have did that before.
Furia have managed to take down one member of Alliance. That's Effect, who's not just going to be down, he's going to be finished off as well.
Oh, they get him out of there. They get him
One
out.
of our teams who's on match point will not
Oh, that's
be
so
able to win
good.
it
They
here.
get that gives them a better chance at
insane.
winning.
To see them eliminated this early on, but it was just the fact that they couldn't cross. And once
And I
they've taken
almost-
that amount
I
of damage,
almost put
Complexity
my
knew the
points on
opportunity
them.
was too good to pass up. And now they will return to where they were previously residing. They might be comfortable here for a short while. Get the wall down, start to build a base, and Monsoon can go to work with that charge rifle to keep people at bay.
One team we haven't mentioned, by the way, is Luminosity Gaming. It kind of alluded to the fact they snuck into match point, 51 points on the board. Well, they are in a really good spot in the truck that's inside of Overlook, just to the north of the majority of the buildings. You know what I'm talking
Where's the
about.
next? Where's the next circle at?
Difficult spot to hold for the long game, but ahead of a lot of the traffic that's going to be arriving. One team who's nowhere near Overlook right now is our second place team, match point eligible as well, which is Team Falcons. They're still over at Lava Siphon.
And Falcons
Knock
may have found a
somebody
victory in that
from
previous game if it wasn't for LG.
Team
who dropped
Burger.
from height where maybe Falcons
I
didn't
think they
expect it.
thirsted him.
And it created a lot of commotion.
Wait a minute.
And Zero's just taking some damage here. And it's Team Burger who just caught him as they were rotating, but it's not going to do any damage. Falcons were ready to jump on them if they needed it.
Back to our map overhead then, you can see as the zone is about to close where that shift is about
Where's
to
the
happen.
next circle at? Show me the next circle.
Information.
Can we not see the next circle until someone scans?
And as it does close, we
Oh,
are indeed
complexity.
going exactly where we thought we were going. For a little bit of bated breath there, I was like, is it going to be where I think it is? And yes.
Actually, they just shifted down to no name.
Yeah, I think it's one of the easier zone reads. You can see a lot of the teams read that off of zone 1.
Falcons, by the way, are going to be behind Liquid Alienware here, and maybe thinking their rotation might be a clean one. And there you go, there's that information. They finally see the bubble in front of them. And now it's about, do you continue on this path or do you double back? Of course, you have the ability to hit the ring console here, which is probably why Falcons wanted to head this way. So they won't be immediately concerned. Get the bubble down, get the scan, and then start thinking about your pathing.
Zero says, Waltzy, get your ass over here, hit this console, and then we can think about what's next. Step 1 first. And up to purple go Team Falcons. Also get that zone information, of course, which is going to be one of the main contributing reasons for their pathing over towards Big Maud. As we now check in with Alliance, who came so close, not just once, but twice.
And that's definitely going to take a toll. Just to think, will we be presented with those kind of opportunities again? But one good thing for Alliance,
third time's a charm.
Third time is a charm, and they are still in first place on 87 points. So whatever happens here, they are still in a lot of money. Even if they weren't to win the whole thing, second place is pretty much secured if it were to end in this game via someone else.
You can tell them that if they don't close out here and they get second place.
It's fine, at least you won loads of money, guys.
True. TSM versus Falcons. We like this fight.
Wow.
We like this fight.
Talk about fights.
And I
with a
tell
lot
you
of
what,
history.
I just want to say, by the way, TSM were in a perfect
Oh, Verhost takes down Imperial How
It's How that goes down.
and Thurston immediately.
Verhost on his old teammate. And it's Verhost.
Oh, there's two Falcons down. Let's get it, Verhost.
Falcons' hearts.
Y'all push that. Push that.
Cooks a nade. Zero's going to get the bubble down. TSM won this.
Reps in hot pursuit.
Oh, I think Zero's got away.
But Zero has managed to turn the corner.
Wait a minute.
Woo. Still life in Falcons just yet. But for TSM,
Nah, he
closing in on
dies.
that match point
He
threshold.
dies for sure.
I think Falcons were actually saved by a couple of stray triple take bullets that went towards TSM from Fragment that just made them aware that there was
Nah, he
someone
dies
in the
right here.
vicinity. Does he have any heals here?
One med pack, I think.
One med pack.
I think he's just used all of his syringes.
Yeah. He dies.
Is a crafter though.
But you got to craft the banner.
Yeah, he's got to craft the banners and not
As
med.
if there's a Phoenix just sat right there. GG down to 2. And it's down to Unlucky with that triple take, who gets to finish onto Blast as well. That's going to be Alliance maybe looking to play for this Mythic bin.
Gaming Gladiators in last position at the moment. Still with one remaining player, might be able to get away and attempt a miracle run. But Alliance will happily hold down below here. And
I don't
the
like
Mythic
playing
bin
down
has
below
just
here.
spawned very close indeed, and that could be a game
with the
changer.
Mythic,
And the
though.
bubble does go down, and Alliance are going to get this Mythic bin. Just
Y'all gonna
making
let
sure
them
GG
have
don't
that?
drop down on them. What are your rewards?
Y'all just gonna let them have
First
it?
of all, it's going to be red Evo.
Bow check.
And it's
I
going to
seen
be
the
a bow
Eva.
check. Now, Hackis with a bow check. Something scratches the brain and the memory of game-winning or
Bow
certainly
check at the
great
on the
moments from
bottom though.
And we call him Legolas
Like
sometimes.
you'd really want to be up top.
We haven't seen that many Bocek kills throughout this tournament, but we might be about to see plenty more in the hands of Hackis as Furia will take this zip over
At least I
towards zone.
would.
They should be able to create some sort of cover up here, so they're going to be fine.
Furia on match point, of course. 0.
Stick in the res.
Has saved Falcons. The res is going to come in. Now it is in zone, and zone is going to start to hurt a little bit. And
They
remember
got
that
20
even
seconds.
though Falcons are going to be respawning, the attachments, the meds, they're going to be extremely low. So Falcons are going to have to look for a third party.
And also Fnatic running away from being shot right now, but running towards where Falcons have just respawned. They have spotted Zero. Elsewhere,
They
Alliance
should shot him.
have Team Burger above them, but they should be able to skirt around with their newly acquired Bojack. Fnatic have left that fight, by the way, in Fragment, and they will not be fighting Falcons, so those watching with bated breath, Falcons are okay for now.
I wonder if Falcons are going to actually take the evac that was left by Fnatic.
I think they are. Well, they should.
Oh, it's so laggy.
Yes,
Is that happening
exactly
on like mobile?
Hackis now with this Bojack. Team Burger trying to pressure them on the icicles.
Oh.
Epicenter! Imperial How at the moment. He can't get away with anything.
Jesus.
He's going to be finished and Falcons are back to 2.
Back to 2, and it's an Alliance on full red Evos that are above them.
And they're going right towards Team
Just
Burger.
see the demise of Falcons yet again in front of us here.
So busy this side of the zone.
Oh no.
Multi pulls out Sheila, doesn't get it, pull the
Jesus.
trigger.
He
Because
tried
when
it
he
though.
spots him out and Zero is thinking, it's all up to me again.
All that hard work for nothing.
Yeah, that sucks.
By the way, this zone, when we do see it, LG bang center of it. Worth noting. Now go next.
Gaming Gladiators is
pushing up.
out.
It's VKG, who did drop over towards Overlook as well.
Gaming Gladiators have been eliminated in the meantime. Go next Esports, who have fought their way onto match point as well. They are safe inside this next zone,
Where
but they're going to have to
complexity
give
at?
up the bottom floor.
Chilling.
And there's the awkwardness of the angles that are available to
That's
them.
what we're rooting for today.
With the window that kind of just allows a few
Are
teams
they
to
even
poke
still
some bullets
alive?
in. A couple of grenades can fly through there.
I haven't seen
As we now
complexity
turn our
on
attention
the
back to Alliance. Now I mentioned this side of the
top
zone is very
being
busy.
taken
We have
out.
Team
No, they're
Burger.
still alive.
Zero's
Complexy's
still
still
alive, by the
alive.
way. You have Furia and Aurora, who are all going to have to move forward.
Fnatic shooting at TSM. TSM gets a knock on Fnatic.
Malstera and Juka trying to
TSM gets 2 knocks. Oh, Fnatic's eliminated. Perfect.
will eliminate Fnatic, but can they get the
The
res? There's
third
shots
party
coming in from a
comes though.
distance. And TSM look like they might have to play the next few moments as a 2.
Alliance wanted to go uphill.
Uh-oh.
Not able to do so.
Alliance
Have
gets
to
a
go
member
back on
knock.
themselves. A Kraber for
Instantly
Hackis,
stick the
though.
res though.
They could be the turnaround they need.
Is threading the needle
Hmm.
from a Bojack to a Kraber. Cycling through the power weapons of Apex Legends as Furia.
Uh-oh.
Trying to finish off TSM and now finding Team Burger. They want a piece of it as well. This is another one of our match point teams, and it's going to be a prayer to the
Holy
skies
crap.
for Keon. He hits the Valkyrie and hopes
To where though?
beyond hope he can
You're
find some
dead
way.
as soon as you
TSM win that
land.
fight against Burger, by the way. Burger will be eliminated as Falcons
Team
get
Falcons
one back up.
respawn.
Alliance trying to dive on into the northern side of this zone and have found somewhere to play as TSM do get eliminated. By the way, Enter Force 36 are above Alliance here, but they're on blues.
Wow.
Alliance are so kitted when it comes to fighting here. I mean, just look at the loadout. Falcon's gone.
Falcons
They're not
eliminated.
going to win it here. Furia gone. They're not going to win it here.
Oh, snap.
And with the Gold Mastiff, a Kraber, full red Evo, and with ExoClan falling as well, it's another step closer here.
Exo Clan eliminated. We need
5 out of
complexity to
11
move
squads
up
remain
to a better
on
spot.
match point. But we have already cut away 4. Liquid Anywhere
away.
go down, and it's Virtus Pro who are able to stay on top in that engagement as well. As LG, look at this position.
Old school Apex, you know, just center zone, blue shields. Come and kill us.
A 50% chance that the game ends here in match 9.
Okay, what they got going on?
The whole tournament could be achieved by LG, honestly, with the position they find
Alliance
themselves in, but Alliance also want
pushing
to do a job.
E36 off of the height.
They recognize that E36 are weak here.
And they take the height from them. They're going to have to force this fight, Alliance. Zone closing in around 10 seconds time, but having got the blue armor checks, Effect is just waiting for Hackis and Unlucky before he throws down the catwall and splits their path towards his zone.
There is that Dark Veil. Allows them to cross, allows them to relocate here. Hackis just staying back, by the way. He had a little peek through.
He's got that Kraber. Maybe he's
You
just
know exactly what they're doing when they put that wall
two
up.
teammates, see if he can hit one big shot. And that makes it very easy. Complexity, by the way, in the kill feed as well. Taking down two members of Envy, Yanya and Dropped are down.
Effect dancing around these rocks. You can see
Huge shit.
Alliance are hesitant, but that is a big chunk. And Unlucky says, yes, let's go.
Slam comes in, it forces the bubble. Hackis sends that Skynade up and hopes it's going to come down with the
Huge.
bang.
He knocked two of them.
Hackis taking this game over.
That was huge.
Into forced A6 eliminate, but now the third party. Now the third party and it's Guild.
Guild have arrived.
Guild with the third party. This might help Complexity
well
though.
here. They've done a lot of damage.
They got one knock.
Effect and Hackis back to back trying to take on Guild.
Complexity have gone as well. Another match point team will fall. Guild firing down onto Effect. It's a beatdown. It's a melee. Of all things that takes down Effect, Hack is still alive, still with a Kraber.
Is he gonna pop off?
Just too much.
Now everyone's here. Aurora
Meanwhile,
get involved in this
Complexity
one.
is just chilling.
VKG as Guild get eliminated. 7 squads now remain. VKG pick up the pieces.
Stay
but
patient,
Hackis will
Complexity. Stay
survive.
patient.
But Aurora now say, actually, maybe we want a bite of this one.
VKG. Still alive.
Envy was
Still kicking.
eliminated.
Hackis might not be saying that in a few seconds time as well, but he hits the no-scope.
Oh, what a
He hits the
knock.
no-scope.
Oh my god.
Alliance have gone though, even though Hackis gave it everything.
5 squads remain, 3 on match point. Only Virtus Pro or Aurora could keep us going here. If anyone else wins, they will be the champions here in Japan. Go next. Can you imagine?
Where's
if they pull
Complexity
off a
at? I didn't
victory
see
here?
him. Is that them on the...
VK Gaming,
Did they die?
they want to be aggressive. They want to try and take this win.
Don't tell me
But have they
Complexity died.
overcommitted here? QQ, he's down.
I think they did. Complexity died. VK Gaming is out.
Decision, a brave decision. But was
Should
it
we
the
have
right
voted
one?
for LG?
As Aurora will win that fight.
Go next on height at the moment, just watching over Aurora.
Like they could be juicy.
Oh, there's so much damage being taken by the ring, and then
He
they've
said
done the
100.
damage as well onto 9 Impulse.
Just rolls it down, caresses the grenade. They don't want to overcommit to this because they're worried about getting third party. Funk's still
Aurora's
alive.
eliminated.
Aurora eliminated, we're down to 3.
VP, the
Go
only team
next.
who were not on match point before this game. If they go down, it would be LG or Go Next as our champions.
LG wins, man.
And Sweet Dreams stands center mass.
I feel like
Flanked by
LG should
Sykes.
just move.
Flanked by Funk
But they really don't have nowhere to move to.
to prove that he's still got it. Go next now. See the bubbles go down and they send the catwall down as well. They split the zone. They completely own this side.
They might force the fight, force VB into LG, and then they can just wait.
Yeah.
Will Go Next get the chance here to win
Is
this
Go Next
whole
on game
damn
point?
thing?
They are. Oh shit.
The wall goes down as well.
Yeah, this
Surely
is
LG and VP have to engage.
this is
They're so
rough.
close that they can almost smell each other at this point.
I don't know what they do.
Dark Veil's gone though. And maybe that was the chance. All bubbles. Now in the slam!
The slam for VP, but Go Next.
Go
will
Next.
hold.
I think they Go Next loses here.
It's Sykes.
LG eliminated. Go Next wins! $600,000! Shit.
Championship. Champions here in Sapporo, Japan.
Oh shit!
Claims the throne.
Wow.
An underdog story.
Holy crap.
That would not have been on your bingo card.
Holy crap.
Look what it means to them.
Oh my god. 600,000. Just like that.
The ultimate underdog story. But this has been the tournament that EMEA have reminded us just how damn good they are. And for those three gentlemen, a moment they will never, ever forget.
Cast your mind back to when Alliance were so close to winning this tournament, and Go Next toppled them earlier to keep us going to further matches. And they earned the right not only to be in this match point finals, not only to be in the position to potentially win, but in that match,
Why are you crying, man?
dominated their position. They bullied people out of their spots. And then it was the Catalyst wall that allowed them that extra time, that extra little ability to breathe
600
and plan
wow,
and
boy.
assess how they were going to win that final circle. And it is absolute ecstasy on that stage.
Huge.
As EMEA stand tall here in Japan.
Enjoy it, lads. Remember this moment, because
Huge,
you've got a
man.
full house in front of you. And I mean it with all due respect, there was a hell of a lot of teams who were named before yours as being the ones to lift that trophy. But you have proved, if you put in the time, you put in the effort, and you believe in your teammates, then this is what you can do. You could become the ALGS champions.
And of course you see the other pictures of players disappointed that they weren't the ones celebrating and won't be those ones lifting the trophy. It's always tough to see this side of it, but you have to live for these moments on your screen. You said it best, a moment that they will never, ever forget.
And for the fans out there who are sat at home right now in Europe, who I don't know what time it is over there right now, but to be honest with you, it doesn't matter. If you're here with us, please enjoy this moment, because EMEA, I think, as a
I want to see
region,
the
has
celebration.
demanded some respect. It's always been talked down a little bit in comparison to some of the bigger names. It's been the talk of a couple of, the big teams who maybe have a hope of winning it, but Go Next showing there's some depth in the region. And while we kind of talk about the region, let's have a look back at that winning moment, Dan, because I mean, so much happened in that winning moment. Go Next will want to watch this 8,000 times.
I mean, ever since day one of this tournament, it was EMEA on the tip of our tongues, because they were the ones who were stepping up, who were finding points, but wasn't necessarily Go Next the ones that were first in that line. It was the Alliance of the world. GG even popped up a little bit here or there. Exo Clan were named, but
I didn't
Go
even see
Next,
Complexity
they demand
get
the respect
taken out.
as they will be the champions. And we look back at this lobby, there were so many key fights that led
They
to
played
that
that
moment
so
of the final
perfectly on that
circle.
final three.
Alliance, what a valiant effort
The
as
dark
well.
veil
They
to
fought
keep
off. It felt
them
like horde mode
separated,
at one point. Team
and the other
after
two
team,
teams forced to
even
fight.
Hackers
Yeah,
going
it was
for a
perfect.
no-scoping, hitting it to try and keep them alive. But alas, it was not going to be Alliance's day.
And in this final fight, 3 teams survived. VP, the only team that could have stopped the tournament ending right now. They knew it as well. They tried to slam for height. They tried to push. Go Next down into LG and force that fight. This is the POV of Sykes.
LG got second though,
The
right?
Gibby ults come down. But it might have just been the cat spikes, Dan. The cat spikes in the bubble that slowed everybody down. And Go Next are the last team standing.
It may have even been the cat spikes that got the final kill, looking back at that one.
All right,
to
so
be
Go
honest,
Next.
we were mentioning it at the start of today. Catalyst has been a key legend in final circles when she gets there. And
Alliance
Go Next
is
were able to
second
utilize
place.
her perfectly. Alliance will take second place with 95 points. It is an EMEA 1-2. The
Falcons
Giants,
get
Team
third.
Falcons finish in third.
So it goes by
Shopify
points
Rebellion,
after
72 in
everything
fourth.
else.
And Virtus Pro in 5th position, followed by Complexity.
Shopify Rebellion.
An incredible
7th place. They still
tournament.
get decent amount,
And even
right?
if it may be an unexpected ending to some, an absolute perfect ending for EMEA and Go Next.
Absolutely incredible stuff. And now it is the biggest moment of the Go Next player's career. It is time for us to go down and crown our champion.
APEX ファミリーの皆様、決勝はいかがでしたでしょうか。ALGS の優勝チームでございまして、Go Next でございます。Congratulations, absolutely incredible performance from you guys. Phenomenal stuff here all the way through. 皆様、素晴らしいことではないでしょうか。本当にかっこよかったですね。I want to ask you a couple of questions. My first question for you guys is, coming into the finals day, how confident were you? 一番最初の質問ですが、決勝前、どれほどの自信ありましたかって。はい。
Hello, hello everyone. This crowd is amazing. First of all, I want to appreciate my boys. I was tilted. They put me back on the ground. I IGL'd as I know, and these boys are the best team in the world.
緊張しながらチームから応援されて、すごいそれで力になって全員で優勝できることができました。かっこいいです。はい。Second question なんですけれども、So my second question for you guys is, what are you most proud of about your team performance today?
I think what I'm most proud, we had all individual mistakes. I'm proud that we kept the calm. Everyone was confident, and especially the way we play as well. We came into here being underdogs, and we left world champions. All I have to say is believe, and if you have God by your side, you can do it.
W.
Alright.
W.
質問なんですけれども、パフォーマンスのどちらの部分が誇りに思っていらっしゃいましたかって聞いたら、隣に神様がいてくれれば何でもできるし、こちらに入ってきて誰も優勝できると思ってなくて、出るときは世界チャンピオンになることができました。そして最後の質問になるんですけれども、友人や家族やみんなの前で優勝できることは一体どういう意味をお持ちなのでしょうか。 What does it mean to come here all the way to Sapporo and win in front of your friends, fans and family watching all around the world? What does that mean to you?
I think it means everything. I think this was the best crowd ever that I ever played every LAN. The fans are amazing. And as I said once again, we came as underdogs, and living in a championship as world champions means everything for me and the boys. I don't think there is words that can describe this moment.
この瞬間説明する言葉はない
I would
で
have been on there like,
す。
I'm
素晴らし
rich,
すぎて
bitch.
本当に優勝できて素晴らしいことではないでしょうか。Go Next
600. Oh, wow, man.
ALGS4 年目の優勝チームは Go Next でございます。盛大な拍手をお願いします。
I would have took a picture with the trophy like I was Kobe. I'm doing all that. I'm showing out. That was amazing, man. I'm glad I actually had the time to actually watch that. Every other year, I never really watched it. This is
undeniable.
Fire.
Your champions of the ALGS.
And they get the ALGS chairs too.
And sometimes when you look at a group like this, an underdog no one picked, no one thought coming, it reminds us that the world has a little bit of magic in it left. That dreams can come true and become a reality that none of us thought were possible. 21, 20, and 23 years old, sitting in the champion's chair.
21, 20, and 23.
Go next to the rest of the lobby.
Just won $600,000 from playing a video game.
And maybe that
now that's amazing.
Is the most fitting in to the biggest and most impactful LAN we have ever had in our scene. Lauren, they say luck is when preparation meets opportunity. Well, this was the opportunity, and these boys were certainly prepared.
Absolutely. I mean, they were a team that I think, like Mark was saying, I don't think any of us really gave their fair shake, right? We were so focused on some of the other juggernauts that were coming through all of these different brackets. And to Go Next credit, they made it through winners, sure, but they were in 8th at the very bottom of that bubble. They were only 2 points above surviving. And then they come through here, somehow make it into one half of the lobby that have hit match point. Find themselves in that Cinderella situation, and I mean, this is a fantastic story for them.
Fairy tales kind of come to mind because this is the stuff that you would write. It would seem fantastical, it would seem unbelievable, but yet it is our reality. The ALGS has a new champion, and it's a champion Snipe that has been grinding for so long behind the scenes. Their respect is finally given, and it certainly was due for Go Next.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that leaderboard had us in the first half, and we kind of said it from the beginning, is that this tournament felt a little more close-knit, a little more random in terms of the teams that were performing. I think throwing E-District in the mix was a big switch-up, and to see a new champion, especially a team that was an underdog, I think that alone gives so much hope to those aspiring to be something. It's not just the front runners, it's about the work ethic, it's about everything you put into it. It doesn't matter what other people think, it's about what you believe and what you think that your team can accomplish, and they came out here and they're sitting in that chair.
And as you can look back at this winning moment, Jamerson, well, the theme was fate is calling, and Go Next did what they needed to do to make sure that they were the ones who answered.
Yeah, and we talked about it, about how it was an incredibly close tournament. When we really look at the group stages, only 20 points separated Alliance from Go Next as we moved out of the group stages. That is an incredible spread. We haven't had something like that. But in between Alliance and Go Next, in that group stages, how close it was. Knocked at 145 points, Aurora at 143, and Go Next at 142. It was that tight-knit throughout, but it was EMEA dominance, and it was Go Next for EMEA representing and lifting that trophy.
2 rats, 1 controller. An org we had been calling
Rudy
for quite
Gobert
a while.
was traded for 4 first-round
and
picks.
of course Zidane, who had always
I didn't even see that
shown
trade.
up as one of, maybe if not the most dangerous individual players when given a chance. This was the winning opportunity, and that catalyst, Lauren, it played such a big role in giving Go Next the opportunity to force LG and Virtus Pro into an uncomfortable position, almost an unwinnable position for them.
Yeah, and we heard Mark and Dan talking about that as well, because you saw VP try to go for that slam to see if they could maybe move Go Next
Where
off
did
of
Rudy
their
Gobert
position.
get traded to?
They're able to maintain that height. LG down there at the bottom, combined with everything else that they're trying to deal with on the ground, the Catalyst specifically, I mean, it was the perfect situation, and Go Next really kept their cool.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge moment. You would think that teams that were more versed in the spotlight would be prepared for it, but Snipe, that's not always how it goes. This theme was so appropriate of looking at what could happen. Maybe these oddballs, these teams that no one truly thought would make it. I mean, you look at Zidane, he's got $7,000 in total winnings in his Apex career. He's about to add 200,000 more to it.
Yeah, he is in a very elite group now with some of the best players, some of the people we've been watching and supporting, and I think it's time for their team to be on the map. We see what it is. It doesn't matter what your online results are. It doesn't matter what your Pro League results are. It matters what happens at these LAN tournaments, and he and the rest of his team has just put themselves in an elite category.
And speaking of that, by the way, yeah,
That's crazy.
elite category indeed. Our
What a
fourth
W tournament,
LAN
man.
winner this year. A
WALGS.
fourth different LAN winner
Shout out
this
to
year. Absolutely
Respawn. Shout out
Here was the
to
reaction when
EA.
Go Next realized
Shout out to Play
that
Apex,
it was
man.
happening. Disbelief from Hierka.
Glorious
He stands
content.
on the table. The emotion is flowing through him. The crowd
He
in
is so
here
lit, bro.
to win it in front
I like
of
him,
these
dog.
fans in Japan. It's got to be life-changing.
That's pure
He's
passion.
realizing not just the money, but the moment that he has captured. There are so many
He
people here in
passed
this
out.
world who want to have a feeling like that one day, Sniper.
Oh, man.
It's surreal, and he knows it, that he got to have one.
I'll tell you what, sometimes when it comes to fruition and
That's
every
amazing.
single piece of work that you put in,
I want to see that YouTube documentary. I want to see all that.
and all of this, and then when
How-
it finally
how
you
I-
get that moment, it boils
how I
over. Some people
became
boil over with
the best
I've almost passed
Apex
out after winning
player
the tournament before because I started freaking out so much. He's jumping
in
on
the
tables.
world.
I wouldn't be surprised if he felt the same.
Major news here.
LG with 80,000. That's not bad.
For this team of Go
Let's see, Falcons with 210,000.
They were obviously the most dominant team
VP
across
somehow got 130,000 when they started so low. They started so bad and crept up there, man. That's
I
crazy.
believe the 600,000 they've already won throughout this year. They're nearly $1 million in earnings. So
Fanatics with 40,000. Who's this, Alliance?
Falcons right behind them, a huge bounce back. Jamerson after placing 20th in split 2.
Yeah,
Now
this is
third
crazy.
Place, that's going to feel good, and obviously encourage these guys that they did make a good
Beautiful
decision. They
tournament, bro.
just weren't right there.
Yeah, the thing
I
for
wonder if they
Falcons
keep
was
it in
at split 2 coming in
Japan
20th,
for
that started
every
a
LAN to
drought
come.
for them, where they were not
That'd be
able
expensive
to
for
get
everybody getting over there,
on
though.
the map until just
But the energy is nuts.
They went almost, I think, 40 some odd maps before, or matches before they finally got another win in their belt, and that must have been a huge relief. We saw it on their faces. Waltzy looked like a different man. I had never seen any of them respond in that manner to a match win. Typically, it's, oh yeah, you know, this is business as usual.
Yeah.
You've never seen that kind of stress on their face before.
And the story gets to continue, of course, on to whether and when, or even if they will hoist a trophy as the super team. Clearly, a lot of teams in Apex Legends have the ability to be super. Now, I know you might be a little sad, so am I, to be fair. This has been a long tournament, a long year, and well, I don't know what else is left. Wait, actually, I am hearing something.
What's next?
We are going again, actually, because year 4 may be over, but year 5 is right around the corner. And
Where
I
we
mean
going?
right around the corner. In fact, our preseason qualifiers for year 5 begin on the 22nd of February. In 3 weeks, we start again. So you will not have to wait long. Make sure you spend some extra time in Japan. You take a break because the
They're doing
ALGS
legend
will be back,
bands.
and it will be back in a new way. We have listened to
New
your
maps.
feedback. We're going to be introducing legend bands. The way those will work will be phenomenal. The
It's gonna
most
be
picked
interesting.
legend will actually not be playable for the rest of the series. Teams will have to keep adapting, and that will continue to happen throughout the game. So you might see no Newcastle after game 1 and then no Gibraltar after game 2. How will you see the depth and diversity of these players operate? You're also going to see a new map, Broken Moon, will be introduced into the rotation. And also, the biggest Apex Legends Battle Royale LAN in history is coming shortly. 160 teams. We'll have 120 of those teams from Pro League all around the world automatically invited, and we will qualify 40 teams from our PLQ. That means that in 3 weeks, you could start the process. Maybe you and your squad will be a part of one of those 40. You thought LANs were too exclusive, not enough teams, not enough region representation? That's done, baby. Year 5 is here, and it is bigger than ever. I cannot wait to walk you guys down that road as it continues. But Lauren, obviously the exciting things keep on coming in Apex. We've just ended one element of our I guess competitive cycle, but a new one is about to begin.